Fire it up.
Okay, I'm gonna be a bit because I'm trying to download the mods, but it's not doing anything.
All right. That excellent connection there. Rumble should be going. There we go. All right. A little bit of work has been done in the game. In between streams, I've been a busy little buggy. I bought the 8 surrounding land places, words. Yeah, the 8 surrounding plots I bought. That was, I don't know, like maybe 2 million, something like that, give or take. And I mowed all of it. So I mowed this kind of backwards L shape here several days ago. That was quite a lot. Then I mowed this up here, and then last night I mowed the 3 to the west. I mowed all 3 of those. There's a certain way I lay out the fields on this map. This is a big map. And yeah, there's a certain way I lay out the fields. I have one field here, then I have another field over here, and then I have one long one on the bottom here. Then over here, I've got a little 2x2, that little field there. Because remember, there's a road that goes across right here. Right, so there's a road that goes all the way across. So this little 2x2 is a field, and then this 3x2 is a field, and then this 2x3 is a field, and this 3x3 up here is a giant field. And then I can do a 3x3 here, and then a 2x2 up there. So quite a lot of fields. And yeah, I can get this one here, this one here, this one over here, this one down here, this one here, this one here, and these 2 here, and not even touch this up here because I get so busy with all the other fields that every month there's like one field that needs to be turned over. And these fields are so big that turning one of these fields over, right? You harvest it, you fertilize it, then you plow it, and then if you need to, you collect the stones, right? And then once you've done that, you might even need to lime it again, and then you need to seed it. So even though I've got Uber machines, like harvesters that can harvest at 40 miles an hour, crazy, right? I've got the DB120 planter, which is a extremely wide, like 36-meter wide planter. I can have 2 of those on a field, and it still takes half an hour to plant it. So yeah, these fields are enormous. Remember, this section of land right here, this 5x3, right? This is the size of a base game map. This little chunk right here. This is the size of a base game map. And, up here, if we look at this quarter, so this is the size of a base game map. I have 2 fields. 2 fields of the size of a base game map. That's kind of the scale at which this map is and which we're playing. This is why it's a mega farm. It's huge. And I ramped up yields, but again, to summarize all of the changes, stuff is really not very valuable, right? So 1,000 liters of canola is going to sell for $15. $15 for 1,000 liters. Now, a comparison of yields, I harvested, I think it was over here. I think it was on the bottom one here. Might have been up here, which kind of makes a difference. But I harvested a sugar beet. I had planted sugar beets, and sugar beets, you know, those are like an 7-8 month process. So they're growing for a while. I harvested 40 million liters off of one field, off of one harvest. So yeah, your harvests are big, but we're kind of farm. We farm 14,000 acres is actually that's a pretty good sized farm. Wow, 14,000 acres. I don't know. I don't immediately know. I think an acre is American units. An acre is, I think, 640 feet on a side. I think. I think 640 feet on a side. So, I mean, 1,000 acres would be 6,400 feet. It's almost 2 miles on a side. No, that's a little over, not 2 miles. It's over a mile. It's like a mile and a quarter. 6,000. 5,280 feet is a mile. So 10,000 acres. 10,000 acres is 100 acres on each side, or 100 acre wide on a side. 100 by 100 is 10,000. And so 100 acres on a side, an acre is 640 feet. You know, it'd be easier just to ask Google. How big is an acre? Oh, it even knows. It even knows. So 1 acre is 4,046 square meters. It is 43,560. 43,560. No. 43,560. 43,560. 208 feet. The square. I was looking at the square root to find. That's weird. You would think that would be an even number. 43,560. The square root of that is like 208.7. Blah blah blah. I thought for sure it was like 640 feet or something like that. Yeah, corn is not corn country. Cat, why? I'm just. She sits off in the distance until I am doing something, until I'm in the middle of something, and then she makes herself. Come on, cat. Yeah, it's sundown here. I didn't want to sleep through the night because our carrot harvest is in the morning. Plus, I did a whole bunch of factory-based stuff. And wanted to show that off before we slept because it's going to be an expensive sleep, everybody. Cat, you're just out the floor. Are you going to come up here or not? Oh.
Yeah, if I had to pay that kind of money in real life to go to sleep, I think I'd continue to never sleep again.
I mean, it's going to come out of the pocket no matter what at midnight, so it doesn't matter if we sleep or not. But it's expensive. If you notice, we're $1,759 right now, and we have $517,000. And I have several productions going, right? You can see the carpenter I'm next to. We got the armoire, being worked on. And I've got the lime processing plus iron ore over here, which is not cheap, by the way. Neither of those are cheap. And then the iron ore goes over here to the farm factory, and then it gets made into metal and stone. A little bit of stone, but it's kind of our primary source of stone. Field stone, stuff we get from fields is going to be, it's going to be okay, but not anywhere near what we can get from the metal here. And these are all recipes that I set up, like the metal recipe. Like these are ones that I did sort of as a balance. But yeah, that metal craft that's going right now is also not cheap. I can show it here. Yeah, $624,000 a month to run that metal. But it produces a lot of metal, right? It'll chew through that iron really fast. As you can see, it's 772,000 cycles a month. I don't even know. I'm assuming that there's some limit that the game can do, like based on the tick rate of the game. Like there's got to be some limit. Yeah, this thing has used 10,000 empty pallets already. Oh man.
Okay, you might get a pause here because I'm trying to connect.
Waiting. Please stand by. Oh, I'm not going to get the... Was I looking at the cat when we got the pause?
Musta, because yeah, I'm in.
All right. Yeah, this farm factory is a workhorse. This thing is it's crazy. But it's not cheap to run. I tried, all of the costs are balanced. They all attempt to balance. Of course, the sawmill over here. Pretty much depleted our supply of wood. I even got the little bit of wood that was up here. There's a tiny little patch right up here that I grabbed. So both logging trailers are empty. And let's see, what else did I add here? Got the fertilizer. Oh yeah, a new mod. So I was looking at the electric power boost. So the base game electric charge is one of the fill types, but it's not intended to ever be treated as all the other fill types. Like anything that generates that fill type usually sells it right away. So the base game, like biogas things, will just sell right away. And you can see we are now in the 1800, and we went from, what was it? Was it 517,000 to 495? So like 20,000, roughly 22,000. And that's cheap. I've had hours go by where it's 120,000. Yeah, I hear the bird. They're real. They're real cute. So trying to get the electric charge, which we've got this little gem right here now, this JCB power pack. So I downloaded this mod. I found this mod on the hub, which basically allows you to store electric charge. Well, I had to mod it, so it is a FG. You can see down at the bottom there, FG branded power pack. So not only does it hold 1,000,000 kilowatt hours, which, if you did your math, that would be gigawatt hour. There's a lot of power in that thing. But I had to go through a couple cycles of rebalancing. You know, I initially didn't have very much power in the factories, and I was just going to have it distributed. But the factories, if you took the cycles per hour times the amount of power it used per cycle times the number of hours in the day, you would quickly exceed the amount of power inside of a factory. So I wanted to have a big enough buffer in the factories that covered if you slept for most of the day, right? If you do all of your work in your farm by 10 in the morning and then you sleep for the next day, I wanted there to be enough capacity in there to be able to take care of that. And also, it's extremely expensive to auto-distribute goods. It's extremely expensive. Am I excited for the new farm? Yeah, I think the new FarmingSim is going to be good. I don't know if it's worth $80 for the game in the first season pack, but I'm still pondering whether to pre-order that. I'm a bit hesitant. Spending an extra like $40 for content that's not yet released and we know nothing about is kind of sketchy to me. I don't really like that practice, but it is certainly cheaper than buying all that content after the fact, which is why they do it. It's a sneaky business practice that I hate encouraging on the part of a company.
At least they're not going to basically take the money and run. I mean,
well, yeah, you're confident. Yeah, I'm confident that the studio isn't going to close down and be like, "Oh, thanks for the money, goodbye." You know, they're not going to do that. But
too many of the companies close their doors because of just BS.
Yeah, I've seen the horror stories of like Kickstarter scams. Oh, pretty bad. Anytime there's money involved, people are going to try to rip you off. Okay, so right now we're getting a little bit of a boost. I brought some metal over here, and we're getting an extra 10% boost on our armoire, and yeah, this is worth it. It adds roughly an extra 50 armoire per cycle, and it makes a huge difference, right? You get that little extra percent more. So I don't want to sleep through the night without at least dumping a few more metal. Maybe well, yeah, let's just do, why not? Just do it all. So again, this will kind of show you how I've balanced. All my factories have a split pallet spawners that you can drive this trailer right in between. Or, you know, if you want to use a regular drop deck trailer, you know, one of the original, like one of the auto loading trailers, you can do that too. You just couldn't load 900 pallets in it would be way fewer pallets than this thing. This holds 10 million liters of stuff. So yeah, it's a workhorse. And it takes a hot minute for it to load all of these things. And there's really no easy way of doing this with like a filler trigger, right? With like one of these or one of these. Like that would be great to be able to drive over that and just have it fill. Because at the end of the day, the values are just numbers, right? They're just numbers being moved from A to B. But yeah, and I don't really rely a lot on auto distribution. I try to manually move things around because it's essentially the point of a mega farm here is to manage and track all of the products and all of your productions, and right, the farming gives you the raw material to actually make your productions, and then you have the productions which you can build and build and build. You know, to get to the cereal, right? To get to the cereal, we're gonna need oats and corn and either honey or sugar, and then raisins, pallets, and carton rolls. Now you don't need raisins, but it gives you a 20% bonus to your production. So we're absolutely going to get raisins. And then the honey or sugar, right? I have the different amounts for those. I was going to add another type of cereal like Frosted Flakes and just make it like sugar, and then one was like honey oats and just have it like honey. But I thought this would probably be better. Because honey is actually not hard to get. We can get a lot of honey. But yeah, I've rebalanced this recipe from previous iterations, and now, you know, you get quite a lot of material. So when you do have all of these, and also keep in mind, I've disabled buying, right? I've disabled buying on all of the inputs. So this is supposed to be for a challenge. This is a massive challenge to be able to do this, but none of the inputs you can buy. You cannot buy anything. You have to produce everything. And so all of this stuff in here, and then a little bit of the booster power here is like plus 100%, because I think that boosts everything. That boosts your output, but it also boosts all your input, right? It's just a flat 100% boost to it's like that mod that levels up factories where you can buy an extra level of factory and it just like doubles all the values. That's kind of what that does. That's kind of a built-in to production revamp, and the production revamp mod is the only one that's required on this map. I really, really want to force people to use the latest version of that mod. And then I also highly encourage people to use all of my factory mods. Doing all of this stuff, like the cereal factory in the base game, laughably bad. So if you want mega farm production levels without crushing your save game, you're going to need my factories, right? Otherwise, you're going to need 20, base game cereal factories, and that would just destroy your performance of your game. Because it's better to have one factory do 20 times the production levels than 20 factories doing 1x production. Just more to manage. Okay. So that's kind of a brief thing, but the new mod, I started again. The new mod is this guy back here. So this is the FG biogas plant. And this guy produces methane and digestate from several things. One of them is silage. One of them is slurry, one of them is manure, and one of them is sugar beet cuts. And I've rebalanced all these all these values. So I found this little mod on the hub, and I downloaded it and then customized it. So I have rebalanced it. So the returns, you can kind of pick and choose whether you want like methane digestate, or half and half, or most like crazy amount of production. But also rebalance all the costs. The costs were atrociously bad. It was like $20 an hour. And I'm like, what? No. You're able to sell this methane, right? I can come around and grab this methane and sell it. And it's actually worth quite a lot. I did rebalance the costs, but it still is the cost. It still consumes material. And this is a good sink for material. And then what I did is I said, oh, I'm going to get excess methane now. What can I do with that? And so I went to my my generator, my fuel refinery, and I'm like, ooh, let's add a really good electric charge for methane. Because methane is essentially natural gas, and natural gas generators are actually pretty damn good. And so it is, if you go through all the work of getting the methane, it is a phenomenal electric charge. And then here, I think I set this, electric charge is set to distributing. I don't really know, like, don't know how much that costs. My automatic distributing is not cheap. Production delivery cost, there it is. So $26,000, almost $27,000 that I've paid in delivery costs. But yeah, this little guy, you dump in silage or you slurry or manure, and then you get back the digestate and methane, and then the methane you can either use to in the fuel refinery over here to generate power, or you can sell it because it's it's a reasonably priced thing. And then you can also sell, this is the here, because for some reason I could not get the methane to sell at the sell everything. So unfortunately the sell everything is not able to sell everything. So this little guy comes with the methane mod, and so I added electric charge to this because normally there is no way to sell electric charge other than directly and automatically, and I didn't want to do that. And so I added electric charge that you can sell to this, and then I actually searched for the national average of kilowatt hour, like what the kilowatt hour cost is, and I set the value to sort of in the middle ground between the USA and Europe's average kilowatt hour cost. So you can come over here with electric charge and actually sell it for near what the average is internationally. A little thing. But let's actually sleep and start a new day. And this is gonna be costly. It's gonna be extremely costly. Yep. Minus $1.5 million. Yeah. So, what do we do with that? Well, I happen to have some methane right here to sell. I've got 2.4 million liters of methane. So, we are 100% going to have to sell this. It might not even be enough. Ooh! Just barely enough. I think there was 600,000 liters left over here. Yeah, and I modded the I finally figured out why this tank variant on the Unimog's tanks was not working. Finally figured it out after a year. It took me a year of tinkering with this damn tank to figure out what was the cause, because I could never fill it with anything, right? I would buy it. It was the chemical variant. So there's like the slurry variant, right? And then there's the chemical variant, and then there's the food variant, and I think there wasn't there one. Yeah, there was a diesel variant. So the chemical, I could never get anything in the chemical variant. I could not. I tried over and over and over. So that tank there, I always color code them when I do them because it's just easier. So that blue one is the food variant. The brown one, slurry, obviously, and that's also digestate. The slurry one, that's also digestate. And the red one is the chemical version, which is supposed to be like liquid fertilizer or herbicide or whatever. But I could never get it. I could never get it anything in it. It would just never allow me to fill it. So I was late last night. I was just tinkering around with stuff, and I was like, I gotta figure this out. It was literally one XML tag. One tag is what caused it. It was missing the root node. There's an exact fill root node tag, and it was the only variant that was missing that tag. All of the other tank variants, all the other storage types, all had that tag except the chemical tank. And so I put it in there. And voila, it actually worked. It was crazy. Okay. So I think our carrot harvest is ready to go. First time I've ever grown carrots. Yep, ready to harvest. Okay. Now, you could use a base game harvester for this, and I would understand if you did. However, I spent the money. It's like $400,000 on this beast. And this guy is the Colossus Harvester root variant with the root harvester with the, I'm pretty sure I bought this at 25 meter. Yep. Oh no, maybe it was 15. It might be 15 meters. All right, I need to get my handy dandy. Okay, let's see how this thing works here. There we go. Now we're talking. So this field will not be too crazy. It's kind of a small field, but I did expand it. Obviously, I plan on joining all these fields together to be one big field. This little peach harvests at 50 miles an hour. How glorious is that? Yeah, I basically plowed the rest of this field last night. Oop. I don't know why my brain is malfunctioning today, but I want to get the do the border around, and that way I can maybe possibly hire somebody. Maybe. We're actually getting a decent amount of carrots out of this guy. Now what is the long ray here? It's basically it's basically a cube. There is no long way. So let me turn this guy around. Now normally when you harvest, I just want to see a couple more. Yeah, I've got this much plus another refill. I've got quite a bit of coffee in me already. I'm gonna grab a decent amount out of this. Interesting, when I was turning this, it wasn't articulating. At least it didn't seem like it was. So yeah, the carrots, we're just gonna straight up sell the carrots. All right, so now let's grab this little guy. Wonder what would be the best way of dealing with this here. So this up here, obviously you can see I've planted this with grass. This is kind of my permanent grass field. So I mowed it. I mowed the whole thing. Then I plowed it, fertilized it, limed it, then grabbed all the rock out of it, and then planted it with grass. And then that will stay that. Which is why I got the stone out of it. The first level of stone I usually don't. Get, but I got it out of this one because it literally is never going to change. It's always going to be grass. I downloaded another sprayer mod last night. I haven't looked at it. Unfortunately, whoever made the mod did a pretty good job. Did a very good job on the model, and I mean, it looks really professional. But nowhere in the description, the mod description, the description of the vehicle, nowhere in the mod does he describe the width of the sprayer. He does not cover how wide the sprayer is, right? Which is an important little statistic. Like, why are you... why did you not include... I don't understand. I looked through the mod. I looked through the mod, like, description file. I looked through it all, and I was like, where is the description? I already have one that does 36 feet, or 36 meters, sorry. Right? It's just annoying. I want to see what this guy does when he gets to the end here. If he sees that there's actually a different... These fields are ever so slightly separated. Oh, he does see it. Excellent. All right, ready to harvest and then fertilize And then take this away. Yep. So I'm just fertilizing the little square. I'm trying to sync everything up, and then we'll lime the whole thing. And we'll lime this up here too. I don't think it hurts anything to lime this again. But I want them all synced up and reset. And in a few, I think liming lasts like 2 or 3 harvests. I think it's 3. And if we have to lime this square again, one outside of this, I'll just leave it for 1 season and we'll leave it unlimed. And it does hurt your yields a little bit, but I don't mind. So this guy must be just wrecking it. Yeah, we're going to be getting not a lot of money out of this, to be honest. I've radically lowered the value of even carrots. It's still high. It's still higher than like most of your other crops. $138 per 1,000 liters. So 1,000,000 liters is adding 3 more zeros to that. So 1,000,000 liters of carrots, $138,000. Pretty bad. But I don't think I changed the yields on all this stuff. So electric charge 378. Yeah. These will all update. I added methane and electric charge. They were not shown in this before, and I did enable them to be shown, and I gave them sort of seasonal variance because I figure both would be used more in winter. So in the deep winter, like December, January, February, both of these are more valuable, which made sense to me. But one of the mods I made specifically for this balance, I had to basically add and name, like, it's like FS22 underscore ZZZ underscore like price rebalance or something. So I want to ensure that it's the last mod loaded, or at least near the last mod loaded, because what was happening was the map was loading, all of my price changes in the map were all loaded, and then all the mods loaded, including the DLC mod, which reset all my prices. So it was like, no, I don't want that to happen. And so I had to add a mod that was loaded last, and they obviously are loaded alphabetically. So it's loaded last, and that resets all my values back. So if you really want to ensure your the balance of your map is done, you got to have that stupid mod. You would think that they would be coded where the map would take precedence, right? The price balance of the map, if it's defined, it would take priority. That's how I would implement that feature. The map itself would be the priority.
I'm back.
Hey, he's back. Uh-oh. My sprayer has caught up with me.
Uh-oh.
Well, I might... That was a close one. That was a close call. And then I should be able to spin this around. I'm going to let that guy go so I can do it fast. It's so squirrely.
Looked even squirrelier on 2x speed.
There, my articulation is actually running. All right, 2.15 million liters of carrots. Let's just straight up sell them if I can. Let's see how much they were. 300,000. Oh my god. All right. We will likely use this harvester again. At some point in the future. Probably have two of them. But I doubt we are going to need the header again. Yeah. Lizard Premium DLC root crop header unrealistic. Right. I never did deliver the metal. Damn it. That means this thing has been running all night without any metal at all. All right. The sprayer is done. And he went all the way to the bottom. You idiot. It makes sense because it's a lot thinner. The border between fields is a lot thinner up here. Yeah, I sort of I did a thing when I So we need to get that plowed. It's fertilized. Ooh. Do we plow it first or should we? Yeah, we need to plow it. And I made sure that there was no grass to mow. Because it's annoying when you basically just mow grass all day long. I want to farm. Well, actually, this series is more or less intended to be more of a production based rather than farming. But we're going to do a lot of farming, but it's mostly going to be workers that are going to do it. Okay, so plowing. There's another tractor around here somewhere. Here it is. We need to plow and combine these fields. So if you want to grab that other tractor, the other plow is like kind of out in the field to the west.
All right.
And I'll join the fields. I don't think you have the ability to create fields, so I'll do the joining.
Can't seem to get in the vehicle.
Oh, you need to join the farm again because I was playing on single player. Yeah, I was playing on single player, so it kind of lost. Buy, sell,
Gotcha.
reset, buy, sell, hire, manage, cut trees, landscaping. There we go.
So you said it's in a farm to the
Field.
west? Or a field?
Yeah, it's right. It's not like far. When I say west, I mean our little area here, the west part of that little area.
Okay.
So it's a bright orange. It's really hard to miss.
There it is.
uh,
I just don't see an indicator for it on the map, and yeah, I suppose trailers don't get indicators, do they?
they can. You have to have them. Yeah, you have to turn them on. Yeah, they do. It's just, yeah, not all of the indicators are on by default. All right, got that joined up.
All right. So you want me to start plowing this field again? What side should I start on? Because I assume you're doing the joining, so.
Yeah, it's just this little cube up here is all it is.
Oh, okay. Just that.
Just a little area that I just harvested. The entire thing doesn't need to be plowed because I did that last night. So yeah, it's just this little area up on top. And got those joined up. Excellent. So yeah, I can go start on the other side. So yeah, as soon as you hit the land that's already looks plowed, you can turn it around. So you don't need to do the whole thing. I'm kind of curious to see if it will detect that it's already plowed with the worker. So I'm going to do this.
My tooltip is only showing some of the info. How do you get more of that again?
What do you mean your tooltip?
Well, so for example, I want to change the the width, because right now when I do Control W, it's only doing about a third.
Oh, Control Alt W.
Control Alt W. Okay, reset width.
Yep. I've got
I
buttons.
thought
I've got buttons that do that for me. I programmed buttons on my Stream Deck to do that.
Ah.
Yeah.
There we go. That's about as good as it can get.
Let's try to hire a worker. I just want to see if he can detect. If he's smart enough, which I'm assuming he's not, but if he's smart enough to detect the plowing is already done. I don't know what they detect on that. But obviously the rocks in this are going to be a little bit nastier.
Yeah, I was noticing that on the map.
Yeah. So the rocks are going to be out of sync, but that's pretty minor.
Catch up in a harvester too.
Yeah. They go from yellow to orange to red, and then they stay red until you get them. But if you get them, if I pick them up at orange, right? So if I went out and gathered all the rock, which takes some time, by the way. All right. The next time we plowed, they would come right back as red, and I would have to do it all again. Oh, hey, look at that! It actually detected that it was plowed already. That's good. Very, very nice. Yeah, supposedly the new version of the game, the AI helper system has been like massively overhauled. And I certainly have my wish list of God, I hope they did this sort of thing. But we need to decide what we're going to plant on this new ginormous field. Ooh, we're going to need another plant. We're going to need a DB120. If we tried to use that 1775 for this, oh my God, we would be here all day. Trying to get that little itty bitty planter to plant this stupid field. And the DB120 is a pricey little beast. Methane is actually worth quite a lot right now. I might... Um, hmm. So purchase planters. DB120. This is my baby here. I was really hoping that the fair would have one of these on display this year, but I think like 1 year, many years ago, they had one, and I kind of missed out. Gotta go to the BKT tires. How much is this gonna? 372,000. Yep. All right. Normally, I have like when he gets into the late game, I have like 8 of these tractors. Because there have been times where I have a field where I have 6 workers on one field, right? Like I have situations where I've got, I've got 2 harvesting, and then behind those 2 harvesters, I have 2 sprayers fertilizing, and then I'll have 2 plows, and they'll all be like working on one field together. Yeah, pretty crazy setup, but we need to get the lime. And this field is going to take a lot of lime. Good thing I've been anticipating the lime, and there we go. Got 1 million lime. Because I'm gonna relime this whole field. Oh hey, look at that! The big Berthas grew. I didn't think they were gonna grow that fast, but apparently I set them to grow really fast. Oh well, it is what it is. I'm thinking oats for this next harvest. Because for one, they're like a 4-month. Either oats or sorghum. Yeah, oats or sorghum. Sorghum would basically lead us into getting some chickens, but we can't afford chickens, right? We're yeah. Trust me when I say we can't afford chickens right now.
Should I put this plow about where it was before?
Yeah, there's one over. I put mine over there, so just kind of line it up, back it up into that one, and God, the autosaves are just so obtrusive. And you can see this like gap in the rock through the field. That's where I accidentally placed that road. So for some reason, when you place this gravel, right, it completely obliterates the rock potential. I don't know why the game does this, but anytime you terraform, right, if I raise or lower or straighten or flatten any of this land or repaint it, right, it just eliminates this rock layer. I don't know why. The rocks are literally like randomly generated. It's just like a noise pattern. So why is that? I just don't understand it. So let's grab some more. Yeah, and we're a long ways from cows as well. So we got to think like, what can we do to make the money to get us to there? Because like we can't jump right into like livestock and cereal and creating all the cool things, because there's just no way to afford all of that. I like buying my animals in nice even numbers that allow them to duplicate. So chickens would be good, but 50 super chickens would be like, I want to say 25 million. And we don't have 25 million. So let's use this silage that we're getting. We're getting lots of silage. And we're going to put it over to our methane. Because right now, this is our best way of making the money to actually get to a point where we can make the money. There we go. Give us all that juiciness. Give me the stone. So one of the reasons why the metal chain, making the iron ore, making the metal, one of the reasons why that's so expensive is it's basically just like doesn't involve farming at all. It's just a simple like make iron, make metal, make more iron, make more metal. Like it's just like yeah. The reason we need money is I need to fill that DB 120 with goodies. We ran out of diesel. This little guy's still has wood chips. Alright, where's that DB-120? This baby. This is gonna be a monster. But at the very least, we can fill up the fertilizer for free. Because I have been real... Oh, maybe not. Shit. Oh, I do have some fertilizer in here. Okay, good. I haven't been making it over here. It's got plenty of the digestate, but I need to feed it lime. To give it that. Where's my... So, we have... The fertilizer trigger is like right over the fertilizer tank. 400,000 liters should be fine. And then need to open the little back there. Yeah, you're really not meant to drive 40 miles an hour with this thing behind you, because yeah, if you were in a normal tractor, the fastest you'd be able to go would be like 10 miles an hour with this thing. So yeah, seeds. We need the seeds. Since we only have one of these, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fill this up, because why not? 400,000. It's only $6,000, not bad. And then I think we decided on, because if we do oats, we would be able to put some in the farm factory for future cereal production, as well as the general mill for flour, and then we'd be able to make bread in the bakery. We really like, I mean, bread is an okay thing to make. It's not super lucrative because it's so easy to make. I made it pretty cheap. But so if we look, say oats, right? $22 for 1,000 liters. And then we go to flour, $7 for 1,000 liters. Because I do believe you get more flour volume per oat, like 1.5. So flour is really not worth much. But then bread jumps that up. So unfortunately, I should have rebalanced the oats, because for some reason bread also takes up more space. I think it's like a 2x increase. So you get more, the chain as you go down. The reason why it's balanced the way that it is the volume increases as you go down. So the oats, yeah, they're worth okay. I mean, 1,000,000 liters will only be $22,000, which is pretty nuts. But by the time you get down to bread, the 1,000,000 liters might be 2,000,000 liters. So instead of being 18, it's actually 36 for the same volume. And then you've paid for the production. So, it's up to you whether you just sell outright. But yeah, I think I tweaked these values last time without really considering the issue. I might have to rebalance that again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go around the field once it's done being limed. What I try to do is the headlands. I do kitty corners when I have two of these. So I do kitty corners. I might just buy another one of these, because like it would be so much easier to do this with two. So I can plan out having two of these. But this is how I do all my fields. These big fields, I always basically have two of these on. And so I do the headlands. I go, this one will be on this corner, and then the opposite corner on that other kitty corner will be the other one going the other way. And so I'll have the two headlands done, and then I'll turn them around, and then I'll hire the worker on each side. That way they have at least one headland of a buffer. But you still have to watch them, especially when there's like fields next to one another. Because they're so wide, sometimes the AI will, instead of going like one way across the field, they'll go the other way and completely override one of your fields. It's not a happy situation. So yeah, you gotta kind of babysit them still. So we'll get this one ready, and then so you can sell that silage, those bales, those colorful bales. The trailer should be right there. I parked it right near the bales, and then just grab a truck and yeah, load up the bales and just sell them.
There's a truck here that's still running.
Yeah, well, that was the metal. Why the metal did the metal not unload? Oh, it did unload. It's just it doesn't hold very much. Okay, well, I have to recoup some of my money.
Well, that's the only truck I'm seeing.
Yeah, the only other one is the wood truck over on the sawmill. But I'll park this thing at the carpenter and then unhook it. And then you can, because we need to offload the armoire. Good thing that the trailer actually loads as long as the backs. There you go. There's the truck. Look at that. Armoire is 10 million liters. We're gonna make some money. Okay.
Now when I drop them off, it's at that drop-off point next to the store, right?
Yeah, the sell everything pad.
Okay.
Load me up some armoire. And what is that worth? I think basically the wood-based stuff I kind of made static as far as the value goes. Yeah, this is jumping around a little bit, but it's really not. I think there's a lot of variance with it. Where's the armoire at? Furniture, planks. There it is. 368. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. And this is the old value. This is why I had to have that other mod. For reasons. Okay. So yeah, all the mods, the map, all the mods, all my customized mods are all available. Yeah, you have to like actually unload them.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was waiting for a sec to be able to ask you that. Now does it automatically drop them in so I could like place them on the trailer and then just move the trailer? Or do you have to...
Well, do you remember how to unload those, right? You hit Y and you use the mouse. Yeah, you use the mouse to drag them over, and the ones that are over the trigger will sell. Yeah, it's kind of this is why I get away from using bales on this particular setup, because that sell everything bale trigger is too low. So they don't unload directly off the trailer, and I can't raise it up because it interferes with other triggers and it doesn't work. So it's like, this is why the game has like separate buildings for this, because it's like yeah, it's kind of squirrely. So I'm gonna purchase another one of these planters. That got to go to the BKT tires. And then GPS, no. Lights, yes. I don't do the vacuum blower because it's loud and annoying when you're planting. That's all you hear when you're planting is that vacuum blower. Clean air disc configure. I usually don't do that because I usually always plow. This is what you would use if you didn't plow. So we're going to buy another one of these babies. I mean, it's only $372,000. I mean, why not? Right? Why wouldn't you buy another one of these? Oh. Okay, the liming should be close to done. It is. So you can see that the tractor on this corner, and I go to the opposite corner way down here, and I'll do another one. All the other yellow dots you see, those are all collectibles that we have to... Well, I was going to leave those for us because I don't want to run around and grab them. And of course, we're redoing the lime up here, which is fine. We've used 200,000 liters of lime already. Yeah, it's really interesting. Like, I come from a farming family. There's a lot of farming in my family tree. Not once did I ever hear anybody mention liming a field. Not once. I've heard many stories, many stories about farming and about the things and stuff that are done on farms, and not once did somebody mention that they had to lime the field. You know, that's a little something you would remember. You know, somebody talking about... Well, you know, you hear somebody talking about, like, yeah, we had to buy, you know, 600,000, you know, 7 tons of lime and blah, blah, blah. Like, you would remember stories like that, I would think. And the fact that I don't remember one single mention of lime or you know, anything like that on a field. I don't know. Maybe it's specific to a region. Maybe there are certain regions where you need to sort of massively adjust the pH, because that's what liming does. It adjusts the pH of the soil. So I would imagine that's the reason why you would do it. But
the Midwest is pretty rich soil, so that's probably what it is. Is just that in our areas they just don't need to.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the company is out of Germany, so maybe their soil is like really acidic, and they need to tamp down the pH. I think lime is more caustic than acidic, but I avoided chemistry in school like the plague. I did not want anything to do with chemistry. It scared me. Where I live, there's lots of lime in the ground. Oh yeah, lime. There's lots of lime everywhere. It's the primary sink for CO2 for the natural processes of the world. Like the white cliffs of Dover, you know, the famous white cliffs. That's pure limestone. The white cliffs of that's all limestone, all ancient coral. Right? It's ancient coral and unbelievable amounts of CO2 that's captured in limestone. Just crazy. Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking for... Oh, there it is, finally. Oof, it's tough to find these in this grass.
Yeah, it's a challenge. There's a ton of them north of the grass field. Oh my God, there's a ton of them up there. As soon as you start seeing the yellow dots, then they're pretty They're pretty easy to. Well, they're not easy to find. The ones in the grass are still. They're still hard. They're still hard to find.
Since I'm in the southern region, I'm going to grab this one here. It's probably going to be a while before we expand to here, but...
I typically, well, go for what's affordable. So the east part is more affordable than the west extremes. So the western, the far, far western line, north, you know, the, 1, 11, 21, that far western set, those are more expensive than the far eastern. Because what I did is I just increased the price as the layers as you go out, spiral out from the center. I could have subdivided the land differently. I mean, it was pretty trivial the way I divided it. I essentially used the, oh my god, there's one little strip left over. That's funny. I basically used the no man's land sort of plots design that he used. Now that was not a 4X map. That was just a simple base game map. So they had way fewer of the little plots than I do. But there's 60 of them on this map. 15 per 1X map. It's funny, when I was editing this map together for this set of streams, I could not remember how I did the texture that I used for the fields. We'll lower that down to nothing. Yeah, there's a way that I made the texture in Photoshop, because essentially I just created the texture and then loaded it into the map, and it just generated all the fields. It was really kind of nice. But I don't remember how I made it so it was all subdivided right. I apparently did not save that Photoshop file, PSD file. Look at that. 280,000 liters of lime in that field. I also cut down the number of collectibles by a lot. I took out all the animal-based collectibles.
That's a good thing, because these would be tedious to collect a whole bunch of.
Yeah.
It's already tedious.
Yeah, because all the animal ones, I literally were centered around the animal pen that I got rid of from the old version of the map. So, and I just didn't want to be bothered. But I thought the snowmen would be appearing. Oh, they did. Okay, cool. So here's one. This only appears in yeah. Oh my god, I'm moving too fast. Eat that. We don't have snow. It's December. We don't have snow. I turned that off. But that's a snowman, and you can collect him. $250,000. And there is, let's see, where's the... I cannot
I noticed
remember.
that there was one on a roof.
Aha! I had to move this one here. 250,000, and there's another collectible there. Now, how do you get up on that roof?
A ladder in the back. That's how I've been doing it, but I'm not sure if that works for you. The client seems to be able to scale height or the side.
Oh, there we go. And then this one, yeah, this one on the roof. And this is going to give us a huge amount of money. Those are little Easter eggs, the little snowmen. But there's only 3 of them. But it gives you quite a bit of money. So now we've got some money to work with.
There's a missing patch of grass where this.
Yeah, if I was like painting grass, so if I spotted one, I didn't grab it. I just removed the grass around it so it was easier to see. So yeah, just replace the grass. That was
Okay.
ooh, that's not very much. Okay. It is what it is. All right. Next seeder is ready to go. Let's do. I think oats is kind of what we decided on.
Yeah, I think that's what you were talking about.
So again, we go to the kitty corner version. We go to the kitty corner of this from where the other one is.
Oh, I hate when I'm like right on top of the thing, but I just can't see it.
Yeah. Yeah, if that happens, what I usually do is I just sort of like I slow way down to like 0.5 speed, and I just slowly like I start spiraling around until I can see the collect on the UI, and I'm like, I know it's here because I have the collect, so I'm just gonna collect it. Because there was one time I could not find it. Could not find it because it was just below the surface of the ground.
Oh.
And I was like, no wonder I can't see it. Even though the collect was there, I still couldn't see it. Oh, trying to line these up can be a pain in the ass. There we go. Okay, so we're going to hire the worker here. Let him travel a little ways till he gets to about halfway. And then hire the worker on this one. Let him go. Because I don't want them to go back and forth from this direction. I want them to turn around and go more south. Kind of how I do it. That way they have a headland that they can turn around in. That's why I stagger their start as much as I can. I've kind of got this down to a science just because I've done it so many times. And yeah, unfortunately, I can't really have the cool, relaxing music that I had last time. Man, I got blasted. That stream got blasted with copyright claims. And yeah, whoever, like, I reached back out to the artists because they had given me permission years ago to use their music. And so yeah, I knew he had basically like whitelisted my channel as like okay to use, and the last couple years has been, it's like YouTube's policy has completely reversed on it. Like they no longer like like they no longer allow artists like like you can't even like give permission for people to use. Like I don't even know what they do behind the scenes, but it's really annoying. All right. There's our armoire ready to rock and roll. So also what I did with this JCB is I allowed it to automatically discharge. So if we look at, say, any electric charge, yeah, that doesn't use electric charge. This does, though. Yeah. I have automatic delivery. But if we just drive over a trigger point with this, you can see it actually discharges, which is why it's in the back of a truck. Right? You can see it's discharging automatically there.
Alright, looks like 3 left to get, at least in the fields. It'd probably be a good cash boost to collect out the last few in the town, but I don't think you really care about that, do you?
It's usually like in case of emergencies, break glass kind of thing. Like,
yeah.
if we absolutely need the money, then we can grab them. If not, we can just leave them sit there. It doesn't hurt anything.
I don't know why, but that reminded me of a gag I saw somewhere. It's a picture of one of those, you know, if emergency break glass, but inside is a dustpan and like mini broom or brush, and and it says in case of broken glass.
All right, so we should be seeing, yep, oats going in. So the next two plots I want to get are 34 and 44. So we need to get those. We need to get the grass reset on those. Unfortunately, this armoire, this is going to give us about $3 million. Which might sound like a lot, but it's really not. Not with this set of mods and production, so...
Easy come, easy go.
Yeah, it was about just making that amount of armoire was like a million and a half just in production, because we need to make the planks and stuff, and then we need to make the metal, and then we need like, so it's just compounds. I didn't spreadsheet it. I didn't go like crazy over the top with like looking at each number and breaking it down per liter, blah blah blah. I didn't do that. I could do that. I should do that. Part of me wants to do that, but the other part of me goes, oh, no, I don't have the time for that. But yeah, we are gonna grab 34 and 44. Because you can see value 1.4 million. So the further you get out from around your center core here, the more money it is. So 34 and 44 would allow us to build another field right there, and I want to do that. So we're gonna buy that one, and we're gonna buy that one. Now we probably should mow them. Probably. I want to delete this custom field. Yeah. So we need to mow. We need to first repaint the grass on 34 and 44. I've been repainting the grass. I did most of the east and kind of the south corner. So this whole section, I've been painting little spots. If you go to your map, I found this out. If you go to your map and on your crop types 2, if you enable grass, you can actually see where it's bad and all the badness. And then you can actually see where you missed on the places you did do. So I'm not too concerned with that, but it's just annoying. I might need to draw another road right here. I can go do that. Okay, so yeah, all that armoire just allowed us to basically buy those 2 plots of land. That's how expensive shit is in this. Yeah, that was like $3 million just to buy those plots. I'm gonna put this here because I have a feeling we have more. Empty pallet cart full. Wood chips, I might. Well, yeah, I might need to enable paper. Either that or grab some more carton roll out of it. All right. So yeah, we could get that and then mow it really quick. We can probably mow that pretty quick. I went through as much of the roads as I could to clear out, right? So there's like a little gap where this road is. Clear out the shenanigans. Because we don't want the shenanigans. Well, yeah, I was going to sell the miscellaneous, the root crop header. I don't need this anymore. There we go. We'll keep this because we already paid for this, and there's no point in selling it and rebuying it later because that just costs us more money. But yeah, the grass over here, this field, when I harvested it, so when I mowed this field, I got almost exactly 7 million liters of grass from that field. And I made sure to make a note of that because I wanted to compare it to what we get when it's grass, when it's actually like planted and fertilized, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah. All right. And obviously, I planted all these Berthas, even though I really didn't intend for these to be grown in one, like, in 1 month. I wanted those to be like, so, other than, I don't know what Oz is doing, but he's up on a,
Yeah, did you want me to do something?
yeah, can you start, do 34 and 44 with the grass, with the repainting of the grass?
Oh, repainting. Gotcha.
Yeah, because it's still gnarly, so bad grass. Oh, yeah. If you go to your map and you go to your crop types 2 and you turn grass on, for some reason grass defaults to off. But if you turn grass on, you can actually see where the gnarliness is, like where it needs to be repainted. Yeah, because it's sent. This is why the new version of the map, if you download the map today, it does not have this problem. I want to make that clear. It does not have this problem. I completely regenerated all the foliage. I, however, did not want to restart the map, this stream from last stream, so we just have to make do, and we're basically painting over the land with meadow, and we're erasing all of that. Because it's a lot, it sucks if you do it before you plow, because it's just bad. The plowing leaves the grass behind. It doesn't actually plow the field for some reason. I don't know why. So it essentially treats it as like millions of individual fields, which is not ideal. I don't know what that does to the game. But yeah, that is bad. It's very, very bad. So basically going over that again. Where's my methane truck? It is. Eventually we'll have unimogs for each type of tank. But for now, we'll just keep with this one.
You said 33, 34, and 44?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're directly to the west.
Yeah.
This has got a lot of silage to go through. We're actually going through quite a lot of diesel. I've rebalanced the iron to take a little bit more diesel than on average. So we're actually going through a decent amount of fuel, which is, it's actually nice. That was my intention, to have that happen. Okay, and these two trailers are cart and roll and empty pallet. Because as we place more factories, I've again updated all of my mods. So if you use this map, use all my mods. That's the whole point that's the whole point. So most of my factories that make products, right, end game products, require pallets and carton rolls to get the most out of the crap. And the way that I think of that, the reason why I think of that is, if the workers here's how I justified that. If the workers don't have to create the cardboard and the pallets, it gives them more time to work on the products, which is why you get the boost. If you most of my factories, if you supply both of them, it's a 25. It adds up to 25% boost because it's more time in the factory to do a thing, to work on the product rather than the packaging for the product. That's kind of how I justified that. Wood beam. Well, there are some more longboards in there. I could go grab some more of those longboards. Yeah, I might as well go grab them. Let's see. Ooh, this is not ideal. Nope, sir, you do not. You would run smack into that other one, and that would be a bad day for everybody. So I was actually defeated this week. One of my attempts to mod this game, it beat me. For the first time, I lost. I went into the round, and it was victorious. I could not, for the life of me, figure out the problem. I just, what I was trying to do. So the TARDIS mod has these, right? So this one is the forage wagon, and I'll show you what's special about that. Let's go hook it up. So I took the Colossus methodologies behind work area, right? So this TARDIS harvest, or this forage wagon, right? This is what you use to pick up, say, grass, has a range on it, right? So you can see that this one is set currently to 25 meters wide. It goes up to 50 meters, which I would love to test. But what I was trying to do is have a variant, basically that exact thing, that exact trailer, only have it as a stone picker with all of the same features and all of the same stuff, but be a stone picker. And I could not figure out how to get the animation, right? So the difference between the forage wagon and the stone picker, right? The forage wagon assumes nothing unfolds, and it has this little pickup. So there's an actual tag called a pickup for this, and this has a tag starts lowered equals false, which in the animation keyframe is very important. It's saying the model as it is, this little pickup starts folded equals false, which means it's like it needs to be unfolded, right? The pickup needs to be lowered. But in a stone wagon, it doesn't have support for this pickup. It assumes it has to be unfolded. And so you have to have a folding tag, a foldable tag. And the combination of variables, the tags that you have to put in, determine like which direction it actually animates. Like, I could not figure out how to get the thing to unfold, which is a different key than, you hit V to unfold or to lower the pickup. But the unfold for the stone thing, like, you hit X for that, so it's a different key. But how to get it to understand that to unfold it is at the bottom of its, or the max animation rather than lower. So a normal stone wagon, which I have one around here somewhere. I think it's back here, yeah. So this is one that works. Magnan stone picker. So this one, I was basically looking at this one as sort of a look-see, but this one you unfold, it actually has little arms that you unfold it out of. And the lowering of this actually is part of that animation. But the variables that they use, the unfolding is at the 0 point of the animation, right? So it starts folded and then you unfold it. Whereas the other one is the opposite of that. And so I tried every combination of variables that I could think of. Every combination of variables that sounded like it would make sense to me. Nothing worked. Nothing worked. And I was going out of my mind. And I was finally like, no, I'm throwing in the towel. I can't. I spent at least 8 hours. At least 8 hours on the problem. I could not figure it out. But I wanted the same sort of thing where you had, when you bought it, you would select the area up to 50 meters wide, because there's no stone pickers that are that wide at all, that I've been able to find. No reliable ones anyway. But yeah, I had to throw in the towel because I could not. I got it to unfold. I got all that stuff worked, but you couldn't turn it on. You would go to turn it on, and the warning would come up. You need to unfold this thing, and it was already unfolded. I could not figure out why it. Even the UI, right? Even the UI showed that it was unfolded, because you can see now it says unfold seeder. When it's unfolded, you can see fold seeder, right? So I was unfolding it, so it would say X to fold seeder, so I knew it was unfolded. I would hit B to start out up. The warning would come up, you need to unfold the seeder, or you need to unfold it. And I was like, it's already unfolded. Why doesn't it detect that it's not I could not figure out what was going on. I couldn't figure it out. And rather than throw my computer through the window, I just said, enough is enough, and I just gave up. Because I spent so much time on it, I started thinking, like, I could have grabbed that trailer there, I could have grabbed that one and edited the i3D, put all of the range things, the little arrows and stuff. I could have done all of that for that trailer in less time than trying to debug that other trailer, right? I spent so much time on it. So yeah, I was finally just like, enough is enough. Can't do it. Can't do it. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Okay. Oz is painting his heart's content over there. Good.
It's kind of funny because when you said that, you could tell it's a quote from that one guy, but
Yep.
it's the parody version. It's the Dana Carvey
Yeah.
impression.
Yeah, not everybody would get that. And it is that one guy. And that one guy is George Bush Sr. This is from like Saturday Night Live back when it was still kind of funny. Back in the early 90s.
I mean, each generation has their own brand of humor, but the brand of humor that they have now is... I don't know how it's considered humor. It's just weird.
Well, another thing that's problematic this day and age is
that everything's problematic?
Well, is that you can't be like, God forbid you like be offensive about something.
Yeah.
It's just like Everybody has to watch what they say. Even now in England, if you've noticed, like they're starting to arrest people for posts they do on like Facebook and stuff. Like if you make mean posts and stuff, they actually track you down and show up at your house to arrest you. One guy just got 23 months in prison for something he posted on like Facebook. They have straight up lost their minds. And they were getting trolled so hard by Americans, like one police district alone who was doing this, that they started blocking the IP numbers from the US. If it detected that you were a US IP number, it literally like would not allow you to even open the page. That's how it's the world is going crazy, everybody. And what's
we're not tyrants, and to prove we're not tyrants, we're gonna block you.
Yeah. I think if you're a politician, you should not be allowed to block people on social media at all, period. I don't care.
I think that kind of depends on how the social media is set up too, though. I mean, like, Facebook, you know, they straight up manipulate the results. So if there's manipulation involved, you know, if somebody's on that platform and they decide, you know, I just don't want to okay, I planted grass out here because there was one of those spots. How do I remove the grass again? Is it
Right click?
Okay. Ah, there it's working. It wasn't before.
Oh man.
Oh.
You're planting way out.
Cut grass, damn it.
Yeah, you're planting way out in the area that I already mowed.
Yeah, I noticed one of the things. Well, I'm sorry, I'm gonna plant it again because that's probably better than having a bad spot. There, just to make sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, this stuff is really insidious.
Yeah.
I noticed the main reason I'm super concerned with it is, if you mow it as the grass, as the bad grass spot, it does something to the terrain that doesn't really get reversed when you plow it. Like the little tuft of grass that's left over, doesn't go away when you plow it. It's weird. You have this little, like the ground itself looks plowed, but you still have this little tuft of grass sticking out of the plowed ground. It was weird, and I noticed it. I noticed it the last couple days when I was just mowing. I was just going through and mowing all the things, and yeah, it's really weird.
Yeah, I think I'm missing a setting or something because when I'm doing that, I can't see very far. There's, like, I can see it on yours too, where there's the light spot in the center, almost looks like a flashlight imprint.
Yeah, that's your.
You can't see the.
Yeah, that's because it only renders. One of the mods I added was construction zoom, so you have to zoom in a little bit. If you zoom all the way out, you're not able to even really paint very much, so you have to zoom in a couple notches on your mouse wheel. But yeah, you kind of just have to go slow and methodical. And then it's inevitable we're gonna miss some stuff, but it's fine.
I suppose if we miss a few, it's not a big deal. I shouldn't have went.
What I usually do is I catch them when I mow, and I just, because they're really obvious. The spots are really obvious after you mow because they're dark and they stick out like crazy. So, but we're not gonna mow the entirety of all this land over and over and over again. We're after these couple little spots, I'm going to kind of just mow that field that I've plowed, because then you can actually hire workers. When it's a field, you can just hire a worker that's on it. I did a lot of painting of grass the last couple weeks, or last couple days. I wish there was like a console command that I could just write. I was just like... But, unfortunately, all of this data is locked in textures. The info layers, it's basically just textures on a bitmap. Like colors on a bitmap is how the game tracks like what's planted and what's squares. And just is encoded with the different fill types and all that kind of stuff. So it's not straightforward. There's not like a separate layer for like carrots than there is potatoes, right? It's all one. All the fill types are kind of, or all the plantables are all like one type. And then there's different stages, which is like bit flags. Like it's not a really intuitive system, especially not to go in and edit it. And that includes the foliage layer. So the grass that we're painting, right? The meadow, that's actually just a bit flag in the foliage layer. That's just encoded to be this meadow grass. Like it's just kind of encoded to be that. And every map has that encoding.
I think I might have spilled into where you're working now.
Yeah, I saw some of the... I'm just kind of just methodically going back and forth. Wax on, wax off, wax on. I was actually looking into like how to maybe edit the brush size to get like giant brushes, even though that would be kind of dangerous to be using giant brushes. But like the brush sizes, like that whole system is like locked down. I don't know why, but like all of the brushes, all of the brush like logic and stuff is all not even a part of the SDK. It's just like, so that like that mod we have that makes it so you can paint textures like perfectly in straight lines. Like I don't know how they made that mod without cracking the file open. Like they must have hacked the file open, because the brushes that they access in there and the logic they access, that is not exposed to the SDK at all. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they did it. Let's go over here and purchase instruction. There's a few spots that we missed. They're just really hard to see.
Yep. I'm trying to go back and get the ones in my area here that I missed. Is there a way from the purchase menu to go straight into the map?
Oh, I wish, man. I tried everything. Okay. And I really wish the mini-map had that you could enable it on the mini-map, the view, right?
Yeah.
That would be really helpful, because then you could see like the dark spot on the mini map. Well, there's a weird bit of audio right here in this spot. It's like there's a map trigger or something right here that I missed.
I noticed at one point in the game, it sounded like I heard people talking in the background.
Yeah, that's like where my camera is. Like, because the template I used for this map I got from Farmer Bob or something like that. I think his channel was. And I don't know, he created just like a blank template for maps, for a 4X map. And that's what I used as the base for this. So, and I've gone through the files a lot. And I have not seen any weird sound triggers, but it seems like there's something. Yeah, it seems like there's something in that specific location, as if like whatever he used for the template, like was it was another map that he used and then stripped all the stuff out of it, but left like some weird audio triggers that I don't know. I haven't been able to figure out like where those come from. But it sounds like there's like a PA system that you run across. Okay, so this here I think is the road. Oh no. That's not the road. What? No, that is the road. Okay. We just went one too far. That's fine. We also got 33 and 34 apparently. 33 and 43, I mean. Maybe I did that. Maybe I mistakenly did those two. I don't know why.
Yeah, I think so.
Oops. Oopsie. Okay, so let's put the road in. And this is where that new mod is really shines. Is this? Yeah, it's this way. Okay. So we're gonna shrink that down 1. And then hit shift, and that will keep it a straight line. Oh, so this was so annoying without this mod. This mod has been a lifesaver. This straight line, paint in a straight line mod. Oh my god, it's so, because it limits your axis. With the first axis you move once you hit the shift key. It's brilliant, and it's all done in Lua, which, as everybody knows, may or may not know, I hate Lua with a passion. But anyway, now we need to get the mower out here and mow this plot of land. Now I would draw a field, like a temporary field, and just have the mower like courseplay. I just have courseplay do it. But drawing a field of that size and then like building a course based on a field of that size tends to take a while. The big fields, because that's why I started using courseplay to plow the fields. And that's, I think, how I plowed this field up here. So this field up here I plowed by basically going around the outside, leaving a little bit of room, so like this grass field here. So when I plowed the edges, instead of plowing it up to this edge, I plowed it like to maybe over here. I went down to here, but I plowed it only to this edge. And then the same on that side. And then I had a course, because I had a border around the field. I designed a course where the plow would go through on its own. And just that course took 3 or 4 minutes of the game being completely frozen, right? Not able to do anything else other than just like draw the nodes for that course, because there was a couple thousand nodes that it generated. So doing that in multiplayer, I mean, it would most certainly kick us off the server, like almost guaranteed, because the game would stop for like 5 minutes, right? So if I designed a course, let's say I built a course for this area over here, right? So this is 38 to 40 down to 58 to 60. So this square right here, if I did this entire thing as one course, which I don't usually do. I usually do 38 through 940, 48, 49, 50. I usually do these 6. So if I designed a course that was all this to plow the land, and I say had 3 plows, so it was 3 plows, it would still take upwards of 6-7 minutes to design to draw the nodes and stuff for course play. And at which time us as a multiplayer client would be sort of sitting waiting for a packet, and it'd be like, well, there's no packet, so boot, he's going to boot it. So we have to be very careful with course play on these giant fields and only generate them when we can. You want to take that mower and mow that field? I got the road planted. And yeah, it's just those 2 sections. Everything else is mowed. So there's just those 2 new sections, 34 and 44, that need to be mowed.
All right.
And then I can grab the forage wagon. I'm gonna reset this baby. I'm gonna try to have this thing be the beast 50 meter. This is gonna be so expensive. Oh my god, it's gonna be so expensive. Customize. Working with 50 meters. Crop guides red. Everything else is good to go. I'm going to keep it John Deere colors because reasons. So yeah, I made the working with stuff really expensive. It's $150,000 for that 50 meter wide. The trailer alone on its own is like 20,000. So it's like massively expensive. But oh, so worth it. So now, when you have these things lowered, look how wide that is. I also had to edit it quite a bit. I tweaked it because what was happening was the pickup was bouncing. Even if you weren't hitting anything, there must be some random number generator behind the scenes that causes like random bumps and stuff to happen. And it was skipping stuff in the field. So I went in and made some changes, and I hope I really hope that made a good change, but
Can you come look out here? Because as I'm mowing, it's like skipping huge patches of grass, and I don't know whether it's the game or me.
all right, let me see.
Or I mean server or client, I should.
Oh my god. What's going on? Would you come back here with that, please?
Okay. Okay, as I'm going backwards, it seems to be working fine. Nope. What the hell?
Yeah, for some reason, it was not detecting that you were unfolded. And yeah, that was a massive client problem there. Because what it looked like were you hadn't unfolded, like you hadn't unfolded your thing, so the grass was like not mowed. Well, don't fold it back up.
I want to basically start with clean slate. because I think it might still be, might have still been a problem. Okay, is it done folding now?
It's done on. It's done
wow.
folding.
Okay, it was in a partially folded state on my screen, and then instantly in a snap it was folded. So
And now it's unfolded. Now you gotta lower it.
Yep.
And now you can.
But between each stage, I'm trying to give it a little bit extra time.
Yeah. Give it some sync time.
Yeah. If it's still having trouble, I might have to just reconnect.
Yeah. I mean, I am, to be fair, streaming to 2 different platforms, capturing the video, and playing the game, and hosting the game. I don't know, like, what would be entailed in doing the dedicated server. Interesting. That still has the course from the old course that I generated yesterday. Huh. Nope. While you're in there, next after you turn around, and you have a little bit of time, hit the delete key, and that should bring up the course play stuff.
Okay.
And for some reason, I just heard that weird.
Oh, that weird noise thing?
No, I hear your engine sounds.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, every now and then this game does that to you.
So yeah, I intended for you to do that on your straightaway while you had some time, like, to turn around and do all of the things that you need to do. I
was going to do some headlands.
Oh, if you do the headlands, then I definitely need to pick up the grass because.
Well, I don't need to. I can.
You don't need to, but you can if you want to. I mean, it's up to you. I just pick up the grass because if you've got a couple rows of, like, grass mounded on the ground, then it can be a bitch to go when you get to the end of a field to kind of hop your machine over that. But yeah, what you need to do is just reset your course play settings on that machine. I hope that the client. Okay? I hope the client can do that. But yeah, you hit delete, and there's a little, like, circle with a line through the middle, sort of like the universal like cancel. There should be an icon or two in that UI that pops up, which just basically deletes the course from that thing.
Okay, go ahead and do that then.
Yeah, go ahead and do that because we don't need that course anymore. We're not going to be mowing that big strip of ground.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
Looks like it worked.
Yeah, because that is a huge amount of data that is associated with that vehicle, right? All of those nodes, literally like 2,000 nodes. Those are all basically saved with that vehicle. And so that is a huge amount of data. Every node is a separate XML entry. That's not, the data is not encoded in a binary format. It's all like XML, like node X, Y, and Z, and then node X, Y, and like literally thousands of XML tags. That's what makes up those courses, which is a monstrous amount of data. But that's what happens when you have Lua, right? That's how Lua works. Is just big volumes of data like that, just grotesque amount of data. You don't have to turn it off. You can just raise it up. You can hit V to raise it up, turn it around, and hit V to lower it back down again. You don't have to turn it on and off when you do that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a difference. You know, either way, you have to hit a key to do it.
True, that is true.
I do.
If you can
I
hit
do,
B, if you can hit B better than V, then more power to you.
Yep. Main reason I do it that way is because there's occasional sync issues with the game with raising and lowering. So.
Oh, that is true. Let's see. When I am, can I get? Oh my God, this is going to be effing glorious. One pass with this 50-meter wide will be able to get 4 passes of the mower. That's how wide that is. That's
Nice.
That's going to be glorious. It's going to really speed up picking up that kind of stuff. Let's see. What was I going to do? I was going to do something. Oh yeah, I was going to bring. We are going to need to plow this field. Let's grab this. So yeah, we're going to have to basically manually plow this, which is going to be, it's going to take a while. Because I'm going to probably have to give you permission to create fields.
Dangerous.
That's dangerous, but what I'm going to do to try to minimize the danger is I'm going to plow a border around the whole field of the size of the field. And then all we need to do is plow the center of that with the create fields. And that should eliminate most of the potential for disaster. OS level disaster. We want to reduce the OS level disaster.
Oof.
But yeah, the process of creating fields can be, especially if you're not paying attention, because I've never done this. I swear to God, I've never done this. Honest. Like starting a plow, creating a field, and like looking over at a YouTube video, and then looking back and realizing you've gone like way beyond what you wanted to. It's like, oh shit, whoops. But I've never done that. I swear, I've never done that. I need to bring us up in speed to at least real time.
I think he might not be telling the truth.
I swear.
Not sure though.
But I swear. Swears it. On the precious. So I'm thinking we're gonna do corn in this little patch here. If nothing else, we could get the chaff from the corn and turn that into silage and then turn that into methane. It's kind of a multi-step process, but as far as like making enough money to buy enough land to have enough fields, like remember, the animals alone are going to be horribly expensive. Because we got to go with the super cow and the super chicken. So that alone is going to be crazily expensive. All right. As he gets that going, I'll turn that off. Wage payment. I'm not paying him. Why is that a wage payment? Yeah, let's. Bingo. Oh, wait, that is glorious. Let's see. Let's see how she does. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at all that pickup. Glorious. Cheating? Of course. It's a mega farm. How do you propose we do that? I mean, I could generate a course and then copy and paste that course many times, but meh. Why would we want to do that? It sounds like the game would not really appreciate that.
Yeah.
I mean, the generating of the courses is fine. I just wish that algorithm, the people that coded that, did it in a way that, or at least tried to do it in a way that was a little bit more friendly.
What does it steal? You steal your lunch money right now or something?
It steals all of my computer resources. Like, the game literally freezes solid.
Yeah.
When you're generating that, and the fact that it generates a node, right? It generates a node roughly like every like 10 meters. So when you have a field that literally is, I mean, this field, remember, this size right here, this quarter of this map, this is the size of a base game map, right? So a field that is this big is, that's what, 4 squares out of 15. That is almost a third. So you're generating a field a third the size of a base game map, and then you want to generate a course on that field? Like, it takes a while. And that algorithm, I wish, ideally it would be, the scripting engine in the game would be something better. Because in C#, I could think of a way to do that in a separate thread that wouldn't even bother the base game, and it would be extremely fast. The math and stuff involved is actually extremely fast. It's just the fact that it's all Lua based. It's all based on like crappy Lua stuff, and yeah, not my favorite.
That was weird. The mower was just frozen in place. Maybe was there a autosave that just happened?
No, but God only knows what happens with that. So
Yeah.
yum 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 yum. Yeah, I really hope the whole music thing is sorted out, because I really like to try to do a music only, like, relaxing series, and just because there's a few channels that I've found that they just do the generic farming sim stuff, and they just have music playing in the background. And then they do a supercut where they combine like 10 episodes together into one long one, and they get an incredible amount of views on those, way more than the individual episodes. So it's like, one guy, his episodes get maybe 1,000 views, a piece, but then his supercut at the end has like 20,000 views. And it's like 4.5 hours long, 20,000 views. And there's no commentary, and it's all fast forwarded. So it's like 2x speed of farming, and it's just music in the background. And so I was looking at that going, wow, that would be super easy content to make. You know, just play FarmingSim for an hour, record the episode, and then render it at 2x speed and put music over it. Right? I could do that, no problem. The only issue is the music. That is the big issue. What music do you play? Well, I looked at YouTube's like generic like royalty-free music, and there are a couple relatively decent, maybe good, borderline okay tracks, you know, songs, but obviously for the most part it's super generic and like, oh my god, because these would be just played on a loop, right? I would have like 10 songs that would just sort of play. They would just be not necessarily randomized, but they would just play in on a big loop for every episode. And you know, you have to pick at least decent songs. And I was like, what songs does this other guy use? Because there's actually 2 or 3 channels that have basically the same formula. And so I installed the app on my phone that actually can detect what music is playing. Because I was like, what is that app? And it's called like Shazam or something like that. And you start the app and you just, if there's music in the background, it'll detect it and it'll tell you what that music is. It's crazy. It's crazy. No longer do you have to be like, I wonder what music that is. Like, no, you just use an app for that. And so I looked up some of the songs that he was playing. Right? And this guy has been doing this for literally years, like at least a couple of years. He's just been one FarmingSim series after another, one supercut after another. He's got like 96,000 subscribers, and his supercuts get thousands upon thousands of views. So I was like, wow, this guy is onto something here. This is really, really interesting. And so I looked up the music using this app. It's all copyrighted music. It's all artists and known music, like, you know, and I'm like, he's using copyrighted material. That means at best he's sharing revenue at best with YouTube or with these artists. And I don't know what the split is. Like, is it 50-50? I doubt that it's 50-50 if you're using somebody's music. It's probably more like 90-10 or 80-20, right? I'd have to actually search YouTube's like what their percentages are, but I can guarantee you it's probably not 50-50, because that would be crazy. But even if it was, you are sharing. I mean, even a supercut at 20,000 views. Now remember, not all those views are going to watch the whole thing, of course. But your CPM on a supercut is more than an individual episode. The longer form formats are highly favored by YouTube because they can show more ads in that content than they can on a single like 30-minute long episode. So a single 30-minute long episode might have one mid-roll, whereas a 4-hour video might have a mid-roll every 30 minutes, right? And so there's huge more ad revenue generated per view on a longer form video. So you might be getting 3 or 4 on a CPM. So 20,000 views, I mean, you're looking at $100 for that. Maybe more for that one supercut. And the supercut is no more work than putting all of your other videos together in one, right? It's just editing them together. And so, you know, you're making $120 off of that one. Well, what's the revenue cut? You're cutting that revenue at least in half. So is sitting down recording 10 hours and posting 10 videos of FarmingSim, 10 hours of video for $50. If you calculate all that, that's $5 an hour. I mean, it's more than what I'm making, for sure. But would that be worth it? And I can guarantee you, if I did a series like that, it probably wouldn't get that many views. Because this guy's been doing it for years. So the algorithm, the algorithm knows him very well. It knows like to recommend his video to FarmingSim people. But so I can almost guarantee you, if I did a series like that, it probably wouldn't immediately catch on. I would have to do many of them. But my hope was to get this map and this set of mods and all of this done in a way that that I could try to do that with music that I didn't have to share revenue on, which is why I tried to play music last stream, which failed miserably because I got blasted by the YouTube ad revenue or copyright revenue, whatever you call it, sharing service, even though the artist of the original content tried to whitelist my channel to prevent that. The back-end system just ignores that completely. It's like, oh, we don't care. We don't care at all. So I don't know what YouTube expects. How does a studio get the rights? If they, let's say I'm a game studio and I buy the rights to a song to put in my game, right? I spend a lot of money buying those rights. How then do I protect people streaming that from getting hit by that music? Some studios don't do that, right? Far Cry didn't. When I tried to play Far Cry 4, every one of those streams was blasted with copyright notices because of the music that was playing in the background. And so it was like, not all studios protect content creators. So how does the studio actually do it? How do you actually prevent the content from being flagged? I don't know the answer. I wish I did, because then I would tell the guy how to do it. Because right now I've got like 9 or 10 copyright claims on the previous stream of this. And I only disputed one of them because of the danger. If I let's say I disputed all 9 of them, right? All a person would have to do on the other end of that is uphold 3 of those disputes. All they would need to do is uphold 3 of them, and my channel would be deleted. That's 3 copyright strikes in one shot, just like that. That's why I didn't dispute all 9 of them. Because to give somebody that much power over your channel is not a good idea. Yeah, I could go, Joe, I could absolutely go and generate AI music. I'm a little worried about doing that, though, because the music that is generated by the AI, because I've generated a lot of songs. I could actually play you a few songs that I've generated for some family members. But my concern is that there are certain rhythms and beats. So the entire content system behind the scenes is algorithmically based, right? All it's doing is matching notes. So what happens if an AI generated song like sounds like another song, right? It may be an AI generated song, but if the chords that it uses, if the notes in a specific order that it uses are more or less like sound similar to song XYZ, that is going to get picked up by the algorithm. The algorithm is going to trigger on that. Unless you can tell me that does not happen at all, which would be, I don't know. I I would be surprised if
I mean, if I were creating a service like that, I would have an option to integrate, or integrate an option to make it so that it would check for copyright issues.
well then you would have to have you would have to have sort of knowledge of every song ever played that's copyrighted. Which, don't get me wrong, they probably used a huge amount of that just to train the AI to make the songs. But how do you prevent an AI generated song from triggering an algorithm that's just made to try to match notes in a song? But is it made AI say their name a lot in the song and every song? Yeah, I could literally generate a song that's like, generate a song about that's about how Flexible Games is the best YouTube channel, and it would literally generate a song about that. And I could pick the genre of song, right? I could pick whatever I wanted. It's a beautiful system, and if I was an artist, I would be crazy worried about it. And I just heard a duck sound. What is that?
That would be a coffee.
Oh, that's Jesus. How did you customize your sound effect? Like,
when you have Discord Nitro, it allows you to customize it.
oh,
It has some preset options, and then I think there's also you can upload your own.
wow. Oh my God, Coffee joined the server. Holy shit. Oh, that was a pause. All right. How far? We're about half. Oh, he's doing a halfway mark right now. Excellent. I need to allow Coffee. Oh, he hasn't joined our farm yet. Oh my God, he hasn't joined our farm yet. I mean, he doesn't have to join. He could, be a freehand farmhand for a while. I don't know.
I could.
Couldn't really create his own farm though, because there's no land available on the map that actually is affordable. If you start a new farm, you get like 500 grand. There's not a plot of land on the map that's 500 grand right now. I can guarantee you that. Oh, let's see. Manage, trade, cut trees. I'm gonna be very careful with the whole create fields thing. I'm gonna be very, very careful with that. One thing, if you wanted to try Coffee, is, while I know we got a bunch of wood near our base, one of the to-do lists is to go to the edge of the map. I've started creating a road kind of around the border of the map. And if you go to the very edge of the map, for the most part, I've tried painting a road. And one of the elements on the to-do list is to go through with the logging truck and cut down trees that are encroaching or close to that road. We want to leave some trees on the edge of the map, just for some sort of border, but I try to trim the trees back to be, 5 or 10 meters away from the road, and then leave the trees that are at the border, or basically in between, like halfway in between the road and the edge of the map, halfway in between there. On the road side, those trees need to be cut down, but on the map, on the edge side, those trees can be left. And just kind of I would go directly east from the base with one of the logging trucks.
Yep.
And then start south. So you go directly east to the edge of the map, and then you turn around and you go south, and you start cutting logs down, because that's probably the direction we're going to be building first, is that side. And so I think I've got a road. I wish the roads would show up on the mini map. I wish the painted roads would actually show up.
Yeah, I know some games or some maps somehow it does that updating thing, but not all of them. Because I know at least it updates and adds fields to it, and I wish it did it with more things.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, nice. You start with chainsaw.
Oh yeah, we've had a chainsaw for a
For
long.
the first time, I encountered a bug. Apparently, after you buy a chainsaw, and allegedly it's only a specific chainsaw, the game becomes out of focus. Like you're not wearing your glasses or something. And you just gotta exit out completely and restart it. But I've never encountered that bug before.
After you buy a chainsaw, that happens? That's really weird.
Yeah. And only the first chainsaw that you buy in a map, it does that. It's interesting.
That's weird.
And then, like, a day later, I saw a post on Reddit talking about the same thing. And I'm like, huh, never knew that was a bug.
Alright, I'm gonna go dump this grass. Just so I can start. $3.68 million liters. Somebody remember that.
3.68?
That's about half of the section. I think I calculated a rough estimate of when you mow the meadow, because I wanted to compare it to the grass that I've got planted, the yields. When you mow the meadow, it almost comes out perfectly to 3.5 million liters per segment for meadow. So each rectangle, 3.5 million liters of grass. So once that grass field actually grows and I harvest it, seeing how much grass at the end of it was going to be really, really interesting. To compare the meadow. Yeah, Javi, early on today, I described being defeated by the mod that I was trying to get working defeated for the first time. Could not figure it out. I was watching like tutorial videos. I was looking up everything I could possibly look up, and I could not figure it out. And I think it's like 50-50. Like me not being able to figure out, and the way that it's programmed is just not intuitive. Like it's not coded right. Not okay. Right is not the right word, but like okay. So one of the variables determines like which direction the animation plays. But rather than use something understandable, it's a 1 or a 0. And then there's another variable that does something similar. It's a 1 or a -1, right? It's just like And then I looked at the Lua code. I looked at the back end code of how these values are used, and it's literally they're just comparing like, is this equal to 1 or is this equal to 0? They could have just as easily made this equal to up or this equal to down. They could have very easily made those like strings instead of numbers. So the fact that they're just numbers is just like, I can't tell if it's on or off. There it is. Okay. Weird. So yeah, I could not figure out. I described it a little earlier today, but because the stone picker is fundamentally different than a forage wagon, even though they had the same animations, for some reason the stone picker was like assuming it was like going back. I don't know. I don't know, but yeah, it was frustrating because there was no like direct, this is what this variable does. When you look at the SDK, it's like the variable name is start move direction. Start move direction. And then you look at the help. What's the help description? Start move direction. It's like, how about we not use the name of the variable in the actual description of what it does? Like, let's start there. You know, it's like saying, like, what's the definition of apple pie? What's apple pie? Like, it's like, that doesn't help anybody that doesn't know what apple pie is. So yeah, just super frustrating. Wow, my damage on my tractor is already 13%. Damn. I need to repair that shit. I might need to buy another tractor.
The game does not like some of this logging.
Just some of it?
How so?
Oh, the lag spikes I'm getting.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah, you're cutting down. You're basically converting a static object into a dynamic physics enabled object. And yeah, it has to do that in a blink of an eye. So you will likely see lag spikes because of that. All right, is there anything I can do here? Oh, this vehicle is still on. Damn it! I didn't turn it. Let's go get the longboards from over here.
okay, I'm at the beginning of a line, but I have to go AFK, so if you can take over on that buggy.
Okay.
Or should I just turn it off?
I can jump in.
Get a little ways away from the field here. Back to the wall.
Yeah, I could. See, if I were to generate music, Joe, if you're still there, if I were to generate music, I'd want it to be instrumental. Saying my, like, having vocals and stuff in there, like, if you're just, like, just kind of relax and chill and have something going on in the background, which is kind of what I use those videos that I mentioned for, just the farming sim that have music on. It's just kind of, while I'm programming or while I'm doing something, I just have them on a background noise. And I would more or less want it to be instrumental. And yeah, proving that you've used an AI to generate something like that is probably a little bit harder. But yeah, I don't know how else I would do it. What the hell?
It's funny, it seems like the lag is really only when I'm walking. When driving, it doesn't happen. And not while cutting down the trees, just walking in between trees. I've seen that happen in other multiplayer games of FarmingSim.
Yeah, I don't know how to do as far as like, because the one AI I know of that can do that is Suno. That's the one music generating AI that I've used. I don't know if there's any others. If there are others that allow you to sort of mention stuff randomly, otherwise I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know how to generate a song with just some random word in there somewhere. At least and have it sound good. Like flexible games, like that doesn't. Yeah, I've certainly thought of Suno doing it. My only concern is like, what happens if it's like sounds too similar to, you know, some Taylor Swift pop song or something. I also want to know where they source, like the Lo-Fi Girl. Everybody knows the Lo-Fi Girl, and all the Lo-Fi channels and all the copycat channels. Oh my God, it's gotten insane. But where is that music coming from? All that lo-fi, like the original Lo-Fi Girl was like lo-fi hip hop music, and no idea where any of that music comes from. I haven't done any sort of deep dive into that, but that would be oh my God, I would love to use that music. But either the Lo-Fi Girl like bought the rights to that, or they generated it themselves. Because and a lot of times I'll have that going on when I'm programming as well as background noise. And last time I did that was just a couple days ago when I was working on vintage engineering. There were 68,000 people watching the Lo-Fi Girl music stream. Like, I was like, holy shit. That's crazy talk, is what that is. So, anyway, that's one of the things that I'd love to do is just generate like literally like an hour-long version of that and just have that going over every... No, I'd have to generate several. I'd have to mix it up. If you have the same track over every video, people would get bored of that pretty quick. Even though they may not even be watching it, you would still subconsciously you would still recognize that it's like the same thing, and it would kind of, yeah, it wouldn't be good. But I still want to try to do that kind of content. I haven't posted like regular videos of the channel in a year and a half, but I would like to try to do that. Just post like a 10 episode like arc of just a sped up farming sim, just basically take that form factor of that content and see if I can get any traction with it. And speaking of vintage engineering, a new version. Vintage Engineering, the first one in 3 months, went out to supporters yesterday. 3 months of work went into the new version, and it's got transport pipes for items, and it's got fluid pipes for fluid. Kind of obvious there, but mildly tested and working. I say mildly tested. It's working in my test world. I can't test every iteration, every form factor. I can't do that, but that's why it goes out into the wild, because I'm sure that there are plenty of people who would love nothing more than to break it into a million pieces and say, hey, this doesn't work because of this weird edge case that never would happen in the real life. Hey, it breaks when that happens. It's like, okay, well, that's fine. But yeah, the new version went out, and, you know, obviously not all of my supporters play Vintage Story very much, but it is a perk of being a member of the channel and being a supporter to get early versions. So yeah, they get the early version, and then I'll probably do, if I don't hear from any bugs or anything, it's not that I assume that it's bug free, trust me. It's that I just assume nobody played it. But everything's got recipes, you know, all of that stuff is in and working. But I'll probably do a little bit more testing, maybe Monday, most likely Tuesday, and then put out a new version into the community after my testing and maybe some bug fixing and maybe some minor version updates. Put out a new community version on Wednesday to coincide with my Wednesday dev stream. And at this point, I don't know what my Wednesday dev stream is going to be on. I've literally been working on the pipe system for 3 months. That's been my focus. There's still quite a bit to do, but not nearly as glamorous as a pipe transport system with, you know, upgrades and filters and all that kind of stuff. Pretty proud of that system, I have to say. And the other dimension that hasn't been tested at all is client server testing. So I have to do some code into the extraction nodes when it tries to. Right now there is no detection in the pipe system on whether or not a block entity is actually loaded or not, right? Whether the chunk is actually loaded. There's no code that does that. So be aware, if you're a supporter and you have access to that, be aware there's no code right now that detects whether a chunk is loaded or not. And I don't know what happens if you try to insert something into an inventory that isn't loaded into memory. Probably nothing good happens, but, you know, it is what it is. I wanted to get that version out to supporters as an early release, so there it is. Very, very proud of doing so. Plus, there's a huge amount of other work, other changes that were in there via one of the contributors, Blue Lightning. He did a brilliant patch to add all of the recipes, the machines like metal press and extruder and all of those, to add those recipe information into the handbook. So that's one thing, is when you look up like a copper rod, it'll actually show you what machine makes that copper rod, which is nice. So that was a little bit of patch that he did, a little bit of extra things. And then a bigger change was he completely, because I had mentioned it to him, I was not a fan of the way I had implemented the power system. I didn't like that I had a bunch of repeated code. I didn't like it at all. And so he basically refactored all of my power code into one object, which is a block entity behavior, which is a massive, massive improvement to the power system. You still have a little bit of extra work that you have to do to support it, but basically just adding that block entity behavior is enough to get you most of the way there. So yeah, that is another big change, is kind of uniformly, or what's the word? Unifying all of the different varying objects for power and merging them into one. So the entire power system is now the interface is just one behavior now is the power. It's really nice. But those are the three main things in the new version: pipes, handbook, and refactoring of power. But yeah, 3 months of work. I'd initially like budgeted 2 months. I initially thought it was going to be 2 months. And it ended up being 3 for reasons. Let me just say, like, goes to Never. Is that a service? Never Land? I mean, that's where Peter Pan goes, I think. And Michael Jackson in his dreams. But, like, Never Land. Is that a service? I've never heard of that before. If it is, I'll have to check it out. See what they do. Oh, we gotta wash. There's instant wash.
You know, I've noticed something with instant wash. If you have more than, if you have 3 implements attached to your tractor, it only washes 2.
Yeah, I've noticed that too.
Yeah, and I don't know Lua coding, as I would love to be able to fix that issue.
Me too.
Or have like some sort of car wash that you could actually drive through rather than just standing there with a pressure washer nozzle for 3 minutes.
Yeah, if you did a car wash, you'd have to make it pretty big to be able to fit like the Colossus harvester and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, you could do it. I don't know. It would be so much work. Oh my god, it would be so much work. You know, having gone through the back end of the files the way that I did this past week, tried to fix that bug with the attempt at the stone picker. Like the systems in the game are so complex because you're literally interfacing like 3D models with basically like XML based animation systems. Like it's, oh my god, it's so gnarly in the back end. So yeah, I do not it kind of gave me a whole new appreciation for all the people who've modded this game, because all these mods and stuff are insane.
They are.
How you like have to do them and how you have to manage all the, like, even the, if you have what looks like a hydraulic cylinder on an implement, right? And let's say you unfold the thing and you want the hydraulic cylinder to actually look like it's stretching out, or like you actually want it to look like it behaves like that. There are things that you have to do, like there's an immense amount of work just making that happen. And the fact that that's just a tiny little detail on a giant model that has infinite number of those, it's just crazy. And then you have hoses, and you have, like, it's just amazing how complex each machine can be. And it only gets more complex. Like the new version of the game that's coming out is it's just iteratively more complex. And I don't know if anybody is like taking the time to be like, you know what, let's dial this back a little bit and rethink this, because I think the game is to a point now where they should seriously think about doing it. Now that they've kind of broken away from what I understand, they've broken away from their publishing contract that required them to put out a new version every 2 years, which is why they put out a new version every 2 years. So this new version is like the first one that's kind of outside of that agreement. So they might have some more freedom. They might have a little bit more wiggle room in terms of like how much development time they can have between major versions. And I think if they use that time to basically go back and say, you know what, let's do something that's better. Let's do something that works. Because even though, how many versions of the game are we into now? I mean, the studio is 15 years old. They've been making these games for 15 years. And the map size has not changed. The default map size is exactly the same as it was. Why is that? Why hasn't the map gotten bigger? That, to me, that should be obvious.
I think that one might have to do with keeping it at a performance level where lower end computers can still play.
But usually those are visual, right? Usually those are visual things. The rendering side of things. And that hasn't, like, look at my draw distance. I can only see, right? If you look at the far,
is a fair point.
That draw distance is just like,
low.
It's like, why am I only able to see the grass that far away? I have a 3060. Like, there should be no limits to the grass is instant. It's really nothing to render that stuff. So why am I only able to see a circle around me? Little things like that. Okay, so this harvest was 3.26. So the other one is 3.68, so that's 6.8, 6.9, so almost 7. Yeah, it's about 3.5 million liters per segment. It's almost exact. Really interesting. Why is silage not being processed?
Welcome back.
Silage oh, it's out of water.
Thank you.
Out of
Interesting.
water.
Uh-oh.
Darn it. I turned water off of automatically distributing for reasons. Okay, so this has got a bunch more grass in it. We're just going to have to leave that.
Yeah, it's a coffee.
Okay.
Standing on my
Already done with the wood?
The trailer's full. And now the production is full.
Not anymore.
Uh-oh.
I assure you, it's way faster than you think it is.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't even know how much progress I made.
Alright, so I need to finish the border of the field. Let's go ahead and get that other tractor, grab that other plow, and you can start on the east side. Well, no. Just give me a second. I'll get the west side here. West side. Oh, of course, we don't have any fertilization. Because we just mowed it. And you don't get any fertilization after you just mow it.
Okay, so grab tractor or the plow.
Grab the tractor and the plow, and, you know, we'll just hold off on doing any plowing right now. I'm still trying to...
Okay, just get ready.
I need to get the border plowed up. And then I need to give you access to the create fields. So yeah, you'll start on the west because I need to go up the side and then over the top, and that'll give you the starting point. So as soon as I get up and over, then you can start on the west side. It's funny, I was talking to my dad yesterday, or no, Thursday. I was talking to my dad Thursday, and we're you know, he basically worked on a farm when he was growing up. Like I said, I have a lot of farming in my family tree. And it was so funny. We were talking about farming, and I was talking about playing this game, and then I was going to the fair and seeing all the farm equipment at the fair. And the fact that there was a 9RX, John Deere 9RX, massive tractor at the fair. I even took a picture of the tractor because that's how nerdy I am. And that tractor was sold at the fair, $400,000. Like, somebody went to the fair, saw that tractor, and were like, "That's mine." Like, holy shit.
Here's this briefcase full
I
of cash.
wish that would be more than a briefcase. That would be a suitcase full of cash. Like, $400,000 is not a small amount of money. Like, that is a huge amount of money. And that tractor is glorious. Good luck getting that thing stuck. But it's the one that's a pain in the ass to drive because it's articulated in the middle, and it's just so much of a pain to drive in the game. Maybe in real life it's easier because your mind would be able to work on it a little bit better, but God, in the game it's just so hard, so squirrely. Because you turn the wheel and the whole thing like bends. Like, it's just annoying. So go on and go over to the west side. You should be able to start that now, and you should be able to hit Y to create fields when you start the plow.
And I'll be going basically this west side, south to
North south. Yep.
north, south.
I'll start on this side. I'll work on this side, and then you can work on the other side.
Okay.
And we'll meet in the middle. Oh, wrong
That's right.
direction.
The west side is over this way.
Other west. West.
Yep.
All right. And then do this. And don't forget, you probably have to reset your width.
Yeah.
Goes to Neverland. Oh. Okay. I have to do it. I was confused there for a bit. I thought Neverland was like the music service because you said you'd ask about the music service, but anyway, I was confused. Six quad tracks. Yeah, one of the YouTube channels I've been watching recently is called Rocky Mountain Farmer, and he just bought a brand new combine, a Fendt Ideal 9 combine. And it was really funny because I mean literally this thing was brand it had the dealership sparkle on it and everything. Like it was brand new. And he was talking about it in the field and it broke. Brand goddamn new combine and a sensor on it broke. One of the sensors on one of the wheels like started giving bad information, and so it tried to like zigzag around the field because the sensor was trying to detect like the angle of the wheel, and it broke. And it's like this thing literally off the factory floor, and already the damn thing broke. So like, and I can confirm this by talking to family members, like 50% of the work on a farm is fixing the shit that breaks, which you don't really have to deal with in this game. So
there are a few mods that have added some things, but nothing in the way of real malfunctions that
Yeah.
you would like. Like the most I've seen is the windshield wiper doesn't work, or when you hit your headlight key, it doesn't turn on.
yeah, like
Something like
the main thing, because I've gone through the code, the damage to the wrench icon down on the bottom corner of the screen, right? The one thing I know that affects is the max speed of the vehicle that you're using, right? So the lower that goes, the more of a hit to the max speed. Key combo, Control Alt W. So like as you get way down, your max speed of your vehicle is going to go down as well. As far as that, maybe other mods can read that value and do something with it, maybe. But I'm assuming that when they got the license for all of these brands to put in this game, and there's a lot, that one of the stipulations was you can't have our shit break down because like imagine buying a $400,000 John Deere combine in the game, starting it on a field and having it immediately break down, right? Like that kind of John Deere probably wouldn't appreciate that. Even though that kind of shit happens in real life, obviously it happens in real life. They don't want to emphasize that point.
I think with harvesters, a lower repair also affects your yield from the harvest, but I'm not 100% certain.
Yeah, I'd have to look. I'd have to go through, and a lot of the SDK files, when you go through there's a zip file with all the data scripts in it. There are some of those scripts that have huge blocks of the file that's missing. So that SDK zip is actually redacted. They've actually taken out really large chunks of some of those scripts and hid them from view. And that really pisses me off. Why would they need to redact a huge amount of the combine script? Like, why? What is in that goddamn script that you need to hide from modders? Like, what is in there? National secrets in the combine script, in the baler script? Why are you eliminating enormous chunks of these scripts? That doesn't make any sense to me. It bothers me so much that they've basically like, we're gonna hide all this stuff. And then the thing that really grates me is them encrypting the DLC files and eliminating the ability to really get the most out of the DLCs because they've basically locked it all behind an encrypted file. And I have thus far found no way of getting into those files. I've not found any way of doing it. I know some people have. I've found posts of some people saying they've gotten in, but nobody says how or why. Not why. Nobody says how they
don't want to get sued.
Right. It's like, but if I was Giants, a DLC would be 2 files. It would be a zip file with some of the relevant information that modders could access, and then it would be a DLC like encrypted file that would have a little bit more of the data that was paid for, right? Maybe the machines, maybe some of this
the map, right? Something, right? But like a DLC comes out, like the last one added carrots, parsnips, and beetroots. All three of those, the fill types of the vegetables themselves, and the fill types of all of the products that you produce from those, right? All of that stuff, including the factories that make it, are all locked behind the encrypted file. So I would have to, and the annoying thing is, it's actually, you can actually get that information. You just have to do it in a really roundabout way. So like the potato chip factory, what you have to do is you have to buy it, place it in your world, save your game, exit the game, go to your placeables XML in your map, in your saved map. You open your placeables XML, and you look, you find it, and in that will be a reference to the like i3D, right? It'll be a reference to all that data. So and then that's the i3D. But as far as like the XML for the recipes, you just have to like write those down on a pad and just hope to God that you put the data in right. But it's not unheard of to be able to access some of that information. It's just so inconvenient. I mean, if I was any good at cracking encryption, I try to do it myself. Because like the file itself, the DLC file is probably just a zip. It's just a zip that's encrypted. That's all it is. It's just a proprietary zip encryption. And some people are very good at breaking into those. They can just find the patterns of. I don't know enough about encryption to be able to crack that, but I know enough about patterns to be able to crack once it's encrypted. I'd be able to crack into it. Like I'm the one that cracked the SimCity 4 file for me and allowed the SimCity 4 modding community to even exist. Because somebody else had cracked the encryption on the data file for SimCity 4. But up till then, it was just this big bloat binary file. Nobody knew what to make heads or tails of it. And I'm the one that went in and figured out the pattern of the files that were inside and what the data format was. And I broke down all the data formats. And that's what enabled the SimCity 4 community to build a big modding community around SimCity 4. Was that. And that same file format, by the way, that my work on SimCity 4 and cracking that file gave rise to the Sims. They used the exact same data file format for the Sims than they did with SimCity 4. And it was funny because I actually talked to, for a while, this was several years ago, I was actually talking to the company about basically like acquiring the rights to SimCity 4 to do an open source project. And so I was talking with the guy who invented that file format that I had cracked, and just talking candidly about it. He goes, yeah, I never thought anybody would crack that file format, because it was a very custom database file format that he invented, and that was a proprietary format. And I told him, I was like, honestly, man, it was pretty easy to crack it. It made a lot of sense once I knew what I was looking for. But yeah, that deal to get the rights to SimCity 4 where it was squashed by the lawyers inside Maxis. Because I'm sure they were already talking about the next version of the game, and then that, obviously, if anybody knows their history, the next version of SimCity failed miserably. So it was such a catastrophic failure, they closed the studio down. Maxis was closed down because of the failure of that game, which was the failure of that game. 50% of the 50% of the blame goes on the guy. What was his name? Quincy. I think his name was Quincy. He was like Will Wright's protege, Quincy something. Quincy? I think it was Quincy. What he did with SimCity 2013 was atrociously bad. I don't know why he didn't see it. But then EA basically forced him to put multiplayer in. And it was always online and forced multiplayer. Right?
Typical EA.
And that just obliterated, like it was one of the first games that when it came out, the servers were all crashing and nobody could actually play their game. It was one of the first instances of that happening. Not the first, but it's one of the major ones. Major public failures. And, people were not happy. Not happy in the least about that. But,
yeah, to not play your own single-player game.
yeah, to not be able to even play the game. You'd boot up the game and it'd be like joining server, and it would just sit there, and all the servers were all crashing and stuff, and it was just like, it was bad. And then the gameplay was so atrocious. The simulation behind the scenes was so atrociously bad. Like, it was unplayable. Even if you go back to it today with computer hardware of today and you try to play it, immediately you would notice the simulation and how bad it is. And yeah, it was so bad. But City Skylines came out like a year later and just crushed, any remnant or hope of a SimCity follow-up, like anybody. So yeah, the studio closed. You could probably, if you were a millionaire, you could probably get the SimCity, like the rights to the name for a few $1,000,000. EA would probably sell it to you. But
Even though it probably wouldn't be worth anywhere near that much.
I mean, you'd have to spend another $50 million developing a game that would be so good that you could recoup that money. But that would be hard to do, like starting from scratch. I mean, City Skylines has already got such a head start on the whole infrastructure. Like, you would have to reinvent all of that, like the road system, like the whole 9 yards. Very, very hard to do from scratch. Could be done, but it would take $50 million and 3 years. And by then, City Skylines 3 is going to be out.
Yeah, hopefully they improve their business model by then.
Who is going to improve their business model?
City Skylines.
What's wrong with their business model?
Oh, the way they did their DLCs and stuff for that game.
That's what I was kind of thinking too.
Well, every company does that now. Like,
Yeah.
FarmingSim does that.
Now everyone does it.
And you pay the train simulator, which is the king of all DLC games.
I only buy that stuff when it's on sale.
Oh,
But you're not
only
wrong.
only on sale. The last time I saw it was on sale, the game and all DLCs was over $400 on sale.
Yeah.
And that doesn't hold a candle to The Sims. The Sims is outright insanity. I mean, it's just pure insanity. But yeah, the DLC system, the whole, like, the one thing I don't like about the modern system is the whole season passes. Like, oh, we're going to have content for the next year, and we're going to have a season pass where you can get it all. And we're going to make it slightly cheaper than all of them individually, and so it's going to be incentive. I understand people want to get paid, right? As a modder, I want to get paid, right? The Vintage Engineering Project is so large, it's kind of its own little mini game inside of a game. I would love to be able to sell copies of that for $5 a piece, right? How many times has that been downloaded on the Mod Hub? I would love to have, like, be able to monetize that. But the modding community would would like literally cut my throat if I tried to do something like that, and Tyrone would not be happy at all trying to make money off of his project. So in general, the modding community, like, people are not, the mindset is not like paying for mod, which is why Skyrim
There are
and
very few games where I've seen paywalled mods do well.
right, and Bethesda is really making a go of it today. They've got paid mods for Skyrim and paid mods for Fallout 4.
Yep.
And there's like the newest one. I just saw somebody do a review of it. So there's another mod on the Creation Club for Skyrim. And remember, Skyrim is like what, 2011? It's like 13 years old. So somebody made a expansion to the Bard's College quest line. So becoming a bard, they massively expanded that whole process and all of the quests and custom voices and like a bunch of stuff. And it's $10. Like it's a lot. Considering like, yeah, it was probably a lot of work. And don't get me wrong, I'm fine with modders making some money off of their work. But what's stopping somebody from paying $10, getting that mod, going in, repackaging it, and posting it on a website on Nexus Mod? Here's this Bard's College expansion pack mod for free for download. Like, that's all it takes for somebody to do that. And granted, there's probably some custom code in there that tries to stop that, like DLC kind of stuff. But a skilled programmer can get around that pretty easily.
Pretty much the only thing that's going to stop it is people that are like, hey, this isn't your mod, and they report it, and the website forces them to take it down.
Right. It's based on like other people reporting stuff. Like, I could make a mod for Fortress Craft Evolved that just gave everybody the DLC, regardless of whether they own it. Because there's simple function calls inside of Fortress Craft that can be patched that detect which DLCs you own. And all you need to do is just be like, oh, does own DLC? And you just return true. It's just like, oh, just now has all the DLC. You can do that. And I remember when DJ was first like working on that, when I started my channel, privately, he basically like asked the small group of people who were actually making mods for the game, he privately asked us, like, please don't do that. So literally, we recognized like it was dead easy to just give yourself all the DLC. And some games are like that. There's not a lot of effort put into like protecting that, and that's fine. I had no desire to bypass the DLC. Like, I had no desire to do that. But it's possible. If somebody privately wants to do that, it's possible to do that with a lot of games. A lot of games are like that.
They pretty much have to have the art textures and all that included in every version of the game.
Especially if it's multiplayer. Multiplayer is essentially like you have a copy of all the content, you just don't have access to it.
Yep.
Because if I own it, if I own the DLC and you join my world and you don't own the DLC, you still have to be able to interface with that information.
Right.
But yeah, as far as like FarmingSim, I know the company is German. I tried watching from FarmCon 25, which they just had a couple weeks ago, where they unveiled all of the new stuff coming in 25. All of the presentations, because there's one of the presentations on the GDN that was like the entire presentation was all of the modding changes, all of the stuff on the modding and scripting side. And I was like, "Ooh, this is awesome." The entire presentation was in German. The entire thing. And I'm like, I am not going to be able to read the subtitles and know what the hell is going on while I'm trying to watch this because I'm reading it. If I'm looking at the screen to try to figure out what he's showing as far as like Lewis scripting, and I'm trying to read what he's actually doing, there's going to be stuff that I'm going to miss. So it was super frustrating. Like, super frustrating.
That they release a dubbed version of it.
No, no, there's no way they're going to do that. But yeah, just
They
super
give a brief
frustrating.
overview at best.
That's funny. I wonder, going back to that conversation about AI, you could have AI listen to it and
You could.
translate it, and yeah.
And you could put it into like any voice you want. You could have like Sean Connery. Like,
I could care less if it's just Microsoft Sam, as long as you get the point across.
I'd want it to be an awesome voice.
Well, I mean,
You know,
yeah.
Marilyn
But isn't
Monroe.
Microsoft Sam just your classic?
I stay away from most Microsoft. As far as like content, like AIs and stuff.
Don't blame you.
Yeah. Did you see what happened with Ancestry.com?
No. I did not.
Ancestry.com was just sold. God, who bought them? I can't remember who bought them. Big, like, billions. But somebody just bought Ancestry.com and all of the customer database.
Yeah.
The entire database of customers from Ancestry.com was just scooped up. I think if it wasn't Google, it was somebody big. It was somebody big that just bought. And then a few months ago, the 23andMe was paid $10 billion because the company was out of China. 23andMe, if you didn't know that, was out of China. And the Chinese government paid them $10 billion for all of the DNA information that they had.
It's really funny to think back on conversations I've had with people about not trusting something like that, and now knowing how justified my statements were.
Like,
Yeah.
as soon as I learned that 99% of all of those DNA services all went to China to actually do the testing, I was like, no way would I trust any of that. No way. Why are we outsourcing that shit? Like, why is it that much cheaper to run a test on something? The tests are mostly automated. Why are you literally flying these tests overseas? Like, that can't be cheaper. I've been on planes. They're not cheap.
Yeah.
How is that cheaper than just flying it to Omaha and having a center in Omaha or something? Like, it boggles my mind that it would be that much cheaper in China. And then all of that information, that entire database, is all overseas. But yeah.
Something funny. This was from probably 5 or 10 years ago, even. China had created a cow cloning facility.
That sounds safe.
Oh yeah.
Don't where are you going? Oh, I was gonna say don't leave. You can go down and up and it'll be done.
Yep. It's just this damn scrolly thing. I tap the move forward button, tap W, and it doesn't do anything. So I gotta hold it down for a bit, and then it will go, but its acceleration's so bad that it goes up to like 10 miles an hour instantly. So yeah, it gets really squirrely. I think that's in part because I'm a client. But yeah, one of the employees of that, or one of the people behind it or something like that, made just a quip that, and it's really simple. It would be really simple for us. It basically just flipping a switch to switch it from cloning cows to cloning humans.
That's not scary at all.
Yeah.
Did you see the announcement for spinach for 25?
Well, there's spinach and rice.
Mm-hmm. But they just released a thing showing off the spinach, and it can be harvested twice in 1 year, so it can grow a whole year around, and you harvest it twice. And it's got a specialized machine for it.
Really?
Yeah. Where did I saw it on YouTube and I think I saw it on Reddit, but for some reason I'm not seeing the one on Steam talking about it. I could have sworn I just saw it on Steam.
Well, I mean, when you plant sugarcane, you can harvest sugarcane over and over and over again. You only have to plant it once. It'll just keep regrowing.
I feel like that one withers after 3 harvests.
Oh, it's after 3? I was wondering.
It might be, but I mean, harvesting sugarcane is such a pain. I don't know anyone who actually wants to.
I did.
Oh, okay,
Oh, yeah. I've got... Sugarcane's easy now. Sugarcane is definitely worth planting. It's just it just takes a long time. It just takes a long time to plant it.
Yeah. With the mods, but with the base game equipment to harvest it is a pain.
Yeah, base game. Oh yeah, I need to fertilize. I forgot about this. Fertilize.
Yeah, the spinach harvester looks really cool.
All right. Fold it up, drop it off, and then over by the vehicle selling place, there is another lime spreader or a fertilizer spreader. So kind of by the billboard, you should see it. Grab it and fill it up with lime. Ooh, this is going to take a lot of fertilizer. Holy cow. I was saying earlier, Coffee, that I was just kind of browsing mods last night before I went to bed, and somebody had just posted a sprayer, and it looked like this person put a lot of love into it. But nowhere in the mod description, nowhere in the mod file references how wide it sprays. The fundamental thing regarding the sprayer, and they don't even mention it in the mod description. Like
the number one thing that people look for when they're buying it.
Yeah, like
how big is it?
It's simple. Like just put, is it 20 meters? Is it 40 meters? Is it 400 meters? What is it? Really annoying. So I downloaded it to, basically throw it in and test it and see, just see what it is. But, yeah, super annoying.
I just saw a mod on the mod hub that allows you to spray herbicide and fertilizer at the same time.
Yeah, I saw that. I don't do herbicide all that much. I've done it once. Yeah. I've sprayed it once on all of my maps. And that was over, by the way, the sugarcane. Because I could not figure out. I watched 3 different videos on sugarcane. Not one of them mentioned that it grows more than once and what you have to do to take care of the field. Because I harvested it, and it was like a 7 or 8 month grow time. It was crazy how long it took to grow. But when I harvested, you look at the field. If you look at the field, the little info box comes up, and it said needs plowing. But I'm like, wait a second. If you can get more than one harvest out of this, I don't want to plow it, obviously. So what does it take? What does it take? Because it said weeds growing, and then it said needs plowing. And I was like, what do I do? And so I watched one video, no mention. I watched another video, no mention. And finally I watched a third video, and again, not a single mention of what happens after you harvest it and the process of regrowing and what you have to do to take care of the ground. So I was like, what the hell? So I just fast forwarded a month, and sure enough, all the weeds popped up on the field. So I'm like, all right, well, I just started experimenting, and I was like, let's take a mulcher. No, the mulcher was not good because it eliminated the growth.
But it should add a stage of fertilization.
It did, but then I had to replant that little section that I had tried, replant it. And then so I was like, I don't know what to do. And at the time, I didn't have a good weeder. The only weeder I had was like 7 miles an hour, and I was literally on this exact field. So you can see the size of this field that I'm on. This was the field. This was the size of the field that I had sugarcane. I'm not doing this goddamn field at 7 miles an hour. Not a chance. It would take all night to do that on this field at 7 miles an hour. Even having 2 or 3 of them would just be annoying. So I've got a weeder now. You got the lime spreader filled. Go to the west corner of the field. You see how I have a tractor on the east corner of the field? Go to the west corner of the field and line it up.
Okay, same north to south.
Yep. Yeah, the limes I just do directly. It's the only ones I do a headland, like a strong headland, are the plows and the harvesters.
Yeah, because those are the ones you don't want to spill into a different field.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the planters too. The planters I don't want spilling into a different field. But yeah, you gotta reset the width and get all that stuff. Yeah, I mapped one of my mouse buttons to starting and stopping the motor, and that has really made a difference. Because I don't want to enable the feature where you just automatically start the engine and stop the engine when you get in the vehicle. Because there are times, many times, where I want to like unload something. Running. Yeah, when you're like I'm unloading something and I want to leave the vehicle. So, yeah. And I might need to buy a couple extra tractors. Although those are going to be really goddamn expensive. Don't start it yet. No. Don't start it yet.
Sorry.
I need to fertilize. The whole point of you waiting in the corner was so I can get the fertilizer down first. I didn't. I was like, "What are you doing? No!" I didn't start the other. I didn't start the other one because I didn't want it. I didn't want it to be out of sync.
Yeah, I'm horribly out of sync.
All right. So this worker's doing it. Let me. So I did, obviously, because of the whole weeding situation and that, I created a custom weeder. I don't think it's in the weeder menu.
It is. Borgal.
No. That's not the one. No, wait, maybe it is.
The XR 770 Harrow, 49 or 43 miles an hour, 27 meters wide.
Yep, that's got to be the one. Yep. And then the other one, I think I did a mulch. I have a mulcher too, and that is in. I believe that is in the roller menu because I never roll, but there was a mod I found that was a massively custom roller.
The multi-roller, because you got field, grass, and mulching.
Yeah, so if I could fucking find the menu, Jesus. If these were in alphabetical order, it would be brilliant.
There is a mod for that.
Tedders.
Your rollers are going to be underneath cultivators.
Yeah, that
next to sprayers.
There they are. Yeah, the lizard mega roll. This beast. This thing. Yeah, this was crazy. So field roller, grass roller, and then mulcher. So if you need to mulch, this baby is good to go. 40 miles an hour at 24 meters wide. And yeah, I was like, I thought that would also do weeding, and it didn't. I was like, crap. So I had to go find a big weeder. So this is like one of the biggest ones I was able to find, and then I edited it, which is why all my more recent mods have an FG moniker on them. But I edited the max speed so you can just fly. Because 7 miles an hour, like all these other ones, right? 7 miles an hour, just like, oh, these big fields just take so long. So yeah, almost every customized version of things and stuff that I have are fast. Even my original Scorpio modded stone picker is this was one of the very first mods I made. Scorpio 710, and yeah, it only does 9.5 meters wide, but the FG Magnet is my newer one at 20 meters wide and 31 miles an hour, which is kind of slow. 31 miles an hour is kind of slow, but it's fine for a stone picker. And I tried the one that I failed on was attempting at a stone picker, using the TARDIS wagon and getting like a 50 meter wide stone picker. And that's the one I could not figure out the combination of variables to make it unfold and turn on. That was the thing. I would unfold it. That would work. The animation would play. The little pickup would drop to the ground. So, and the game recognized it as unfolded. Then I would go to start it, and it would say, you must unfold. And I was like, but it's unfolded. I don't know. I don't know what I was missing. I was missing probably something really simple. Sort of like the fix on the Unimog. I finally got the chemical Unimog tank variant to work. And it was missing one XML tank. And that's it. That's all it took to actually get that to work. And I've been...
The only thing I can think of possibly with the trailer was once when I was messing with another mod that wouldn't allow me to attach something while folded or unfolded, whichever one it was, there was a simple tag in the XML that was like, allow this while folded, true or false.
I wasn't trying to attach or detach. I was trying to turn it on while it was unfolded.
That one in the XML, or if that's only going to be in the Lua.
No, it's not. None of the problems were in the script. Because none of those had scripts. Like, most mods don't have custom scripts because it's not supported by consoles. But, a couple of my mods have custom scripts because it's the only way to solve a certain problem. Mainly the Cotton Express 5000 and my edit to the Colossus Harvester. So the Colossus Harvester mod does have custom script. My version of it has a custom script. that slows the harvester down sooner, the sooner when it gets full.
Mm-hmm.
Because the default script is basically hard-coded the AI to only start slowing down when you are down to 200 liters space free in a tank. And when you're harvesting 50 meter wide swath at 40 miles an hour, 200 liters goes by kind of quick. So it was not enough of a warning that you're getting full. And so I had to create a script that would slow down sooner. And the only way to solve that problem was by a script. There was no XML tag that you could do that would slow it down sooner. I looked and looked and looked and looked, hoping and praying that there was an XML to do it. I couldn't find one. Because there was two variables in the script. Two variables that are set in when you instantiate the value. They're set to 200, and the speed is set to 20. And it's like 200 is the hard-coded capacity, the free capacity value, and you can't change that for the baler or the combine. You can't change that with an XML. And I was like, this is an obvious value to get changed, or at least exposed via XML, via the AI tag, because there's a bunch of stuff in the AI tag that you can change. And so I was like, well, there's an elegant way to solve this, and there's a not elegant way. And right now, the way that I solved it was the not elegant way, because I hate Lua with a passion.
Mm-hmm.
And could not figure out at the time what I was missing in terms of like the functions. And so I just overwrote the original function with a new one that was exactly a copy of the old version with just a little bit of custom code in there. And that works the way that I want it to. You can harvest with the Cotton Express. You can harvest a 25 meter swath with the Cotton Express at 32 miles an hour and not miss any grain. I haven't tested what speed you can go at 50 meters wide, but I would imagine it's not 32 miles an hour. But the Colossus Harvester is a similar edit. But I reached out. I was like, well, what community is really good at Lua that knows what the hell they're doing? That is already, you got to move us. You're blocking me. You're blocking me.
I'm way back.
Yeah. Oh, I see you.
Yeah, I was in the vehicle. So yeah, that's
I was seeing you. Okay. So I reached out to the Courseplay project, and I was like, these guys, if anybody is going to know how the hell to code this, it's these guys. Courseplay, I've actually looked at a lot of the scripts, is a obscenely massive project. Like that is, I just couldn't imagine all the Lua and the insanity of Courseplay. And so I basically posted on their GitHub a request or a feature request that was allow this value to be edited via XML. Right? It's basically just load, because when you instantiate, when you're in the script, you could grab that variable out of the XML file, because the XML file is part of the Lua object, right? It's just self.xml file or whatever. Like the XML file is there, and you can access the XML file from anywhere. And it would make sense to me in that function that you're checking the speed. I think it's get drive data is what uses it. It's a function that's called infrequently, but I just put this request, and I was like, hey, can you add a little block where it will read this value in the XML rather than have it hard coded. And I got the craziest response back. Because one of the scenarios that I said was like, when you're harvesting at higher speeds, like 200 liters is not enough capacity to stop in time. So you skip harvest. So having this be able to be edited, especially if you did it in a way that allows you to edit it based on the configuration, right? You pick a configuration. Let's say you pick a capacity of like 2.5 million on your harvester. Well, you could programmatically adjust that value. So I was like, just have this editable. And I got back, harvesting at that speed is not realistic. We are not going to do that. That was the response. It's not realistic. Like, we're not going to do it. And I was just like,
You know there are mods that do that.
I was sitting here going, how do I respond to this guy? This pompous piece of shit that thinks that this mod is realistic. Right? And so I responded, I said, planting every type of crop with one seed is also not realistic. I said, it's a game. Like, I said, but fine. You have your boundaries, whatever, right? It's just like, I was just like, what the hell? Yeah, I you can start liming now.
Okay.
I just couldn't believe it. Like, of all of the things, like harvesting it faster is not realistic. We're not going to support that. It's like, I'm not asking you.
At that too.
I'm not asking you to override it for everybody. I'm not asking you to override the default value. All I'm asking is you make this value editable via an XML setting. That way, if a modder wants to override it, they can. But the fact is, like, the insanity of it is like, no, it's not realistic. We're not going to do it. It's like, I couldn't. Like, it doesn't make sense to me that somebody who's modding a game about farming, of all of the unrealistic shit that goes on in the game already, that's where they draw the line. Like, some weird AI thing that doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, what? Yeah. So I was severely disappointed. So that just means I gotta fucking figure it out myself. I got it to where okay. Here's the thing. Okay, so Lua, there's a utils function in the game. There's utils dot, okay? So there's a utils dot appended function. There's a utils dot overwritten function. And there's a utils dot so suno, what you mean? Suno, okay. There's a utils dot prepended function. So similar to Harmony, how you do a Harmony patch, like prefix, postfix, etc. Kind of similar to that. The only problem is there's a lot of scripting mods that I've looked at that use one of those three, or some of them use all three. There is not one bit of documentation about that specific utils feature, right? So the utils, if you actually look at the game's SDK, the utils does not even mention any of those three functions. So I don't know how other people have figured out how to use these functions, but other people have figured out. And I was beating my head against a brick wall trying to figure out how these things worked because I hate Lua. And I got with the Colossus Harvester, I got all the debug stuff looking right. Because if I enable debug, I don't know if this is gonna cause you problems, people, but I'm going to show this on camera. So I'm going to turn debug information on, and then vehicle debug state, I'm going to turn on AI. Okay. This is the AI shit, right? Okay. So if you're looking at this data, okay, check out the very top of that block of text. Let me get rid of my picture because I'm kind of blocking it. Okay. So you can see the very top of that AI drive strategy collision. That's kind of always run because it's always looking for collisions. But it also does other strategies. So you can see AI turn strategy. So you can see how it's calculating the crazy ass shit that it has to calculate. This is a fascinating system, and the fact that this is all running in Lua scares me. But you can see the max speed slowed down. You can see that just before as it was turning, the max speed was like 14, and now the max speed says 80. So there is a function call going on behind the scenes when it changes strategy. There's a function call that goes on that can adjust that speed. And if you're in a harvester, and I don't, there's nothing to harvest right now. But if you're in a harvester like a combine or a baler, you will see as the baler or the harvester fills up, there will be something at the top there that shows, hey, it's detecting that it's almost full. Now, if you're going 4 miles an hour, that's fine at 200 liters. When you're 200 liters and you're going 4 miles an hour, the scale, it starts at 20 and it scales down from there as far as max speed. So if you're already going 4, then it's fine to scale it down. But now you can see max speed 14, right? So there's a code in there. If you look at AI turn strategy, if you look at that actual Lua file, there is max speed information in there. And you don't want to mess with that too much because going too fast is bad. As far as turning goes, you don't want to do that. But I got it to actually show the max speed change with the Colossus harvester. But for some reason, the harvester was not slowing down. It was going 40, and the little thing would come up with combine low detection, and I set it to like 10,000 liters. So as soon as it hit like 10,000 liters left in the tank, it actually detected it and started slowing. The value started at 20, and it started dialing down based on the percentage of it full. So the fuller it is, the lower or the closer to 0 that value becomes. And the minimum number is 2 to make sure it doesn't stop completely. But it does stop completely when it is full. That is a thing. But I got it to detect, but for some reason it wasn't actually editing the speed. And I was like, I went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. I could not figure out why that was. Let's do animations off. And then go back here and turn debug information off. There we go. And then bring my ugly mug back. So what I think, and so I just kind of abandoned it because I needed to like work on something else for a while. I can only handle so much Lua. But I've downloaded a bunch of other script-based mods, just not really to use them, but to actually look to see like how they did shit, just to see, because when it comes to like prepended function, there is no documentation. Nobody has done tutorials. Nobody has actually referenced that function and how to use it, which blows my mind in this community. It's like somebody figures out how to use it, and then they just don't share it with anybody. I don't understand. But what I think I have to do, my prepended function works fine. I edit the values, but what I think I have to do is actually call the original function, right? Because what I was assuming was happening is the same thing that happens in a harmony patch. When you do a harmony patch, like a prefix, so you do a prefix in harmony, what it does is it calls your function and then it calls the original function. Right? It essentially adds a line of code into the original function right at the start. The first thing it does then on a prefix is the original function, it just adds a line that calls your function and passes in basically the domain that you're in, right? It passes in it passes that in, it passes any variables that are passed into the function, and you can specify all of that. And so it calls your function first, and then it continues with the rest of the function. And you can override that too. You can have it not call the rest of the function. So Harmony gives you a phenomenal amount of access and control. And so I went into it kind of thinking that's how it worked, and that's not how it works at all. Like, I think you have to explicitly call the original function and return the values of that function, even in a prepended. Because I was prepending it, and it was not doing anything. It was only working if I overwrote the original function, which doesn't make sense if you're prepending a function. So, yeah. Why there's no documentation on that? Why Giants have chosen to not even include that in the SDK? If you look in the zip data scripts file, utils.appended function is not even in there. Right? There are some utils, but not utils. The three functions I mentioned. Why they exclude those, I don't know. Whoever is in charge of like the modding community inside of Giants, I don't think they've ever like modded as far as like the documentation. I'm sure the guy who's in charge of like modding the scripts for like animation and stuff, he was actually a modder. He was a modder in the early days, and they hired him to be basically in charge of the scripting mods. But yeah, it's been a roller coaster. Modding this game has been like part triumph, part heartache. The stone picker, that was the first time I ever truly ran into something that I was just like, I don't understand. Because I even looked at the scripts and how the variables are used in the scripts, and that's not obvious. Like, in with all the coding I've done in vintage engineering, for me, the scripting system would be as simple as like run animation, like unfolded equals true, and then the turn on would be is unfolded. If is unfolded, turn on. Like, it's really straightforward to me how that would work. And
Oof, it's gonna be one tiny little strip. Do you want to take?
go
strip
for it. I'll take the little strip.
Okay.
Because I can set up to do a smaller. Yeah. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I hit the record button thinking it was my. It was the wrong menu. I've got a little 2-second video clip of me saying, "Ooh, I hit the wrong button." Yeah, it's just frustrating. And I'm sure the new version of the game is just going to add on to more bullshit onto the weight of what you can do with the vehicles. And I understand some of the technical reasons they did what they did. How you get a 3D model, and then the i3D is sort of all of those components and mapped. You know, this component is mapped to this node, and this component is mapped to this node, and then the XML is yet another layer on top of that then can adjust, right? You can animate features and then have basically bones of things related to other, like, it's a complex system. It's brilliant, but it's, man, is it convoluted. All right, now we got to go grab the planters, or the big DB120s, and do some headlands.
Should we drop off these limestone?
Yep. I fill them up first, or I try to fill them up. I hope there's enough lime in here, and there might not be enough lime in here.
It should be. I think when I checked, there was over 2 million.
Okay.
So.
Then there's definitely enough. But. Oh, let me grab these, reset the width, and then drop them. I hate when I don't reset the width, and I go to run, and it's like, oh. It's like, damn it.
Yep.
I got to stop and back up, and it's just like reset everything, and it's like, god damn it, I reset it. All right, I think we're going to do corn. I'll go down to this bottom corner. You go up to the top west corner. And we do one headland across. Turn it around and go north-south once it's done. Corn, I think, has what? 6 growth stages? 6 or 7 growth stages.
I want to say 6.
Well, I want to say 7.
I suppose it depends. Do you consider ready to harvest a growth stage?
Well, I consider how many months it takes me until I can harvest it. That's
Fair.
All right. We've got lime. We've got things and stuff. Yeah, the reason we want to fertilize before we lime is the act of liming sort of, I don't know what the right word is, but it kind of embeds the fertilization. Because if you fertilize and then immediately plant, which also tries to fertilize, the fertilizer doesn't take. It doesn't, the second layer of fertilization. It's only when you fertilize and then do something else and then you plant that
you need a state change.
Yeah, you need that. You need the field to change in some way. And some ways in some ways you do lime. In some ways, like when we harvest, the way to do it, if we don't, because I like this field, I know the next time we plow, we're not going to be doing stone. So we got to, obviously we can't fertilize after we plow. So we fertilize before we plow. So after we harvest, then we fertilize, then we plow, then we plant, and that does it. That does the goodness. So yeah, definitely make sure you are on corn before you do it. I don't know what happens when you plant different stuff in the field.
Nothing crazy happens.
Just hard to harvest, because what happens if you have a harvester with 2 different crops? Like, you got to really make sure you line it up so you're just harvesting one.
So it depends if you happen to be harvesting, or if they are both ready to harvest at the same time. And then after that, it's going to do one of 2 things. It's either going to harvest it and not give you anything because it detected a different crop, or it's or it's going to harvest one and not the other. But I don't remember because I've had it happen before. Seasons were a thing with withering where you would go to harvest a crop and it would detect some. Let's say you were harvesting oat and it would detect some wheat. It would stop harvesting the oat because it picked up a tiny piece of wheat.
Oh my god.
Yet it would still delete what was on the field, which was very annoying.
All right. All right. And then I'll just hire this. Go forth and get me corn. Let's see what the corn is. 6 growth stages.
And then swap to north-south, right?
Yep. And once you get it lined up, ready to go, you can just hit H and hire the worker, and the worker will take care of it. On that side, you're just going to have to monitor it when it gets to the end of the field to make sure it doesn't turn around and go into the wrong field. Because that would be very, very bad.
I'll do a ride along.
Yeah, because if it hits this field, it will literally like reset these oats. And it's like, oh my god, I've had that happen before. It's really annoying. Okay, so looks like somebody delivered some water in here. Or maybe it was just delivered automatically.
Yes, sometimes with the water, it doesn't always do the deliver thing.
Well, it only does. I haven't really figured out how it determines how much to give, because last week in the stream we were running into a problem with the electric charge, which is one of the reasons why I sort of had to like rethink it. Because it was only delivering like 100 electric charge. The month or the day would, or the hour, right? It does it at the top of the hour. It doesn't do it continually. It just does it at the top of the hour. So the hour would roll over, and it would only deliver like 100 power, 100 electric charge. When there was 10,000 like 10,000 space available, and there was like 1,000,000 charge like available, it would only give like 100. And I'm like, what the hell? Why would that be limited? It's just weird. Very, very weird. And we are currently using our oh yeah, it's over here. Oops. We're using our wood chips, our excess wood chips. We're making diesel. My justification for that is reasons.
Pine
Because
sap.
I wanna.
Yeah, pine sap. How about that?
No, it's there is such a thing as wood alcohol.
Yeah. Oh, would you use the easy dev controls and remove stumps?
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Thank you, because that is a lot easier than the other method.
Oh yeah.
Especially with the annoying way that it likes to leave that wedge of wood.
Yeah, those are actually logs. You have to remove logs when you do that. Those are not classified as stumps, believe it or not. So as long as there's no logs on the ground, 92 stumps. Wow. So if there's no log, are there any logs laying on the ground?
I think there was one that I couldn't fit in the trailer, and the capacity of the factory is full.
There is another trailer. There are 2 logging trailers.
Oh, I forgot about that.
2 logging trailers. 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 2 logg Yeah, you can just leave that there and go to the other side of the building, and there's an empty one right there waiting for you. Okay, so I think because we're going to be getting so many wood chips, I think I'm going to have to enable the paper. Massive sink for water, but 1,800 of the wood chips, or 3,000 wood chips to 1,800 paper. This used to be, yeah, when I went through and rebalanced everything, I was pretty vicious with all of my settings. Now we're actually making some headway here. Diesel wood chips, yep, they're already full. And then paper rolls are starting to roll in, because this is going to generate an enormous amount of wood chips. Yeah, it's already full on wood chips. I need to grab some of those. Which is good. We can make probably a full semi-load of paper. Which is, I mean, good. Used to be way more lucrative, but yeah, I really tried to balance the map around needing as much production as possible, and also like not having it. Oh, I can't do that. Not having a production that like, oh, I don't need that anymore, right? It's just like sort of like the wood. Like, because carton rolls and pallets are so pivotal to all the factories, you don't want to run out of them. So you always need a little bit of production behind the scenes of the pallets and the carton rolls. And I even bumped up in the latest rebalance, I even bumped up carton rolls by a lot, by 3 or 4x. So that's a pretty decent sink for wood chips. So we're going to grab another, see how much these things are. Just 481,000. I mean, it is what it is. 2 of those, please. I'll take 2.
Alright, I'm gonna hop off and do some things around the house.
Okay.
Have
Need
a
a
good
coffee?
one.
Yeah, you have a good one too. Oh. I think I can turn this off. Oh, it's gonna take a while. I don't think I edited the sawmill to be very fast. But this will chew through those, which, yeah, this has already chewed through, what, 3.5 million wood chips? Pretty decent. This is probably out of diesel. Yeah, this is diesel. Actually, surprisingly, going through quite a lot of diesel in this run. Like, way more than I used to. But that's fine. I'm okay with it. It justifies having this thing produce so much. Mm-hmm. All right, we have a full 10 million liters of iron ore ready to move. Glorious. We're chewing through this grass pretty decent. Oh, I thought I felt a tail. I thought I felt a tail on my leg. Somebody came by to say hi. Yeah, I did laundry yesterday and washed my clothes and my sheets and pulled a clone of the cat out of the dryer lint trap.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a little gnat that just flew by my face. Great. It's that time of year again.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said when you were mumbling.
Oh, just a gnat. A gnat flew by. Every year in the fall, I get gnats. Like every year, it's just like they're so annoying. I don't know where they come from, but so annoying.
I've always figured that they come from the inside. They know that winter is coming, and they need to be in shelter. I've noticed that. With
Well, yeah, I
flies,
noticed like
mice.
when it gets cooler outside, that's when they start migrating. A lot of bugs do, but how they get in, how they know that this is like open, like
Yeah. Perhaps they've evolved to the point where they can sense stale air, and they instinctively seek that out.
Yeah, I mean, it's anything is possible. I always assume they get memos and give specific addresses, and they're in a little NAT email system. Like,
Yeah, it's like I just got a vision of an office full of gnats, trying to coordinate.
yeah, we need to send Larry out to First Street. Somebody opened their window and looks like their screen isn't in, so we need to get on that. All right. Now, this little
So
guy.
many of the little things or little quirks about the controls for this game are irritating. Like opening the map is F2, which is just a weird number. But then you can't hit F2 to get exit. You have to
Oh, F2 isn't mine.
escape.
Opening
Well-
the map for me is equal sign.
I don't think I changed my control scheme, or did I? I don't remember.
Yeah, F2 brings up the FPS for me, like the debug FPS.
But either way, more it's you have to hit a button to open it, but you can't hit that button to close it, which isn't useful for a map. And I know the map
Yeah.
opens a menu instead of the map, but still, it's
Yeah, that is a quirk. I would agree with that. Okay, so if we do wood beams, is there a reason to do wood beams? That's the whole thing. I used to default to just making prefab wall because they were the most valuable thing. Unfortunately, human nature means you just start making the most valuable thing, like regardless.
yeah.
It's unfortunate, but like I want to deliver a bunch of wood beams and make prefab walls, which means I need to make shingles, which means I also need to put some wood into this. So yeah, you could do all of this, and you do get a lot, right? Fully maxed out buffs, 500 raw planks in, it gives you 900 prefab wall, but you have to deliver all of this other shit too, right? Yeah, all of these percentages add up to 225%. By default, this is like 500 to make 400. And then you add up all of those, and it's 500 to make 900. But yeah, then it takes all this other stuff, which is fine. If we look at the prefab wall, I think it would be a little bit extra money, but we would have to enable. First of all, we have to enable shingles. How many storage of shingles? I only have 1 million shingles here. So we have longboards. Yep, we have plenty of longboards. We have planks. We have those. Those two are fine. So if we enable shingles, that'll start that. And then we can enable the prefab wall, and that's 100 shingles there. And that's 400. So yeah. And I already made barrels. Barrels are used in the beehive that we are going to build eventually. I've got a special beehive production building that doesn't rely on just passive bees. It's actually a production building like this that takes the empty pallets and barrels and makes honey. So we need to deliver some wood here.
Looks like one more pass each with this, and the planting will be done.
Yeah. When you get up to the top, what I'll do is I will fire this worker when I get to the top, because there could be a little tiny strip left over, but I don't want them to collide. That would be bad.
Yeah.
So, well, I mean, yeah, if you get to the top, why don't you just,
I'll fire my worker.
yeah, fire your worker and kind of drive off, get off the field, and then this guy will turn around and go back down, and we'll see if there's a little sliver left, then the worker will take care of it. It doesn't waste anything, like the seed and the fertilizer. It doesn't really waste it for the little strip. I've noticed that the seeds actually, the number of seeds used varies depending on how much of the width is actually being planted. So that's kind of nice.
Yeah. Moving kind of way out of the way just to give you plenty.
Yeah, you can go and fold her up and go park.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted me to take the last bit.
No, this worker can do it. Yeah, it looks like there might be a little strip left, which is fine. I'll hop back into the truck and do what I was doing. Ooh, Coffee got like 40 million liters of wood while he was here.
Jeez.
All right. And I am going to want some beams if I'm going to do prefab wall. There they are, right there. Not many. I mean, it's not many, but it still is a consumer of them. And unlike Armoire, prefab wall uses mostly planks. Armoire uses mostly longboard, so they kind of complement one another. So let me trigger the wood beams out of here. All right, how's that other worker doing? Last little strip. Good to go. And then let's go here. I'm gonna go sell this methane. sell it while it's worth a decent amount. Yep. Right now it is 673, which is like right at the top. That's like right at the top of its value. So yeah, good time to sell. All right, the worker is done. Now, yeah, paper roll is, the ratio is a little bit better than half. So as far as like liters of wood chips in to paper roll out, like if you have it all boosted, which is pretty easy for that, it's a little better than half. It used to be more. Like I used to have like 3,000 liters of wood chips in and like 3,200 out. It was obscene how much paper it would actually generate. So yeah, I've rebalanced all of that. All right, that should be enough to start the prefab wall as well. Which is also not a cheap $852,000 a month to run the prefab wall. So really what it comes down to is if you don't have all of the bonuses, right? You don't have all of the bonus stuff, it costs the same, but you don't get as much out of it. So the margins of profit are way thinner than if you have all of the boosts in there. So the incentive, I wanted to ensure the incentive was there to supply all of the things. So if you do supply all the things, then it's actually profitable. Like big time profit. Because you not only get the prefab wall that you can sell, but it also generates a pretty decent amount of wood chips that you can then turn into paper, which gives you a little bit extra profit. I did drastically lower the value of paper, though, purposefully. So I want to turn these two off for now. I'm just going to give me longboards. All right, I think that as far as the farming side of things, go grab this worker. Not sure what Austin's doing, but
Oh, sorry. I didn't think to check up on the worker. If I'm not actively doing something, my brain just kind of switches off. And even then, sometimes it'll switch off, so there's that.
This guy's almost out of gas. Less than half full. Crazy how much fuel this thing uses.
Yeah.
Good thing we make our own.
Yup. Especially if we have beans the night before.
Bang. All right. This grass is got. I never tell. Is it 1 month or 2? Like, I think next month it'll be classified as ready to harvest. But I don't know if the yield. I don't know. Does anybody know? Anybody plays this game? Because next month it's going to say ready to harvest. I'm pretty sure it's going to say ready to harvest. But if you wait another month, like, is it still ready to harvest, or is it with it? Like, what happens if you don't mow it in that month? I am not 100% sure on what happens. I do know that we are going to use a little special Colossus guy there. Because, yeah, there's a good way and a bad way to harvest all of that. We're not really making diesel very fast. And yeah, this has got lots of things that it's doing. Electric charge is fine. Wood chips, we can dump a few more in there. 1.5 million liters of wood chips. It does use them pretty fast. We'll just leave that right there. So we're making prefab wall now. And we got paper roll. We got 2 million paper roll already. Armoire, we're still up to 3.3 again. Just got to keep an eye on the wood and the boards and the things and stuff. So this is getting loaded. I'm probably going to need another one of these trailers, maybe for planks. Yeah, let's get another one of those. I also have one for cotton, by the way. A custom one for cotton loading. You can just drive by a bale and it just loads up the bale of cotton inside. Glorious. So buy one of these. They're kind of pricey. We don't want to go too crazy on that. Yeah, once this is loaded with longboards, I'll load it again with... I'll load the other one with planks. And maybe have it fire off some more beams, because beams consume a lot of wood. A lot of wood, and they produce a lot of wood chips. So beams are very wasteful in the amount of wood that the liters, basically the volume. And I could speed this process up, but the only way to really do that, the pallet thing, is to make each pallet hold more, right? So my pallets, because one of my mods is the larger pallet mod, and so what that does is it sets the pallets to 5,000 liters and then allows them to unload fast. So they're 5,000 liters size, and then liters per second is 5,000. So they literally can empty in a second. And there's a reason I did that. But to make this even faster, you would make the pallets bigger. You know, you could make the pallets 100,000 liters and then make them discharge 100,000 per second, and they would load this trailer in no time. But that would limit your output. It would only trigger a pallet when it's producing every 100,000 liters, which is a lot. So, you know, there's trade-offs. When we get to the greenhouses, which is going to be soon, we're going to need to... Now that we have oats and corn going, we are definitely going to want... we're definitely going to want to get some greenhouses for grapes. Because my greenhouse, again, my customized mod, my greenhouse, you can do both grapes and olives in the greenhouse. And it costs water, and it's boosted with fertilizer as well as power. You can feed it electric power. That was a new version. I went through basically all of my mods and all of my factories, and if it was appropriate, I added power. Some mods are not, like that BGA plant that I have, right? That doesn't use power at all because it's kind of a passive, like, digester. It just kind of produces, you know, it just ferments a little bit. That means it's, when you hear the air brakes, that means it's ready to rock and roll here. All right. On the plates. Yeah, Suno, Joe, if you're still here, thing about Suno, I'd love to know kind of the steps they made, because Suno only generates music like a minute at a time. So, but you can like extend a track, and I haven't really played a lot with that. I'm sure I could sit and tinker with it for a day and just generate, you know, songs. I don't know what it does after a certain, like, can you generate a 10-minute long song? I would imagine the AI starts breaking down after that amount of time, because there's not a lot of songs that last that long. So depending on how it was trained, it probably just starts repeating themes in the music. But I need to get that. I need to get that move, that iron ore out of there. Oh, wood chips is almost done. Dump more chips. Oh, planted one set of trees. Look how dirty that thing is. Wow. Tires are pristine, though. That's the new version. The new version of the game, the tires are going to get all muddy now. Like, built up, caked up mud.
That's kind of cool.
All right. So the grass, if we're going to do grass, believe it or not, there is a version of the Titan Colossus Forger. You can see the grass right there. This little guy. And we're going to go, I do 25, 50 meters is, that's a little unwieldy. It's hard to even see, right? When you have 50 meters, it's hard to even see. And the red guides, we're going to have those on there. And then design, we're going to do white. And we're going to do white. Like, maybe red blades.
Red blades? Are you harvesting zombies?
Yeah, it's a zombie harvester, everybody. That's funny. Okay. So yeah, 45 miles an hour. It's fast enough. I don't need to bump that up. The red guides. We're gonna buy this, and then back, and then we can hit that and do combinations, and that gives us the Colossus 6000. And this, I do unrealistic speed, right? Because I don't want to be limited by the discharge speed of this. So this is literally like 2.5 billion or 2.5 million liters discharge speed. And then the engine, we're going to go full blast on this. 3,000 horsepower. This thing is like, it's like driving a rocket. I mean, it's crazy how powerful this thing is. Obviously, though, BKT tires, because reasons. Nope. Ooh, those are some beefy boys there. No. Single modified, yeah, that's sexy. Okay, beacon orange, window tint, strobe light. We want a strobe light. Triangle, no. Pipe. Long pipe. Okay, so the main color, we're going to have white. The design color, we're going to have navy blue. Right? Kind of inverts those. This design color, navy blue. And then the rim color is going to be pearl white. Just like that. It's kind of how I roll. 312,000. I mean, that's not bad. I just have that in my couch cushions.
It's a big couch.
I didn't even notice there's no PTO on this thing. Oh well. So this, believe it or not, will also cut grass. So we get it out here, kind of park it out here. But yeah, if I'd love to know if we can do grass at level 3 or if we can get a higher yield if we wait another month. Because I'm not sure. Because I'm pretty sure next month it says ready to harvest, but then if you wait another month, it actually looks different. Like it looks sort of like if we go out to an area we haven't painted yet, if you wait another month, it looks like this grass here, right? So this stuff here is what it looks like after another month. But is this yield higher than the other yield? I don't know. Because I always have, in the past, have gone it when it says ready to harvest, that's when I harvest it. But if the yield is higher, if you wait another month, then I would absolutely wait a 4th month. And get more yield. We can test that, I guess. I don't know how many months we're going to be skipping ahead on this stream, but we're also going to need a harvester. We're going to need a Colossus harvester. We're going to need a swather header, and we're going to need a corn header if we're going to, because those oats are going to be done soon, and we're going to need a grain. Oh, there's just all the money. We just need all of the money. All at once. Because my old grain mill mod, I mean, just the building is 600,000. Like 650,000. Okay. Let's grab. I just need another wagon. I just need another one of these. Oh. There's just so many little jobs that I have to do, and that one cart is got wood chips in it. I don't have the big silo that I usually place down, but I need to grab some lime out of here. Now I need to grab the iron. All of the iron. And Oz, I don't know if you're back yet.
Yeah.
Once that iron is dumped out, you can take that over to the farm factory and dump that in there to make more metal. And then you can take whatever stone is in the farm factory and bring it back to the thing. And yeah, when I set all these recipes up, I didn't realize, like, iron ore goes over there, that makes stone come back over here, and it's just like, god damn it, like, I wanted to have a little bit more variety than that, but yeah.
But without making like a new building or something for intermediary.
Yeah. The whole iron, I didn't want to make, like, the iron mine, from the I don't know which expansion pack it was. platinum expansion or whatever. Like, that's just a passive amount of iron that just gets dumped on the ground. It's really annoying. So to dump with that, you have to hit X to unfold it.
Okay.
And then once you're in place, you hit O, and O kind of extends it, it kind of angles it down, and that actually will trigger and allow it to unload off of the little nozzle off the side. So it's one-sided. It only comes off one side. And you have to extend the pipe to let it unload.
And which one does this go to?
Farm Factory. It's down by the one with the big thing on the top.
That one?
Yep.
Oops.
I forgot what I was saying. Anyway. Words and things. I don't know what I was talking about. My brain just kind of shut off for a second.
Passive amount of iron.
Oh yeah, the vanilla one just kind of dumps it onto the ground, and it's not a lot. Let me assure you, it's not a lot. And I was like, I don't really like that. So that's why I made that take diesel to make iron. So it just didn't. I didn't want to make a whole nother building just to make the iron. I just didn't want it. I could have, but I didn't.
Can I fill the stone into this when it's empty?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. It's taking a while because I'm assuming the facility is full.
Yes. It is currently full. How much do you have left in there? Oh, there it is.
Just finished.
Yeah. I figured it was going to be close. It just has to use those last couple thousand that you get out of it. But yeah, you can fill the stone right back in and haul it back. All right, this is done. Let me go deliver. Go deliver these.
Wow, that didn't take long.
Yeah, I sped up all of the transfers of things just because when you really get Mega Farm, like we're dipping our toes into Mega Farm right now. When you really get into it, when you fast forward 1 month, when you sleep 1 month, there is so much shit to move. Like there's so much to do in a single day to get it, the fields, to get the fields like cycled through, all of the factories. Like you are extremely busy in the game. As your level of production like ramps up a lot. It's pretty nice. Just with the size of the fields, there's so much to do. How are we doing here on the wood chips? So many wood chips. So these are some expensive. I'm assuming there was one time in my test world I had a bunch of different productions going, and I slept. I slept for 1 month, and it cost $7 million to sleep for to the next one. $7 million was a lot. So yeah, fun times. I'm trying to think of anything else we might want to do. How much silage? See, there's not much silage in here right now. We could sell the silage directly, but it's not worth nearly as much as the methane is worth. So again, with the way the brain works, we're like just making do here. I could deliver a little bit of methane to the fuel system here. It's a really good. Damn it.
Really good, damn it. Huh.
Oh, because I didn't increase the amount of wood chips this thing held, I really should have. I don't know why I didn't. I'm constantly having to dump little bits of wood chips in here, and it just takes up it takes up the spot. I can't drive in here with another vehicle when that thing is just parked there for all eternity.
Would that
But
be easy for you to address?
yeah, but then I would have to re-upload. Like
Yeah.
I've done that 1,000 times in the last 2 weeks. Like so many times that I've like thought of a little change, and like, damn it, now I've got to re-zip it, re-upload it. Like, it's just a lot to manage.
Yeah.
It's an easy change, but it's just a pain in the ass to get that change to everybody else.
I have
all
to
right.
spend 20 minutes just to make a 30-second change.
Yeah, and then what usually happens is I do that, I re-upload it, and I load it in the game, and I find a bug, and it's like, now I got to do that all over again. It's so annoying. All right, so that was a little bit of money. So what we could do here is a beehive thingy. Let's go build, construction, production. And then in here somewhere is my custom. So here's that mine shaft, right? Platinum. That's it. Platinum expansion. So in here is it's a beekeeping. There it is. Beekeeping mod. It's not cheap. So I want to put this over here. Well, where should I put it? Kind of my honey area over here. So, but this, I've got it massively customized. So you don't have to spawn pallets with this. You can actually load the honey into the tank, into the Unimog tank, because I've customized it to the point where you can just load up the food based, like in this case it would be the blue one. You just pull that up and you can load it with honey, and then you can drop it off at the farm factory or sell it. You can directly sell it from there too. We got bees. We gotta give them some flowers. Wait, what did that? All
I'm
right.
gonna bring my plate in the kitchen and take a quick bio break.
Fine. All right, so this little guy is actually a production building. It doesn't passively produce honey; it actively produces it. It for every 100 honey, it takes a pallet and a barrel for every 100. Remember, a pallet is 5,000, so it's way more expensive. Or you can do the mega honey one, which is just 100. You know, it just takes the same numbers and 100 times it. But if you notice, the production cost per month isn't 100; it's actually 1,000. So I tried to balance it. This will give you an insane amount of honey, but it's extremely expensive. Or you can enable all of these and do it. It just costs barrels and pallets, which is, I mean, it is what it is. So I think we have, yeah, pallets in this one. Oh. Yeah. Doesn't take many, but this one, instead of using this really expensive one, I'm going to do extreme, which is I'll do logistics, and then I'll do a different color for the top to indicate what it is. So like a light blue, a really light blue really makes it stick out. And just because this one's cheaper and this one's just going to be the barrels, and that's basically all it's going to be. I could, yes, make the barrels auto deliver, but that isn't cheap. Like, it costs money, and remember, the margins, the profit margins, can be tight. There we go. Barrels. Come with me, barrels. I think it holds 100,000 thereabouts. Yep, 100,000. So we can just kind of take these and park them right over here because this is the only place we use them, and we don't want to sell them because it's just kind of a pain in the ass to make them. So we just park them there and fill it up whenever we need to. And now we've got ample amounts of honey. So I can go in here, open production, and we're just going to start making this in smaller doses. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times 2,400. 7 times 2,400 is 16,800 an hour, or $16,800 an hour production cost per month. 16,800 per month. 16,800 for a lot, or 2.4 million. It's a big difference, but if you need a lot of honey really fast, you can enable this for like an hour. And this will get you an obscene, right? The number of cycles per month is also X10. So, 10,000 in an hour. Well, if you let this run for an hour, it would be an impressive amount of honey. Okay, so that's good to go. I think we are just about ready to sleep through another night here. Silage, how much water? I think am I auto-distributing water now, finally? I am. I might have to beef this up a little bit. This is not, like, I don't know. This doesn't seem to be catching up. Like, it's making water, but it's like almost too slow. I don't know. I really want to put some silage in there. Let's do that really quick. Let the methane thing run for a little while we sleep. I like having as much of my factory when I sleep. I like having as much as possible. Even though it costs me an obscene amount of money, I like having it processing as much as possible. Because it's just you know, that way there's a bunch of stuff to sell as soon as you wake up in the next day. And that's good.
Takes the sting out of the expenses a little bit.
Well, at least it gives you confidence that you're not going to be bankrupt the next day, because it could happen where if you don't plan, if you have a bunch of productions that you can't really sell or make money on in this kind of mod pack setup, that you would wake up the next day and you'd be minus $2 million and you'd only have $100,000 worth of stuff to sell, and you'd be like, okay, where's the money? Like, you can't hire workers, so, you know, it can be a challenge if you don't plan ahead. But I'm Mr. Plan Ahead, so I like planning ahead. That's what I do. Also, this might need... I might need to enable... Do I want to enable beams on this? I don't want to blow through all of our wood, just in case we need it for like carton rolls or other things and stuff. We've already got some planks.
It would be neat if the game had like a how to phrase it, like an adaptive supply and demand feature, so that you're not just, monocropping or monoproducing.
What do you mean by okay? What do you mean by adapting?
Well, obviously, if you produce one thing, you'll get less money. But the problem is, late game, you don't want a simple supply and demand thing. You'd want it so that if you're producing a wide variety of goods, the amount that's purchased, the demand would also raise.
So there is a feature where, depending on how much you sell of a product, you start getting less money for it.
Yeah.
And that
would be.
That's a product of the sell station, which this map has a new value on that. The old iterations of this map had because there's an XML tag for how many liters to sell before the price drops, and I had the value set outrageously high. So I set that back down to basically like one trailer full. If you sell one trailer full of something, let's say armoire, then you need to spend a couple days not selling that. Otherwise, your price is going to be bad. It's going to be, I don't know what percentage it takes off. I haven't really gotten into that part of the scripting yet. I don't even know if it's exposed to public view. Like, what does it just take, like, as soon as you sell 10 million liters, does it just half the price and that's where it stays? Or does it scale depending on, if you sell 10 million liters, it drops price. But if you sell another 10 million liters, is it exponentially dropping, or is it just drop the price once and that's the new price? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But what I tried to do with all these productions, and if you sort of get in the groove of the map and groove of the productions, the way that I balanced the recipes was the more of the ingredients that you provide, the better the craft and the more profitable you're going to be. So I tried to sort of counterbalance the cost of the production itself. So some productions are cheap and they give you stuff that's pretty cheap to sell, or they're really expensive and they actually give you something that's very valuable. But the profit margins get better the more of the alternative ingredients you provide, right? So if you actually look at the recipe for cereal, you'll see that there's optional ingredients. And the balance is sort of tweaked depending on how easy it is to come by those ingredients. But yeah, I think we are basically ready. Let's see, what's this got in it? This is chewing through iron, which is fine. Maybe deliver. Let's make some more silage, which is good. Let's fill up the diesel. Yeah, we're using quite a bit of diesel in this playthrough, which is nice. All right. Good to go. Let's. Oh, what are the guesses on how much this is going to cost? We are going to sleep at noon, so we're going to sleep for 12. We're going to sleep for 20 hours. I'm gonna guess this is gonna be. We're gonna be negative. We're gonna be negative like $2 million. That's my guess. That's my estimate. It's gonna cost a little under $5 million. Let's see.
I'm gonna say 2,000,001.
Okay, Bob Barker.
Yep.
Uh,
Exactly.
I freaking hated people who did that on that show. Oh, actually not bad. Minus 85,000. Okay. We must have had some productions that went and stopped for a bit because April's almost full. Wood is almost out. I need to stop the prefab wall before wood runs out because that's a 25% booster right there. So longboards and planks could be refilled. Metal could be refilled. Wood needs to be refilled. God, wood chips is amazingly full still. But yeah, I don't want to enable prefab wall. Shingles is full. I can turn that one off. Yeah, go ahead and grab the wood truck.
Looks like it's all lined up. All I need to do is just unload it. Do I just
What do you mean?
just hit R? Oh. No, the building has 10 million wood, so the building's full.
I'm talking about the carpenter, not the sawmill. The carpenter needs wood. The prefab wall.
Gotcha.
The prefab wall uses wood as a bonus ingredient, and it's a 25% bonus that you get out of it. So you want to drive the truck and dump some wood into this. All right.
I know you're not an Adam Sandler fan, but when you were talking about The Price is Right, it reminded me of a scene in Happy Gilmore where Gilmore gets annoyed and picks a fight with Bob Barker.
Bob Barker, yeah, that's a really famous scene.
Wow.
All right, I need to actually see if I enabled this. I didn't. Damn it.
Should I park this out by the sawmill again?
Filled it up? Yeah, you can. Yeah. I try to kind of bunch all the construction, and you can detach the truck and then use the truck to grab the trailers with the longboards and the planks, which are out in the grass, by the hay trailer. Or grab the other logging trailer and go finish the job that Coffee started. Or at least continue the job. I don't know how far he got. So before you get the greenhouses going, you really want really solid fertilizer production, liquid fertilizer production. You want solid liquid fertilizer production. Yes. Words were said. And because you want to auto distribute that, even though it costs money. Like, it's still better. Is it over here that I need?
Did you want me to move these trailers somewhere, or just put this truck by them?
You want to grab the planks and the longboards and drop them off in the sawmill. Those two trailers have planks and longboards in them. Each one of those needs to get dropped off.
Sawmill or carpenter? You said sawmill.
Carpenter, sorry. Sawmill.
Oh, okay.
Carpenter. That's who actually needs them. It's the carpenter.
Yeah. Thus my confusion.
Yeah. I mean, we're almost 6 hours in it. This is what happens. We're 6 hours in the stream. So if we look at the grass, you see it's ready to harvest, but you see it's green and lush and growing. Not at all what the ready to harvest grass was that I painted over here. So this grass that's painted in this field over here. Let's see if I can find a tuft of it. So this grass here, right? When I chose this grass, this was the ready to be harvested grass. So, like, is the harvest yield different if you wait for this? Because it looks like that if you wait another month. But this says ready to harvest. And I know if we harvested this field right now, we would get like 3.5, or maybe close to 4 million more, 4 million liters. Maybe. That's my estimate. But when I harvested this plot before I plowed it, I mowed the meadow grass, and I got almost 7 million liters, which is a huge difference in yield. And I know that my yields in the script, in the XML, between meadow and grass are very close to one. I mean, they're not identical, but they are very close to one another. So my instinct tells me to wait another month for this. That's what that tells me, because something about this says ready to harvest, but I don't think it's ready to harvest. Like, I don't think it's there yet.
What we could do is harvest a swath of it.
Oh, I could do that. Yeah, I could. Let's do that. Well, then it would be all out of sync.
Yeah, but then you just wait, 2 times the next time, and just get I suppose, 3 times. Wait till the first batch is ready to harvest, and then let it go to second tier ready to harvest.
Yeah, I'm assuming that if you just don't, once it's at that state that's painted, once it's at that state, it just basically stays at that state, because that grass has not changed state in the painted areas at all. Right, we've fast forwarded months and months and months now, and it still looks like these little tufts. Like, if it was going to like wither and die, I think that it would look different. So there's the corn.
This one here, I think it was the longboards, got completely emptied.
So if it empties out, you can park it by the sawmill in between the two things, and
Load.
yeah. So
What is that?
I'm
There it
standing
is.
next to it. So the back end of basically the sawmill, you want the truck to be in between. You want the back end of the truck to be in between. That's how all
Yeah.
these factories work. And then you want to open the back.
Shoot.
I'll let you
I'll just abandon
I'll let
this.
you have fun with that. So yeah, we're still minus 85,000. Not exactly the best situation. So, as you saw, it cost. What were we at? About 3.5 million when we
Yeah,
slept.
pretty sure it was.
So it was $3.5 million it cost to sleep, but we've got a decent amount of stuff ready to sell.
You need to have the engine on to open the doors.
Yes, you do. But then you can disconnect it and then grab the truck, grab the. Oh, you did the planks already?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, you did. Now, let's see.
Do you think the planks need to be unloaded again, or does it not consume the both of them?
No, it's consuming both. It just takes. I mean, it's got enough. It's 10 million each in each, so it's like it takes a while. But we're gonna need to empty. Their armoire is full, and the paper is full, or almost full. Paper's just about full. So we're gonna need to get a trailer for those. Let me purchase. Oh, I can't. I don't have any money. Where is?
And I suppose each of these trailers is specialized to a specific jigamathinky?
No,
Or are
but
they just all
the volume, buying the 10 million volume basically doubles the cost of the trailer. So I made it extremely expensive. And you left this truck. And
Oh, I just turned it on. I wasn't sure
Oh.
if I had or not. That's what I was checking.
where's my? Oh, it's over here. Right. Digestate.
That's a weird word.
Yeah, and I don't know what it is. I've seen all of the processes that create it. I mean, the fact that you can store it in the slurry tank, like, and I won't even go into what slurry is. Like, it sounds like it's a disgusting material, but again, I don't know what it actually composes. If it's just like pure bacteria and yeasts and like nasty little bugs like that. Like, if it's just basically the material that they use to convert, because this methane producer also produces the digestate. You can get it from here. It actually.
Did you want to hear the definition of digestate?
Oh, he looked it up. God damn it, he Googled.
Yeah.
Sure.
Digestate is the material remaining after the anaerobic digestion, which is decomposition under low oxygen
Yep.
conditions.
I knew it anaerobic.
Of a biodegradable feedstock. Anaerobic digestion produces two main products, digestate and biogas.
That's exactly what that thing does. Biogas.
Okay, so in this context, it seems like more of a byproduct.
Yeah, it is a byproduct of the process. Yeah, I'm just gonna go up and straight up sell all this methane. Yeah, right now we're basically taking all of our silage, converting it into methane and selling it. While I'm here, let's take a quick peek.
We're selling farts. Oh, that's such a classic line. Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. I assume you've seen.
I
that,
have
or not so much.
maybe 30 years ago.
Okay.
No recent memory of that movie. I remember it's
Okay.
like it was like Mel Gibson and a giant like iron like dome. Like it's about the extent of what I remember of that movie. I was probably 10 when I saw it.
It revolves around a place called Bartertown. And they're actually one of the few places that actually has electricity. And I can't remember how what the first part of it is, but basically they're explaining, yeah, we get power from pigs, and Mel Gibson goes bullshit, and somebody else interjects, no, pig shit.
Yes. Yep. That would be methane, everybody. That would be natural gas.
Yep.
All right. There's a couple more trailers. And one of those babies we need to park for the carpenter so we can unload the paper. And that will start chewing up the wood chips again. Because I've got this damn thing full of wood chips here and still... we fast forwarded time and the wood chips are completely full. So, yeah, bad times. So let's... I mean, 10 million liters of paper is not going to be super amounts of money, but it's better than zero.
Do the snowmen respawn? Because
No.
I want another one over here.
There's one that appears once you collect all three, but it's just like a trophy.
Oh, okay. Ah, okay, yeah, I can't collect it, so that must be the one.
All right, paper rolls are going. We'll grab the other trailer.
I'm just running back and forth. If there's anything you need me to do, just let me know.
Yeah, grab the other truck semi cab and hook it up to the paper trailer that's being loaded right now. So we can pull that away when it's full. Should be 10 million. Should completely fill that up.
That's
And
on
then-
this one?
What?
That's on the other side of the carpenter here.
Yeah, the one that's being filled right. And then once it's full, you can pull it away, close the door, and then I'll pull up with the other one and then load up the armoire. And then we can basically like hold on, like paper and like these are not. I don't think these are products that really dramatically change in value over time. I pretty much set them, so don't pay attention to this weird. This is before I fixed it. That shows you. It doesn't actually. I don't know how to regenerate these seasonal fluctuation charts. It generates them when you create the map and when you create the save game. Like the first time you load in, it generates all these. But if you change the prices after the fact, you have to go through each month and then it resets it each month. So it doesn't. I don't know of a way to regenerate those. If there is a way, let me know. If there is a command or some file to delete to actually regenerate these, because I've massively rebalanced all these values. As you can see, this is $2,400 here, where it's actually $343. So the next month is not going to pop up to $2,400. It's going to, you know, it'll fluctuate maybe a little bit, but not a lot. So yeah. And then carton rolls, the same, right? Carton rolls, I've basically made the same price no matter what. Because I figured, how much can the price actually vary of stuff like that? I don't think there's a lot of variety in that, but that should be kicking off paper production. It just takes a while to unload 10 million liters. I mean, it's 2,000 pallets. Like, it's a lot. It's a lot of material that gets unloaded. I'm really looking forward to not needing to use wood chips. But the only other options are some of the oils and honey. I guess we could do honey. We have a little bit of honey that we could bring over here. Speaking of honey, how much honey was made in the last month? 854,000 liters. I mean, that's not bad. It's not a lot, but it's not bad. It would make quite a lot of diesel. But I don't use this honey for diesel because it is cheaty. I understand it is cheaty. 800,000 liters of honey in a single month is a far cry from what you get from a beehive. So I typically only use this for like cereal making because you don't use a lot of it for cereal. I tend to use the honey we get from hives. I tend to use that for diesel. Because it's just it's less cheap. Even though it's still cheaty, it's still less cheap. All right. Still 1.5 million liters in here. Got a ways to go. All right. And yeah, I want to see. I'm going to do the thing that Oz suggested. I'm just going to do a strip. I'm just going to do one strip up the edge of this field. Right? In the same width of that. I'm going to do one strip up and then see what our value is. And then when we fast forward another month, I'll do it again right next to it and see if it changes. Why is my width? My width should not be 49 meters. What is going on here? That is wrong. 25. There we go. Not sure why. It should fill completely up. I mean, I spawned exactly 10 million pallets, so it should be like 99999. Like, it should be very, very close to full.
Yep.
All right.
I got a pen and paper. You want me to write it down?
165561. What are the odds that would be the same forwards and backwards? What are the fucking odds that number would be the same written forwards and backwards? 165561. Like, that is crazy. What are the odds of that happening? Now I need to dump this off so we can get a fresh amount tomorrow. Whoops. Yeah, let's hold that in for reasons. Yeah,
Alright,
really concerning that this was
And where are we going to park the paper?
you can park it next to the planks or the boards or whatever, or the out in the grass field. I tend to just
Okay. And this is basically just an emergency.
It's emergency funds. Yeah. I want to be as close as possible to the same width. Yep, right there. Okay. Turn it off. Just leave it sit there. Ready to go. Yeah, it's really concerning that the width was wrong on that. That should have detected... It should have detected that it wasn't a 50 meter wide.
Oh, should I spawn the planks in the... Oh, looks like we don't have the planks available.
Yeah, the sawmill basically shut down.
Okay.
Like, it's really expensive to run that thing, and if we don't immediately need a huge volume of stuff, then I shut it down.
Yeah.
So that load up with armoire. Don't forget to open the back.
Yeah, may as well
So-
do that now.
Yeah, as you get it pulled in there, I can actually start doing that, and that will sit and load all the things. And the other thing we want to do, blanks 2.1 million. How much? It's gonna be a while before that space. We are eventually gonna need to bring some more metal over here. I'm just trying to figure out if you really wanted to have fun with it, you could take this flatbed trailer that we have, and you would have to grab the truck, pull it into this area here, reconfigure it to be pallets auto load, because right now it's bales and it will not auto load pallets. You could reconfigure it to be pallets auto load, and then you could take it over to the farm factory and start spawning metal. Now you couldn't obviously spawn 10 million metal because there's no way that thing is going to hold 10 million metal. I don't remember. It's 2 layers of pallets, I think, fit on that thing. I had it loaded once, but yeah, it's 2 layers. It's like 120,000 liters or something like that. You can play around with it, have fun with it, but yeah, we need to bring some more metal over to here. Otherwise, I mean, it's not in super danger of running out, but it's something to do. I was really hoping that, you know, as we play, that you kind of get used to the rhythms of the factory, and that every time we do a new month, like, the same kind of jobs are needed, right? You shuttle this to there, you shuttle that to there, you deliver more pallets, right? You have to... How many pallets are at the farm factory? Yeah, see, there's 86,000, so you can top up the pallets, you can deliver carton rolls over here. Like, there's just like rhythms that to keep the factory going, all the different logistics. I tend not to automate that for most of the products, just because that's what the game is. That's kind of how things are run.
Okay, I assume you go into customize and then which configuration?
I think it's the very top. You can cycle, and it goes through like many options. But the very first option is like I want to say like auto load or pallet auto load, or maybe it says even default. I don't know, but it's the one that doesn't have something like bale auto load or tipper or tank, or it's like the default function of that trailer.
Okay,
Kinda-
probably flat deck standard.
Yeah, like it's just like the default version of it is the pallet auto load, and then everything else has a specific function, including the bales.
Okay, I was a little confused because flat deck standard was like the first one it came up on.
Yeah.
I had assumed that it would load in as auto loading.
Yeah, it's weird that when you customize that specific, like most of the other, like the color choices, that kind of stuff, those are all set to what it actually was. It's that first option is never the same. It always resets that for some reason, and I don't know why.
Strange.
Yeah, that has caught me up several times where I do something, I'm like, oh, I'm going to customize this, and then I forget to reset that first one, and it eliminates the it like eliminates that first one. I'm like, God, and now I got to go and pay again to have it done again, and it's just annoying.
And pallets are in the carpenter?
Pallets are
Or
done.
should I
What
go-
you want to do with that first is get loaded up with a set of metal, and bring the metal over to the carpenter. The pallets are already in one of these trailers. Carton rolls and
Yeah.
pallets are already in one of these trailers sitting here.
Sorry, I got kind of confused because you said reconfigure it for pallets.
Oh, yeah.
My brain went actual pallets, not pallets of items. So that's
Yep.
just my.
So if you want, is it in operational mode? Very similar. Well, that's one way to park.
Especially with the little hitches that I feel every now and then. I am out of forks to give as far as trying to do that right. It says auto bail mode.
So what I think I need to do is actually start spawning pallets. You got to be ready. I think it's the R key. You got to be ready as soon as you start spawning. As long as you can get it. I'm gonna spawn 100,000. 20 pallets. Let's spawn those. Does it detect it?
It's not working. Yeah.
There should be a key somewhere in there of start loading.
I'm not seeing it.
Oh, let me look. That's L.
Shift R. Start loading.
There we go. Okay.
I'll drag those over there.
Why didn't that load? Here, let me.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, it's because the thing had captured them. That's weird. Come on, truck, stop drifting. Boy, this thing must have a very narrow hitbox for that.
Yeah.
Why isn't it loading that pallet?
Yeah, I can't figure that one out either. Oh.
Yeah, they're not actually.
They're not. Oh.
They're not like. They're auto placed. They're not part of the 3D object, so it's like they can get squirrely. There's that one, and that one. So that's weird. That's really weird. Let me spawn. No, I don't want to spawn 90 meal. Okay, let's do this. Oh, you weren't in there to hit shift.
Oh, sorry.
You're just running around like, wee. All right,
I
we
was
got.
trying to see if there was a way to see
Yeah,
how
hit
much-
L. It's you don't want. Yeah, we don't want the things on automatic.
Yeah.
The auto load thing does trigger them. Okay, that. It's used to having. All right, go ahead and take those over. You want to turn the straps on. There you go. I was gonna say, turn that corner. Those will go flying off the.
Carpenter, right?
Yep. And you should just be able to drive over it, and it will. You have to do it slowly, but it will consume the pallets. So it's different than the trailer. The trailer behaves very, very different than the vanilla game, because this is kind of the vanilla way of moving stuff.
Do I have to unstrap them?
No.
Nope.
You probably want to if you're driving slowly, because you hear like weird audio glitches when that.
I think I have the volume turned down
All right.
enough that I
So that got us about halfway. So another load would cover us for probably another sleep cycle, maybe.
Swung a little too wide there. I'll get in position to try and load some more.
All right.
That building jumped right out in front of me, I swear.
Hmm. So rather than pull, remember the way that you want your edge to be the edge of this. You gotta get a. I know it's a lot to ask. You got to get a feel for where the pallets spawn, because they typically exceed the square, and so the pallets will actually start at this where the cab is and go back and exceed the width back. And so every production, I tend to overrun the pallets in the direction of the building, right? So the building is on this side of the spawn, and so the pallets will kind of exceed the back this direction. That's the general rule. But all right, here we go. Ready?
Yep.
Metal, and we're gonna do 250,000. Yeah. So as long as you can trigger it in time, it should load them as it spawns them. So it's.
The game kind of hitched for a second there, but it looks
Oh,
like
you're able to do 3 levels. Oh shit. Let's do. Let's see. That is gonna be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 more pallets. 10, 14, good to go. Boom! Look at that, a full load, ready to rock and roll. It's a beautiful thing. And in this situation, you actually get the weight of all of that too, by the way. Although, obviously, the larger pallets are much, much lighter than they would be normally. Normally, you would have, because those are metal, that would be an extremely heavy load if it was vanilla pallets. All right.
How would you have a pallet of vanilla?
How do you think the grocery stores get it? All right,
Well,
yeah.
I
That
hope they would come in bottles. But...
brought us up to 845,000 liters of metal. That's good. Oh, of course, the water. I might have to have like 2 of these over here. This water. Got plenty of diesel. Water is set to distributing. Do I need another one of these with more diesel in it? I'm gonna put another one of these down. I don't think they're too expensive. Okay. Two water. Yeah, the thing about this, the customized version, for one, the customized version, or the vanilla version, the guy who posted it, literally doesn't produce water. It just distributes water. So you have to actually fill it with water, and then it will deliver the water. Mine actually creates the water, but you have to give it fuel. And then I have it set to automatically distribute. And then I have it set to automatically enable the crap. So you just place it, fill it with diesel, and it does it for you. The trick is gonna be filling with diesel. Let's see. How much diesel? I don't think we have very much over here. We don't even have a full one yet. So yeah. We have 6.4 million iron ore in there. Could deliver that to the farm factory. But I want to go deliver diesel to this thing over here first. There we go. And that should get these two running. Because when we get all our greenhouses, whew, those are going to use some water.
Not Bronto?
Pronto. It has electrolytes.
Yeah. It's what plants crave.
God, I've seen the clips from that movie. Never actually seen the movie. I think if I tried to watch that movie, I would get more frustrated than entertained. Just because of how stupid, just the level of stupidity. It would just be like, God damn it, it's so frustrating.
Well,
mainly
also-
because I know because I know there are people that are that stupid. like it's not an exaggeration that there are people that are literally that stupid. But it has electrolyte. It's what plant. It's like, yeah, the problem with the sheeple is real. Everybody, like it's a real problem. My brother and I were talking about it yesterday. Like,
Yeah.
what were you gonna say?
I think above that you'd get frustrated. Not from
Are you cutting out? Or are you? Oh, you are cutting out.
listening to them. More how accurate it is.
Good.
Where we're going.
That is a really fascinating time for you to robot out. You literally like roboted out right then. Like I got maybe 4 words. Like your connection must have just died.
Volumes cover the Discord.
Yep, your connection is foobar.
Okay, now I can hear you fine.
Yeah, I think your connection, like either yours or mine, completely glitched. Although, I mean, YouTube is telling me I have an excellent connection. So.
Yeah. I think there's something weird with my ISP. It doesn't happen frequently enough that I'm worried about looking into it. But yeah. Plus, trying to figure out what's going wrong and letting them know that something's wrong, it just brings back bad memories. Because, boy, I think it was 15 years ago. It was with this ISP. We were, we'd get disconnected, and all the handshaking and stuff that would go on, even if it's like a 10-second disconnect, it would end up, disconnecting you from any service, any game
Oh, yeah.
playing, etc. And I would tell them we're having intermittent disconnection issues, and I very much emphasize the word intermittent. They sent somebody out. They plugged into our the Ethernet jack in the back of the front of the house. Ran a diagnostic and go, yep, everything's good, and then left.
Yep.
And it's like, did you know what the word intermittent means?
No, they do not. I can tell you that right now. No, they did not.
Oh,
Yeah, my brother and I were talking about yesterday because it's plain to me in the current political climate that the opposition, the quote-unquote conservatives, want to lose. They strongly desire to lose because all signs point to them being so astronomically incompetent. They can't even organize. They can't even come up with a clear message. They can't. It's like they bitch and moan and bitch and moan, and they still want it their way or no way, right? It's like the world is falling apart at the seams, and you still can't rally behind somebody because he maybe doesn't have the same viewpoints as you do, or at least on one level or two, right? So one or two things you disagree on, and because of that, because you disagree on one or 2 points, you just throw them out, right? So case in point, this week Joe Rogan posted a podcast, and in that podcast he talks about RFK, and he talks like RFK seems, and Joe Rogan is a centrist guy, right? He is not any one direction or the other. He's a very centrist kind of person, and he kind of has to be, right? But he also has stated opinions against Trump, which is completely entitled to his opinions, but it's one of the reasons why he's never had Trump on his podcast, because he just doesn't invite him. Trump would be, if he got invited to his podcast, Trump would be an idiot to say no to it. So either that's true, or Rogan has outwardly stated that he would never get Trump on, which is his prerogative. It's his podcast, whatever. But so he came out and mentioned that RFK is he makes the most sense. He's kind of the most center. He's the least crazy of the candidates, which he has a point. And he's entitled to his opinion and all of that, and that's fine. But the reaction of the conservatives to that, and the reaction of Trump came out and blasted him about that. And the conservatives were up in arms. Suddenly, a celebrity's opinion matters. Every other celebrity who didn't like Trump didn't matter. They're celebrities, who cares what they think? But all of a sudden, Joe Rogan is like, nah, I don't think it's a good choice. Suddenly now, we're going to lose our minds, and it's like he had an opinion, and he stated his opinion, and we're going to lose our minds. Do the same thing that the left does when somebody disagrees with them. We're going to do the same thing. And Rogan, for his part, doesn't realize by doing what he did and stating that opinion, you make it more likely that an insane person who is never actually elected to office gets into office. Somebody who's literally appointed into the position is going to make it. Because right now, Kamala Harris it's an insane person. If you see her talk, it shouldn't even be a choice. And yet she's leading right now. She's leading in the polls, in the market. There's actually an online market where people put real money in bet on the odds. And so people are putting real money down and she is leading. What does that tell you? That is an insane prospect to me, that she was never elected. She even lost in the primaries. She even lost her home state. She didn't even win her home state. And yet, the Democratic machine has gotten behind this person in such a way that the message is completely irrational. She's not actually answering any questions. If you watch her stump speech, it's a lot of words with zero meaning. It's a lot of like, ooh, vote for us because it's not Trump. That's essentially what they're running on, and they're winning. That's how much TDS has dominated politics. I am looking forward. I don't care who wins this next cycle. I don't care. I hope we survive as a country. As a society, I hope we survive. I just want to be done with this Trumpism. I just want to be done with this and move on to somebody else. And maybe somebody who isn't as vitriolic and unlikable. But I am just tired of the excuse of like, I don't like this one person, therefore I'm gonna build my entire worldview around not liking this person. I just think that's a horrible way of running a country. I just think if your entire platform is we're not that guy, like, okay, then what are you for? Oh, you're for all this other bullshit that affects people's lives. How as a rational human being, I even saw a video, and I don't know if it's real. It could be a fake. We're at the point now where deep fakes are extremely believable. I don't know if anybody out there knows who Candace Owens is. She was the one that was fired from the Daily Wire for being like extreme right. And I saw a video of her singing the praises of Kamala Harris, strictly based on the color of her skin. That was it. That was the entire basis for her support. And I'm like,
that has to be a take.
I was like, that can't be real, but it was extremely believable. Let's mow this grass that over all these trailers. Let's move all these trailers off of here and mow this grass. This is money sitting right here. This is methane, basically. Yeah. So, I take it with a massive kernel of salt, essentially. Not gonna help. That's okay.
Oh, sorry, I was doing a search.
Oh,
what are you doing?
Man, I just flipped the truck. Oh, yeah. There we go.
Jeez. Yeah.
We need to move these trailers off and then mow this grass that's over here.
Okay.
This is money sitting here. Can't let money go. On war. But yeah, I'm not afraid of getting political. I'm not afraid of stating my opinion. And again, they're my opinion. But anybody who's got a half a brain, who buys groceries, knows we are in deep shit. I bought groceries. I bought basic milk, bread, some carrots, basic groceries, not even my full usual groceries, and it was $125. Literally 6 bags of groceries. Anybody who's involved in what's going on right now and how much stuff costs, I don't understand how you can rationalize how expensive stuff is right now. And the fact that it literally is because of the billions of dollars that's basically been printed to send overseas and to give a bunch of people college from their college. Like the loan forgiveness, when they forgive 16 billion in loans, where do you think that money is coming? They are printing that money and inventing it out of thin air. What do you think that does to inflation prices? What do you think that does? It's a direct causation. And the only people that think it's good are the people who get their loans paid off, who then that's basically buying votes is essentially what they're doing. And it's sickening. It's maddening that people are falling for it. How you think that the government just invents all of this money suddenly? It makes no sense. And I just want to like smack people upside the head and be like, what do you think this is going to do to the country? Why do you think our groceries are so expensive? And how you want 4 more years of it? You want 4 more years of this, right? You want your grocery bill to be twice as much as it is today in 4 years? This is the path we're on. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand. You want people to continue sterilizing children? Like that's the path we're on. And the fact that we cannot rally behind somebody. If you want to mow, like I don't know what you want to do, what you're okay with. Like, I know this is not your favorite game, but if I'm just doing all the work and running all this shit around, then you can just go and play Oxygen Not Included. Like, I don't want to force you to play the game, so.
I was curious on that Candace Owens thing, so I was trying to find a video of that.
Yeah, I mean, I have my doubts, but it looked real enough. Could be a deep fake. It's a lot of work to make. It's not easy to make those. So, I mean, somebody could have done it. I'm not discounting the fact that it could have been done, but anyway, I just, my brother and I were talking yesterday. I was like, I just don't think. One thing the Democrats are very, very good at is organization and message, right? Organization and message. They get everybody in line.
Yeah.
And the conservatives they do not have that special power to do that. And so I find it extremely frustrating when the conservatives are bogged down and cannot unify and just have no ability to see that it cripples any sort of potential for changing, because the different sides behave differently, right? The left is like one cohesive blob of bullshit, right? It's just one. If you disagree with anything, you're kicked out of the club, right? And so it's one big unified sort of mindset. Whereas the right loves its independence. And we value different ways of thinking. We actually value diversity, difference of thought. Well, the fact that actually hurts us in the end means that it's a kind of a strength. It's kind of a strength of the Democrats the left, that they are able, they're able to unify like that, because it's just, I don't know if there's an answer, I don't know if there's a way to course correct. There are some states that are going extreme right, and some states that are going extreme left. And then I see what's going on in UK right now, and it terrifies me. There are people literally being arrested in the UK for stuff they post on Facebook. I don't understand how Um,
Damn it.
how somebody can be okay with that, and how you can justify it.
Sorry if you hear a clap every now and then. There's a fly that's not always in my face, but when he is, he's there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've been there.
Come on, just a tiny little strip of grass here. I know it can handle getting it all. Maybe. There. Nope. Damn. I guess I'm gonna have to take another pass.
Yeah, oh man, it's concerning. It's really concerning to me. But you know, my brother's just like, it is what it is. Like the world is gonna do what the world does, and looks like the area where the trees are, you can just go around the trees if you want to just do that. You don't have to go in between them or anything, but auto save. Oh, so much grass to repaint. So much. But yeah, I'm deeply concerned that we are just not going to be. It's going to be many years before we are able to recover. I don't know how a bunch of people can get behind a candidate who was never never elected, never put into a position of being elected. They were appointed. They were placed there by the powers in the party, and then everybody just falls in line. And then they use the excuse that they're defending democracy. Like the gaslighting and the lying and the bullshit is so amazing that, and the people fall for it is the most frustrating part.
Yeah, I've mentioned it before, but basically I think splitting the country into pieces is the only how to phrase it without sounding wrong, you know, the best course of action, let's say.
I mean, honestly, I don't know. I honestly don't see that as a solution that would work, because
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I don't think there is a good solution. I think that's the best solution. And I could give reasons why, but you know, they're trigger words that trigger stuff.
yeah, I'm of the opinion that, or no matter what happens, it's gonna, like, all roads lead to a certain outcome, no matter what you do.
Yeah.
And that outcome is almost guaranteed. The variable is how long do we have until that outcome happens. That's the only variable. It's guaranteed to happen. It's just how much time, right?
Yeah.
And
I mean, to put it in simple phrases, all civilizations collapse.
sure,
And the question is, you know, we're at one of those pivotal moments. Is this going to be the time?
yeah, the fact that something like communism is such a huge part I mean, there are literally people forming like Marxist parties in like schools and college campuses. They're like Marxist, and it's like, how do you not understand that every time this has been attempted, it has failed to a spectacular degree, and the suffering of millions of people? How do you not see that? Is it a failure of the education system? Is it a failure of just not fully understanding, not absorbing, and not teaching the thing? Like, it's astonishing to me that there are so many people who still think that works. It doesn't work. It doesn't work no matter how you try it. Human nature prevents it from working. The basic human nature. Because no matter what you try to do to spread, like I saw a post that somebody posted, and it was, you know, a screenshot of somebody's post and a couple responses, but they were literally like, oh, I can't wait until we become, you know, like pure communist socialist, because I'm gonna have a garden, and my garden is gonna have some beautiful things. I'm gonna grow food for the community and blah 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 blah. And somebody replied and said, "Your garden," right? Because the fantasy of the situation is very, very different from the actual reality of the situation. Where a true like communist system, you don't own anything. It is all the states. And so that nothing is yours, and then you are dictated to on how you can use those things. So it's like very much limited in what you can do, and people don't really realize that for some reason. It's like, oh, this ideal fantasy of the situation does not match at all what the reality of it is, and again, you can just kind of go around the trees. I don't bother.
I'll get kind of close to him, but yeah, I'm not going to go between them or nothing. What I think it is it's the failure of highly intelligent people. They assume that since they're smarter, they can do it right.
Well, yeah, that's not really intelligence that does that.
Well, the people, you know, the heads of universities and stuff like that, the ones that spread the information that that try and get the ball rolling on things like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like I don't like playing the blame game when it comes to this, because the mob, like the human mob there is no one failure. There's no one group. There's no one like, oh, that's this person's fault. It's like it's not really the reality of the situation. We as a collective mob have put value on certain things and not much value on others. And for some reason, the things that we value are self-destructive as a group. We are massively destroying ourselves. And it makes no sense to me why a species would evolve to literally destroy itself, right? There are a few life forms on the planet that do that, right? They're usually either violent or predatory in nature, or they're extremely simplistic, and that's the only way they're programmed. So like yeast, for example. Yeast in a environment that conducive to its growth will basically grow and expand and double and expand and grow, right? That's how alcohol is made. But if it's very, very successful, the alcohol content in the material that it's in starts killing the yeast because it's so high that the alcohol starts killing it off. So, at its essence, yeast is a self-destructive organism. But
Oh, is there more over there I should mow?
there's a bunch more over here. Just don't go, don't go over the oats, please. So yeah, we are literally like on a path to basically destroy our own. And what's funny is the left don't care. They want to tear it all down, and that's the whole point. If you want to trade, I can do some mowing for a while.
Sure, that's probably easier. The steering frustrates me in this game. Okay, so yeah, do that swath too here.
So with that thing, you'd only need to go around every 4 trips.
Yep. So I'll just post myself out here and wait. Yeah, I wasn't sure what areas you were saying you wanted to vote. That was kind of a legitimate thing.
Yeah, oh man, I wish I like fully understood the answer. But I know that there's going to be a lot of very, very unhappy people in not very many years. It's one side or the other, but they're going to be very, very unhappy. Because we've become so polarized that the mere concept of compromise is almost laughable. That one party would compromise. I mean, historically, the conservative side is, maybe. I mean, you could definitely point out situations where it wasn't, but fairly willing to compromise or at least discuss issues. Whereas the left, I mean, there's that one African American guy, congressman for like 50 years, 40 years. Was one of the guys who marched with Martin Luther King, Democrat, lifelong Democrat, and on the House floor, like, spoke out against some of the Democratic BS that was going on, some of the messaging that they were doing. Immediately kicked out of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait a second. You can't even tolerate one of your own members, like, saying, hey, maybe we've gone too far. Like, you're going to kick this guy out of the party? I mean, look at Tulsi Gabbard. Right? Democrat. Dared running against Hillary Clinton. Dared. And immediately kicked out of the party. Like, what is that? I don't understand. So... but look at the unified front they put forward. Like they're not messing around. They will tear it all down before they give up an ounce of their power. Yeah, it's an impressive situation we got. I really feel bad for the people in the UK, and some of these other countries that are really struggling. I feel bad for what they're going through. You know, I don't think that you should be arrested. I mean, one guy posted on Facebook about the crime in the UK and how, you know, it's largely like immigrant based. 23 months in prison. That just hit the news here a couple days ago. 23 months. And one person posted from their law enforcement about how freedom of speech is like, it needs to be legislated, right? And it's like, that mentality is funny to me. Like, you know, you can't offend people with, you know, freedom of speech has its limits. It's like, it does have its limits, but those aren't its limits. Its limits are calls to violence, direct threats, like direct threats. Saying somebody's a piece of shit for doing something is not a direct threat. It's an opinion, and it's covered. But these people are literally getting prison time. That is crazy to me.
Let's remove the whole freedom out of the freedom for speech.
Yeah, it's not freedom of speech anymore if you're under threat of prison. It's not a free thing. And I don't understand how people in those countries have any hope of changing. I don't think they have any hope of changing. So, I feel bad for him. I mean, that guy, the YouTuber Count Dankula, was a cool dude. I've seen interviews with him. He posted a meme of his dog, and he taught his dog to like kind of do this salute like Hitler. And he turned his little pug into like, it was just this funny little like, he posted like, "Hey, my dog is racist," and he had the dog doing this like one-arm salute thing. He literally was put in prison for that.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? Wait a second. Like, this doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's
Jeez.
it's so stupid. So stupid. We're way too sensitive.
He smacked that trailer up there.
Yeah, he's driving
I always
wild
just
again.
Really struggle with the controls on this.
I don't know. Maybe it's different in multiplayer. I don't really have that many problems with it.
I'm guessing it is. I'm guessing that's a large factor.
The only way we'd know for sure is if you actually started a single player game and played it for a while. You know,
Yeah.
but
I think I booted one up once, but didn't get really far. And it seems to get worse the longer the map runs. So I'm thinking it's a client server issue. Is there anywhere I should drop this off?
the grass, yeah, farm supply factory.
I can never remember which one of these are.
It's got the big tube coming out the top of it, right?
Okay.
I'm standing right next to it. If you need another clue, yeah. Farm factory and the farm supply factory. They're two different. But yeah, there's the drop off, which comes out the back. By the way, out of that one.
Okay. Try to. Where's that? Yeah, that's the right one. There we go.
How much do we get offhand?
Oh, damn! I didn't
800,000. That's not bad.
Oh, sorry, it wasn't done. I was gonna pause it so I could kind of guess.
Oh.
There you go.
1.2, 1.25 million. That's pretty damn good. 1.3.
Should I
mean,
just
it's-
park this here? In this little
Park it, yeah, implement row. And what we're gonna do, what I'm gonna do here, just in case we need a bunch of money, grab some more silage. Some more methane going. I know we've got all the armoire and paper and stuff to sell, but that's for like when we need some chickens. We need millions of dollars for chickens and cows. And depending on how many we go, like hundreds of millions. They ain't cheap. Yeah, check to see if the carpenter needs any more planks and stuff. Still have a few
good.
trailers of those things. And then we may need to enable crafts. If we sleep, it's going to be a long sleep. It's going to be a lot of production.
Yeah. So we're out of storage for metal.
We need to load a trailer with that and sell it. Or load a trailer with it and hold it, but yeah, we might need to buy another trailer.
Where did we put those? There it is.
Unless we have a trailer that's near empty. Planks 2.1.
Oh, so we don't want to use this one. We want to use one of the.
What? No, we want to use one of the big ones. Yeah, there's 10 million metal in there. That's about
Yeah.
200 trips with that flat deck trailer. That's like 6 hours of hauling like pallets, like 200,000 at a time.
Sounds fun.
Let's see, what do we have here? There's quite a bit of metal left in here, but yeah, if we do purchase trailer. Uber Extreme pallets auto load. Lizard tires detail is 4, and then design color navy blue. Yeah, this thing is $208,000. All right.
Ah, you got it.
All right. I'm going to let this load. I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back.
do so as well.
Oh, nothing major on the news. I mean, oh, so many. One of my phone batteries are going down. I had like 20 apps running in the background. Yeah, it takes a while for these damn trailers to fill up. Boy, it's just kind of a passive like, hey, just fill them up. Choose through the iron ore. This thing. I should place a bunch more of these. So these are actually, what's funny when you place the beehives, if you actually look at the files of the beehives, the amount of honey that they're able to produce is actually set in the XML file. Like honey per month. And then the game sort of creates it variegates the numbers based on the time of year, some other random variables. It just sort of produces a random amount, and then its peaks at the value you put in the XML. But as far as I know, I've not found, I mean, I haven't gone deep into the scripts, but if you place more than one, it just scales the number, right? It just scales it up. Each one basically accounts for whatever its production is. So the Uber bees here that I have, this Uber beehive kind of, it comes with the map, but it's only like, I think I set it at 16,000 liters a month for one of these. And that's about what I get out of it, right? But I think you get more in like the spring, like the late spring. So I'm pretty sure it scales it based on the time of year. Winter you get less naturally. Didn't I deliver a bunch of water over here? Yeah, I delivered it over here. 10 million liquid fertilizer. Excellent. Yeah. I might need to sell that metal just to recoup some of the cost of this. Because, yeah, this iron ore to metal cost is pretty substantial. What we'll probably, okay, here's a good idea. What we'll probably do is this will be loaded. What we'll probably do is then sleep through the night, which will probably drain the metal, fill it back up, and then sell what's remaining. Because it'll, yeah. I don't think there's any more longboards to be had. Whoa, whoa, lag spike. What the hell was that? Jesus, that was...
I don't know.
Man, that was crazy. Like, that was a crazy lag spike.
I hadn't gotten settled in, so my screen was idle, so I didn't notice anything, but...
Wow, that was crazy. Like... Ooh, okay. Yeah. So what we'll do is... Oh, is this done yet? Almost done.
Did we
Almost.
finish off the longboards? You said we're out of those?
Yeah, well, we're out of excess of those. I don't think we have a trailer full of longboards. I think you emptied it out. So we could engage longboards out of here again.
I thought we only emptied planks, not longboards. But I don't see another trailer out here, so...
Yeah, this one is paper roll and then planks. Armoire. Man, what? It's like right here. It's like I get crazy lag, like right in here. Is it this damn trailer?
Wonder. Let me see if I can kind of isolate it too.
Right in the, like, yeah, anywhere near this flatbed trailer is overwhelmingly, try to run through right in between. Oh,
Here?
yeah, you looked right, you went right through there, but this is like, oh my god.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing it on your screen, or on the
Like
screen now.
crazy amount of lag right here. Now if I go over to here, there's not any. So I'm thinking it's this flatbed trailer. It's behind the scenes, there's a script running because it's trying to load pallets and it's literally sitting next to trailers that have like 1 million liters of something in it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go purchase, I'm going to go owned items, I'm going to go trailers, and I'm going to sell that trailer out back. And it's gone. Yeah, that trailer was causing an enormous amount of lag right here. I'm guessing the script in the back like was detecting the trailers, or the trailer itself was like something was going on there. Trailers next to one another don't seem to have a problem. But that drop deck
But the
trailer,
weird thing is,
oof.
it was only when you were close to it.
Yeah. Like it was like trying to pick me up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's kind of what's going on, is that it's trying to pick you up, and maybe since your entity was triggering a pickup event, it was also consulting the other trailers.
God, your guess is good. You'd have to debug that in a Lua debugger to really know why.
Oh, yeah, I mean it would.
Like that's crazy though. Like that's an unnecessary amount of lag just from a trailer.
Yeah.
All right. Let's put.
I mean, it's a good thing you got these mega trailers going.
Yeah, I would. Oh
Or
God,
is that-
I would not want to try to deal with. Oh. Try to deal with a bunch of pallets. I mean, in the vanilla game, it's fine because, you know, you produce 20 pallets at most in a month, right? And so it's really easy to move that around. Like it's pretty trivial. But still, how many wood chips do I have? So grab one more load wood chips.
Yeah, physics-enabled storage, if that seems like an appropriate term, is neat in theory.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it does look cool. It looks more authentic that way. You know, it breaks less immersion. That's one problem with your enclosed ones, is that you lose a little bit of the immersion when you do that. But, you know, it doesn't do you any good if you can't play the game.
Yeah, and it's, what's interesting about pallets, the way they're coated, they're actually vehicles. And like, I would not recommend having a lot of them on the map, which is one of the reasons why I went with the box trailers, is because they're vehicles. They have their own trigger areas. They have their own stuff that's running in the back, right? So there's script updates that are running in the background. You know, and the vehicles that's how a pallet can discharge itself automatically. It detects instantly when it's inside of a trigger area. And so it immediately can react to that. Well, that is kind of a thing that's going on in the background constantly. So you can easily sort of run into problems with update loops that have too much stuff in them, which is what I'm very, very conscious of that with my work in vintage engineering. Like, I'm very aware of update loops and what's being processed per tick. Like, I'm very, very sensitive to that. So I want to protect the integrity of the game and ensure that we're not like running into problems. All right, so we have oats, not even close to grown yet. This is processing more iron, but okay, that's fine. And then this has got a ton of silage to process, so that's going to be kind of our money. I'm guessing it's going to be an expensive sleep because it's most of the day that's going to run without us. So we might even run out of wood in here, but I'm not too... Well, I think we'll run out of space for prefab wall before we run out of wood.
Okay. Because we're less than 1 million in here. But then again, the capacity is what, 2 million?
For metal, it's just 1 million. Because it doesn't use much. It uses like 20 per crown. So it's...
I thought you were talking wood.
Oh, yeah, regular wood, I think, is 200 per cycle. Yeah, I think wood is 2 million. What is wood? What is wood? No, wood is only 1 million too. That's... Yeah, there are a couple of ingredients here and there that I made it take a little bit of more attention to do, just because it is what it is.
If you only ever need to load everything once, what's the point?
Right. And then this over here. Okay, let's sleep. Because I'm really curious on the grass thing. I really want to nail that grass thing. So it's like 100 and like what 165,561 I think was the numbers. Oh god, it's snowing. That's not good. Please stop snowing. No, it's still snowing. Damn it!
Looks like it's going to be cloudy in the next cycle. What are those? Is that every hour, or is it split up like quarters?
Like, your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea. But I do know that we're minus $3.6 million. That is some money right there that we are going to need to bring back. So let's grab the methane tank as our one hope that we can make it. Get this loaded up. We got about 5 million liters of methane. It wasn't even done processing the silage. There was like 6 million liters of silage in here, and it was not even done with that yet. So that's good. Some money. We had great demand at the methane station. So I think that means maybe the prices are a little higher. Let's find out. Yeah, methane station absolutely buying at a premium. So
the carpenter is almost out of wood. Should I grab this logging trailer and
yeah, fill it up with wood. Sure.
Oh, there's one at the sawmill that has a bunch in it. Or should I load up a new one?
No, if we have wood, then just use the wood that we have.
Okay.
And fill it up. All right, this should give us, I think, a little bit of profit. Well, a little bit. We'll be in the black. Maybe.
Oh, damn it. Game hitched on me and my vehicle didn't stop.
And profit again. Yay, we're positive. This is why I've been so kind of obsessed with cutting grass, because without it, we would be not in a good situation.
More stable income, whereas the rest is more seasonal? Is that kind of the reason?
Well, it's more consistent. Methane is, I mean, it's worth more. Certainly, it's worth more in the winter. And if we really get desperate for money, I can start selling the electricity. That electric charge that we have in that, I can sell. I added that to this thing, to this cell station, that you can basically sell electricity. And yeah, it's not worth as much as methane, but it's more than zero.
I saw recently, what are they, gravity capacitors in the news again? Does that ring a bell?
It does not, no.
Okay. Basically it's a electrical capacitor. Basically they use electricity to lift heavy weights up in the air, and then if there's a spike in demand,
Oh, okay. Yeah. I've heard of the hydro ones that use water, and they pump it up on a mountain, and then they yeah,
I assume there's a pretty hefty loss in efficiency that way.
For the water one? Not it's not as much as you think.
Well, the water one probably not, but the ones,
the gravity one?
Stationary ones, yeah. I mean, technically speaking, they're both gravity, but yeah.
I mean, the
stationary one.
I mean, they've got ones that are spinning. They're giant masses that spin, and they build up energy, and then they. But yeah, there's a huge loss. Yeah, there's a huge loss of efficiency out of that. Forgot which building it was.
There's a lot of friction that they have to try and dissipate.
Yeah.
But yeah, something like that, not necessarily gravity based, but something like that is pretty essential the more we implement solar and wind due to their inconsistency. Or I should just say a capacitor of some sort. Network grade capacitor.
Oh shit, these are out of longboards.
Oh, we need to make more. Oh, I didn't even see that in the list. Is
It's
it
not
on
in the list because we're out
gone?
completely.
Ah, okay. I
Uh,
was running around looking at some of the different buildings, trying to see if we're missing so it looks like I need to go deeper dive.
how many
on those.
planks do we have? So go ahead and grab this. One of these has planks in it. Yeah, this second one here has planks in it.
Okay.
Drop all those planks off.
Into the carpenter.
Into the carpenter. And I'm gonna start up longboards again.
I think the planks will get pretty low. You might want to queue those up too, or is there no efficiency in doing two at once?
I mean, it is a wash. You just get fewer of each. But yeah, I can. Well, let's let the longboards run for at least the wood that's in there. And then we can enable both and let the both run. That way, there's more on average longboards than there are planks. But because we have 5 million planks and no longboards, I would rather have a few more of one. You're on the wrong end.
Oh.
He's trying to hook up to the ass end, and that's. And some people might like that.
I have no comment at this time.
I have all the comments. Look at that. Electric charge is actually maxed out. Glorious. That methane I put in there, beautiful. We barely made a profit last month, though. So we gotta be I can't mow that plot because if it's raining out and you harvest, you get a lower yield. But I don't know if snow counts as rain. I'm assuming it does. So it's best to like let time pass. I can just probably like just fast forward time.
Shoot.
My,
I think when you did that, it caused a hitch on my side.
okay. So here we are. It's gonna probably snow in the next hour, so let's harvest. All right, let's get this, start it up, engage.
Let me know when you're available for an odd topic.
Right after I do this. All right, so turn her on.
Those planes out in the open before I got here. I don't remember them being there as I was driving up to the building. I just looked down at my keyboard and looked back up and they were there.
Okay, so the harvest yield now is more. So I think the other one was 165561, ironically enough.
Yep.
This one is 248383. So the difference,
It's like 50% or something like that. I mean,
yeah, 248.
approximate guess.
383 minus 165561 is, yeah, literally like 82,822, which like is very, very close to half, 50% of that original. So you get an extra freaking 50% of going another month. I think that's worthwhile, don't you? Like, I think that's,
Yeah, I'd say so.
I think that's a good. Now I really hope.
Is that 24838?
248383. I'm sorry. Why are you going so slow, sir?
It's actually closer to 1.6. 60% increase.
What in God's name makes you go so slow?
Oh, so are you interested in the odd topic that I came up or was thinking about?
Sure.
So yeah, I went to the doctor recently. You know how they weigh you and check your height.
Yeah.
I was, I think it was 5'11", maybe even over, which is weird because I know I measured myself like a few years ago and I was 5'9.5", and that's just weird. That's like a difference of almost 2 inches.
Other, were you wearing shoes each time? Like,
I was wearing shoes, this
It-
most recent one, so that accounts for a little bit.
they weren't high
but
heels,
they
were they?
weren't. No, they weren't. Definitely weren't high heels.
Uh,
I would estimate at most a half inch on bottom, and that would be a high estimate. I was just kind of so confused when I heard that. I don't know, maybe when I placed the the top on my head, maybe I did kind of stepped out and bumped it or something. I don't know. The nurse had to have me do it because boy, she was, I mean, not trying to be insulting, but she was short. I swear she was probably 4 feet, maybe 4 feet 2 inches, something like that. I'm bad with estimates, but there's no way that if she extended her arm as high as she could reach the top of my head, let's say. And that's quite a difference. Odd thing is, I didn't really even think about that until she kind of made the quip that, I would have to um measure myself because she wouldn't be able to. But maybe I was just that out of it.
okay.
But yeah, these pallets over here, any clue where they came from? Or it was
Which pallet?
right over here by the carpenter. There's just 3
Well,
pallets
if you
of pallets.
pulled in the truck and you hit I before the thing allowed you to hit I, it would dump the pallets behind the trailer.
Okay.
That's where those trailers came from.
Right time. But yeah, that must be what's so where the icon was, or the indicator was up there. I suppose maybe it was a sync issue. Maybe even though it thought it was in the right place. position of the trailer wasn't.
What is going on with this header? This was literally working in my other world, and I don't understand. Let's do like 24.9 just because reasons.
It looks like the carpenter is running low on wood chips as well. Are you concerned about that?
Not really. There we go. Now it's working. What is going on here?
See if I can watch on the screen. Is it that your vehicle's just slowing down for a crawl?
Aha! It's my script. But that shouldn't... So you see at the very top, the combine... Oh, let me take my ugly mug off. The very top, combine, slow down, fill level, right? That's my script that actually spits that out. So it's detecting for some reason it's detecting that there's not a lot of storage available to this, but I don't know what storage it's actually looking at. What would be doing that? And for one, the width on this is way off. I'm kind of curious what happens when I get to the end of the row, even though I'm going about 7 miles an hour, 6 miles an hour. Tools only partly lowered, limit speed to 10 kilometers per hour. Tools only what? Tools only partly lowered. Ooh, you know what I think it might be? I'm sorry. Did you just have a brain fart? Why would you not? Let's go back.
Weird. Oh, is the trailer not lowered, maybe?
Yeah, I lowered the trailer. Oh, it picked it back up again. Okay.
Huh.
So I'm gonna just straight up fire you, because you suck. And we're gonna go.
We're out of wood in the sawmill. Sawmill.
So if we're out of, boy, that didn't take long to go through 10 million liters of wood. Go ahead and enable. So now we've gone through the entire batch for longboards. Now you can enable planks as well, and then fill up the rest with whatever's in the trailer, or whatever. Yeah, whatever's in the trailer.
Okay. Do I need to be? Oh, I suppose I need to open the back of the.
No, for the wood you don't need to open anything.
Oh.
Wood and cotton don't do that. I had no idea how that actually was enabled, so I didn't investigate.
Okay, so just enable planks.
Yeah, you just
There it is.
hit enter. We have to purchase the Misty Cat.
Okay, I'm having trouble. Am I missing something? I'm trying to load the wood in. I should just need the logging trailer in the entry point and then hit R on the store wood icon, right? Exclamation point.
What now?
Oh
You
yeah, here.
Yeah, you have to have a truck attached. The trailers.
You do have. Okay.
Yeah, the trailers only operate when you have a truck attached to them. They will load without a truck, but they will not unload without a truck and the engine. You have to have the engine going too. So.
Okay. I thought I asked that, but I don't know. I might have said the wrong word. It's hard for me to tell. When I was recording videos for a while there, I would watch my videos and say completely the wrong thing and not even notice.
Oh my god. Really? I'm gonna slide across them. Whatever. Now, do I reset the width? There we go. That's good. Now. Let's see what happens when I... Because this is a setup in my test world. I had the Misty Cat trailer, not the TARDIS trailer. So this looks like it's working. Now also, what would be nice... Because the Misty Cat actually doesn't have any AI attachment information at all. So it basically completely ignores that. Or at least I hope it does. Man, I would really hate trying to program this. God, I couldn't imagine. So yeah, with the Misty Cat trailer, it actually works. So that's good to know. And the other test is just when we get to the other end to make sure that it doesn't foobar that too. Yeah, doing this at 6 miles an hour. Whew. No thanks. Yeah, 6 miles an hour was a no-go. A field this big. And the same header can do the corn if we make chaff. So it's interesting, the turn strategy. So what it looks like it does, this is interesting. This is the nerd part of me that likes to figure this shit out, to figure out how it does it. So the basic turn strategy, it looks at the configuration and it comes up with a radius. Right? There are XMLs that you can actually set the radius of the turn. So it comes up with that radius, and then it looks at the vector of the tire, and those red lines you see coming off those tires. That's the normal. They call it the normal, but it's kind of the vector of the kind of the way the tires face, right? And so you can see them change. What the hell is it? What are you doing? What in God's name are you doing? You went the wrong direction. That's a first. I've never seen the AI mess up that bad. What happened to my... my AI markers, or my width markers went away. Come on. This is the first time I've ever seen it, like, go the wrong direction. Like, completely the wrong direction. It's because I'm doing this live. I was literally trying to describe, like, it turning. So you can see the AI marker left and right. That's the width. And then the turn strategy, I think it finds the offset, and then it tries to turn the wheels into that offset, right? So you can see I'm trying to find that point, and then boom, that X. So where those wheels, where that wheel connects, boom, you've got the turn. Very, very interesting way of doing it. I don't know why it went the wrong way on the other side of the field here, but let's make sure it doesn't do that again, because that really sucked. As it does. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. Should I bring more iron ore to the farm factory?
Yeah. Yeah, keeping everything humming along. I mean, it's kind of the point of the factory. Think of it like Factorio, only just more manual.
Yeah.
What?
I think this...
You're literally going the wrong way. Did you see the curve of the? Did you see the curve of the thing in the thing? And it went the wrong way. Like what? It's because I'm trying to debug it. I know it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. Curve was one way, the direction went the other.
Yeah, and this like. Did I not select? This is what happens. I mentioned this before. When you go and configure... Ugh, I didn't. Unfreaking believable. I didn't actually select the right... Oh my god. Why it doesn't remember the things that you do, I will never know. Like, why would this turn the wrong direction? It's literally like, oh, I'm going to turn this way, and then it turns that way. Like, what AI drive strategy? Is it like the drunk strategy? Is that what that is? I've never had that happen before. I wonder if it's because I'm in the cab. I've seen a lot of weird things happen because I'm sitting in the cab. Like, if I just leave the AI to its own devices, it usually comes across fine. Maybe it's because I did the headlands on that side and it's messing it up. I don't know. You'd think it would know, hey, I turned right this time. I need to turn left next time. Right, left, and right. It remembers that stuff. It should know it. Now it works? Okay. I need to do something else, otherwise I'm gonna go really crazy. Let's get this guy out here. Yeah, and look at the ground of like is different on this one when we harvested it early compared to this one over here. Right? The actual ground is different. Very strange. Need to wait a little bit longer. All right, that's in place, ready to go. How much? Okay, you got plenty. Let me grab a wagon.
Alright, we got 10 million longboards, so I'll load those up into a trailer. Get those, get some of those into the carpenter.
Yeah. Um.
Should I disable longboard production since I'm going to fill it up, or leave it enabled?
You can probably disable it. We got probably got quite a bit left in the truck, or maybe not. I don't know. I mean, wood is literally an infinite resource, so I'm not too worried about running out of wood. But I don't want to like rely on wood like constantly. Oh, Jesus. Paul Irwin, welcome to the channel, sir. Thanks for the sub. Solid fertilizer, 1,000. 1,000 would make 2,000. Let's see what this 3,000 make 20. I don't know. Is that better? 3,000 digestate makes 2,300 liquid fertilizer. Up here.
These trailers do store 10 million, right? Or I try and spawn that many.
Yes. All but the one that the barrels are in store 10 million.
All right.
So 3,000 of this would be 25% off of this, so that would be 750. Solid fertilizer, which is a little less than half. It's 2,000. Yeah, so its digestate would be. I think it would be better down here. 3,000, 2,300. But maybe I don't want to use this. I'm not 100%. I'm not sold on that though. Why not? Okay, what was I doing? This. All right. Is ready for more digestate over here. Probably be able to enable this now. This is our money right here. It's gonna pay our bills, this little vehicle. Yeah, I had no idea that this level of grass was such a massive boost to harvest, because I've been in my other world, I've been harvesting on the previous tier exclusively because it says ready to harvest. So I would immediately harvest it, not even thinking that there was another level. And it was only when we made this map and I saw all that ready to harvest grass that it was like a different, it looked different. That made me think of that, because it's like, it doesn't make sense to me. But yeah, crazy.
So many crops, you know, it's a binary option. It's either ready or it's not.
Right, like you don't want
Very
to.
few that-
Yeah, you definitely don't want to, like, if it says not ready, if it doesn't say ready to harvest, you don't want to harvest it, because you're not going to get what you think you're going to get. Sure.
Yeah.
All right, we have a bunch of metal. Yeah, we can restock the metal. All right, so we have planks.
We got some metal cooking. How much does that one hold? Is it 2 million, you said?
Metal is 1 million, so it's like you
Okay.
you just like top it off.
And I can use an enclosed trailer for that, or
yeah,
well, not
there's already
ours.
one. There's a one with 900 or 9 million liters of Yeah, there's already one with metal out here. You just got to get a truck to hook it up. It's not one of those. It's sitting out here. Right.
Ah.
But yeah, we're almost full on armoire. We got another paper roll we could probably sell. We probably definitely want to sell those. Prefab wall is almost full. So let's get that. Oh, we don't have any. Okay, we don't have any longboards yet. We gotta wait for those. And then armoire is almost full. Those also need longboards, so just wait for this poor little truck to fill up. Yeah, part of me, like, if I was doing the scripting behind the scenes in this game, I would want to really make production, like, really enrich the production process. Like, being able, say you drive up to a factory with a container and you're like, fill me up. Or spawn a pallet, and you can be like, I want a pallet that's bigger than 1,000 liters. I want a giant pallet. Or something. Like, just make it so that it's a variety, right? So rather than spawning 2,000 pallets at 5,000 each, you know, spawn pallets that are 100,000. Right? Have that, you know, if it's spawning more, if it has a bank of stuff to spawn, adjust the size of the pallets. Then if it's just like, if it's just sitting here producing and it's spawning them as it produces them, then yeah, have a minimum pallet size, but have a gradient of pallets. That would help a lot.
I'm guessing that's one of those things that they didn't want to break the immersion.
Yeah, oh yeah, there's many reasons for why the game does what it does. And my play style is definitely not a standard one that I've learned over the years. Okay, which one of these is paper?
Okay, looks like we're almost done loading the longboards.
All right, let's. So I'm finally on the last book of the Foundation series. I've been reading through the entire 7-book series. The original trilogy, right, and then the second 4, 5, 6, 7. So the original trilogy is different from the last 4 in the amount of time that went by where he wrote them. So he wrote the original trilogy in like the mid 30s, I want to say. Like he was really young when he wrote the original trilogy. And published it in several magazines at the time. Magazines were a thing. And
What's a magazine?
printed thing that, yeah. And then you know, eventually, probably after World War II, somebody picked up and offered to put compile all the stories into a book form, and that's where the first trilogy came from. And that won awards. Like, it was really, really fascinating. The original trilogy is really, really good. The books after the original trilogy, not so much. Which were, he started writing, I think the fourth book, the first of the way later time. Like, that one was, I think, published in like 82, so we're talking like 25 years between the stories, and in between he wrote all the robot based ones. But it was really fascinating. The original trilogy, like there's not a single mention of a computer. I just looked at the thanks, Kavi. I hope you got your housework and stuff done. But thank you, sir. What was that? Oh yeah, Foundation. So the original trilogy, like there's no mention of robots, there's no mention of AI, there's no mention of computers. There's space travel, and almost everybody smokes. And the language, right? The language he uses was so different than what you see in today's novel, right? There are many big $20 college words in the original trilogy that you do not find in modern like science fiction or even fiction. Like vermicelitude and variegated and elucidate and like just like holy cow, like just the vocabulary of it, fascinating. And then the next books, the fourth book is okay. The fifth book was really disappointing because it erased the purpose of the original trilogy. Like the fifth book, completely erased the original trilogy. Like it made it basically pointless. The entire story, it made it basically pointless, which was really disappointing. And then the sixth and seventh books are prequels. And the sixth book was kind of meh, but it has a really surprise ending. It has a really interesting ending that I honestly didn't expect. I won't give it away. I mean, the series is only like 40 years old, but I won't give it away. But I did not expect the ending. So that was kind of a pleasant surprise at the end of kind of a meh story. And now I'm on the seventh book, and it's just like, oh, I just can't. It's not interesting. And it was literally published the year after he died. So God only knows when they got the transcript. But yeah, it was published in 93 and he passed away in 92. But like it's just it's not interesting. And it's so unfortunate. I think you should have, if you would have taken the original trilogy and just continued that arc, that would have probably been good. But I think once they asked him to kind of revisit and continue the series, because it became more and more popular as time went on. And I think that he didn't know where to take it. He kind of wrote himself into a corner, and he didn't know which direction to take it. And so the direction he did take it was very disappointing. And then the reason, like the third book or the fourth book, very disappointing, and the fifth book is incredibly disappointing. And what he did is he tried to tie it into all of his robot series. That's what he tried to do. All of those other books that he wrote, all those other stories that he wrote, he tried to tie everything together rather than keep the Foundation series in its own little world. But anyway, I'm gonna brute force my way through the book. I'm gonna read it, damn it. That way I can proudly say that I read the whole Foundation series. But this last book has just been a slog. The first three books I read literally 2 weeks. It was just like I read two of them in 1 week, like two of the books. They're short, they're really short, but yeah, they were very engaging. Where these last couple books have been just dragging on and on and on. But yeah, I'm looking forward to doing something new.
So the sawmill stopped production, I assume because the pallets from chips is out of space? Should I disable that one?
No, if something's out of space, it doesn't stop.
Oh, okay.
It's still running. Wood is getting chewed up. Wood chips are getting created.
Oh, okay, now I see it moving.
Yeah. The only thing that would stop it is if something in the recipe, one of the outputs gets full. So in the case of the sawmill, it's only like if either like the planks get full or the wood chips get full. Then it would stop. But that's fine. So
Okay,
wait.
yeah, now I see it working. I don't know what the heck. Because, yeah, I was looking at the contents from the outside, and all the numbers were frozen.
Just a packet.
Must have been a sync issue.
Yeah. Or bathtub issue. Could have been one of those.
That's true.
Um,
Either way, it's definitely plumbing related.
all right, so we have longboards now. I can enable, unless you
Yep,
did
we
it.
got longboards.
I can do armoire. And the last little bit of prefab wall, which shouldn't take too long to max that out. And we might have, yeah, we have plenty of shingles. I'm not worried about that. And both of those will sell for a decent amount of money. And then this paper I will sell right away because it's actually not that much, believe it or not. 10 million liters of paper. Not that much money. It's like 200 grand, 300 grand.
What's paper?
It's the things that magazines were printed on. But this goes a long way. Like selling this product goes a long way to actually paying for the production. And the paper is literally is really just kind of it's a byproduct craft. So it's just kind of a little extra money. And if you don't sell it, obviously your margins are a little thinner. And looks like the okay.
Both of the log trailers are empty.
Yeah,
But that's a big project, and I don't think we have a lot of time this week.
so we got almost 7 million liters. We probably would have gotten 7 million if I wouldn't have done that one little strip test last month, which would probably been enough. But yeah, that's perfect. It's a perfect amount, like 7 million liters every 4 months. Now that I know that it's 4 months. So that's 3 harvests a year, which is 21 million liters a year of grass. I mean, that might be enough. Because a cow barn full of super cows, fully mature, which is it's 500 cows. That's $250 million worth of cows. That would go through 250,000 liters of food a day. Or a month, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Plus extra for monies, profits, paying for shit. All right. Yeah, if you really want a squirrely vehicle, try that. Try this forage harvester out. That baby has got 3,000 horsepower and not stopping for nothing.
Jeez.
Yeah,
I
it's
think I'll avoid that like the plague.
it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. Now we could mow this, but or this. This could be mowed. This could be mowed again. Like, there's a lot of stuff that could be mowed. I'm tempted.
I mean, we get many magnitudes more from the fields of grass, don't we?
No, it's about the same.
Really?
The meadow when it's fully regrown like it is out here is almost exactly the same amount of yield as that grass was.
That's weird.
Yeah. Well, I actually control that with the harvest. Oh, this is on the other side.
Is that vanilla behavior also, or did you specifically?
Yeah, for the most part, it's very, very close. You know, when I rebalance the values, I don't go too far off the rails with one or the other. I just sort of basically, essentially, what I did with this one is I just kind of multiplied the values by 5. So all the harvests were 5x, and then all the value of the grain. So the yields went up 5x. The values went down 10x. That's kind of the general feel for it.
Here it is.
Yeah, if you want me to mow it again, that's fine.
I was gonna start on it, but yeah, probably better for you to do it overall. Get it out for you.
Is this? What in God? What is going on with these?
Something up with those TARDIS trailers? Or is that?
Yeah, these are like not showing me. TARDIS customize.
Is it the pickup points, the indicators?
There it goes. I must have just missed that setting when I bought it.
What?
Yeah, now the arrows show up. Before that, for some reason they were just like, this one was just missing. But yeah, okay. So let me hop in the Dubalac here.
Yeah, there again, I unfolded and lowered the fins, and I'm like, well, what's going on? And then all of a sudden they were all down, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, hopefully
There was no.
the new version of the game like at least has some improvements on that, because it's kind of frustrating.
That was probably a multiplayer issue, just not syncing the animation.
Right, that's what I mean. Like, I'm hoping that the new version of the game, like, they've done some work on the multiplayer aspect.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have seen when I mowed that field that's grass now. That's planted grass. I was cruising along and I hit one of the collectibles like head on. Like, I'm not kidding. It was like center mass on the mower, and holy, I was like bound, like it was violent. It was really violent when I hit that thing going 40 miles an hour with this thing. I was like, oh, there's a collectible.
Yeah.
Oopsie.
Physics games gone wild. So the indicators on my screen, I can't see them. On my client here. It's odd because
Even when you lower it, it has to be lowered for them to show up. If it's not lowered, they don't show up.
Now they do. Okay.
Yeah.
So that was the thing.
Yeah, they're hidden if they're not lowered. Pretty much everything is like that. Trying to decide what I want for dinner tonight.
I recommend food.
Well, that's, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to have cat litter for dinner.
I'm just trying to pick up the stuff on the edges there without going into the field.
Well, that doesn't hurt anything going into the field.
Okay.
At least it shouldn't.
Good point. This is a definite maybe. What the? I just missed a swath of grass. It's not exactly easy to back up and pick that stuff up. Oh, what the? Strange. I'm not using the auto steering, Control W. Maybe that's the thing. Trying to get up there.
Yeah, it's going to be really handy having those wagons when we have to pick up straw.
Yeah.
Because another thing about this map is like more crops give straw than in the vanilla game. I actually enabled yeah, a lot of straw. You can get a lot of straw with this map. And there will come a time where we harvest and we don't want the straw. We just like disable the straw because it's like like the amount of time it takes to gather it, and we already have like 20 million sitting in a silo somewhere. It's like, oh, we don't need the straw. I wish that if you like toss the straw out the back rather than do a straw swath, I wish it actually allowed you to have like it actually did like a fertilization layer. Would be nice. Man, if I owned a mower like this, I'd like just drive around town and be like, I want to mow something.
Yeah.
Just mow all the things. All right, let's get right up to there.
Section. I can't see the grass piles from very far away, so I have to keep close to where they are. I think I turned a lot of my graphic settings way down because it was struggling. I mean, I think my computer was able to handle it, but it, you know, the minor performance hits that would happen every now and then, combined with the hitching and stuff, it was just becoming too much. Plus, the last map we were on, we were pretty far in, and there was a lot of entities out there.
Yeah, the only thing that really causes ticking lag, other than that goddamn trailer that we sold, is all the production buildings, right?
Yeah. That's why you dialed them up to 11.
Yeah, that's why you only need one of something outside of the greenhouses. The greenhouses are the exception. It just felt wrong for a small little greenhouse to pump out like thousands of liters of like strawberries. Like, it just felt wrong to do that, so they don't. So you need quite a few greenhouses, but they're the production like per hour, which is essentially like cycles per hour. You know, an hour in this game is, I don't know how it translates. I mean, there's 24 hours in a day. We are literally, yeah, like, it's a real-time hour, right? So if we play on real time, which is what we do, then an in-game hour is a real-time hour, and so that cycles per hour is how many, like, what an update rate is. How many ticks does it need? And the do I want to? Well, next time we mow, we probably want to fill that up with gas. But so yeah, the higher that cycles per hour is, kind of the heavier load it is on the simulation engine. And so the greenhouses are not outrageous.
it would be a little jarring to see, like 16 factorial conveyor belts of product coming out of a greenhouse.
Yeah, it would be very. Would be like, what is going on with that? It's a monstrous greenhouse. All right, prefab wall is full.
And which building I put this in again?
The farm supply
The
factory.
Center.
The one near the. Do you know where the lime factory is?
Yeah,
this one here.
Right here.
What farm war is actually? So I need to turn off prefab wall. Because it's full. And yeah, $852,000 for the prefab wall. Basically, what I'm trying to simulate there is the cost of labor of making that amount of material, right? Like think of a million liters. That's 1,000 cubic meters. Or what would that be? A 10 by 10 by 10 meter cube of material. Which is quite a bit.
Yep. Trying to visualize that. That's basically five people standing on top of each other. Tall. And then, of course, wide and depth the same.
Yeah, I mean it's a decent volume. It's smaller than it sounds, right? 10 million liters. It's smaller than it sounds, but it's bigger than you would imagine, right? If you were standing in front of it, you'd be like, "Holy shit! Like this is massive." But yeah,
probably one of these trailers would be about 10 meters long.
Yeah, the trailer by default, like the vanilla, if you got the trailer, he tried to. The capacity is realistic, and it's 60,000 liters, so 60 cubic meters inside the trailer. I think that's pretty standard. You can look up the standard length of a box trailer, but 60 cubic meters. I mean, it's still a lot. Meters roughly 33 inches. It's a little less than 3 feet. A meter and a yard are very close to one another. Close enough to be frustrating. But like a box van is about 6 feet wide, about 80 feet long, and probably 8 feet to 10 feet tall. And yeah, it's about 60,000 liters. So again, yeah, that's 60,000 liters right there. And we're putting 10 million liters into it. Unrealistic, to say the least. But yeah, I could go through my entire mod set. I could cut every number down by 10x. All the yields, all of the costs, all of the factories. But for some reason, big numbers... I like big numbers more, right? When I harvest, I like harvesting 40 million liters off of a field. I don't know why. I prefer that. Why that is, I don't know. Big numbers go burr, I guess. It just tickles a part of my brain that is what it is. So yeah, I just ran with it. I was like, you know what? It is what it is. So
Or damn realism.
yeah.
Or realism be damned, whatever you want to say.
You know, when I play a game, I tend not to want realism because I'm playing a game. If I wanted realism, like one of the things I said to that horseplay guy who responded like, "That's not realistic. We're not going to do that." I was like, if I wanted realistic, I would go buy some land. Like, what do you mean not realistic? This is a game, and I'm playing a game. I'm not actually farming. If I was actually farming, I can tell you right now, I probably wouldn't enjoy it. I've seen the videos. It looks like a lot of work.
Oh yeah, I mean the intro, them waking up, or the one guy waking up at dawn, and
Yeah, you
going-
work
or,
until
you know,
yeah, it's dawn to
work
dusk.
until dusk. Yep.
Yeah, and sometimes you work even later. I've seen videos of people harvesting, and they've got the floodlights on, and it's 11 o'clock at night, and you better get that shit into the bins before it rains, because if you're in the middle of a harvest, one farmer, that Rocky Mountain farmer guy, he's like, he was talking about his old harvester, his old combine. He goes, it would take us a month straight, nonstop, every day, a month to harvest all of our field. And I'm like, holy shit, you need a month of perfect weather in order to do that. Because if it rains, you are SOL for the next week. You better hope to God that it dries out fast. Because you do not harvest a wet crop. Period. You don't do it. In this game, you get a little hit on the yields, but you can still do it, right? You just get less yield. In real life, the grain would be like worthless. Like you would have to spend so much money to dry the grain artificially. So they just don't do it. They just don't harvest. But yeah, crazy expense.
And on top of that, not only is it dawn to dusk, they don't get a day off.
Yeah.
Farmers.
Yeah, you don't take the weekend off.
It's pretty common for most of them are pretty conservative, and this is traditionally speaking, so they take Sunday off sometimes. Some of them will, but not often, because you take a day off and your crops all die. Well, darn.
Yeah, my grandma.
Yes, we starve.
My grandma told me that one of their fields, she's like, yeah, one day we went out, inspected, and the corn crop was this high. And we're, I know you can't see it, but it was like, 4 or 5 feet tall. And she goes, then we had a storm go by that had hail. And then we went out to inspect the crop, and it was this high. And she was like, this high. And it was like 6 inches tall. She goes, the entire field it was a complete loss. One storm was all it took. And they lost the whole farm. The whole farm. They had to sell it off.
Yeah.
One storm took it all out. So yeah, I kind of wanted that sort of, get close to that with this game. With the amount of money that it costs every month, right? You're going along fine. We might have $1.2 million, but I can tell you, if we sleep right now, we would not have $1.2 million. We would have to sell some serious stuff to actually get that far. It's only when you really start rolling with the the bigger crafts that you start earning some decent return. Because when you craft cereal, the amount of cereal you get more than makes up for all of the stuff that you have to wait for.
Yeah, that's when you can do the later parts of a chain, you not only cut out the margins, you also increase the profits.
Yep. So yeah, cereal is incredibly profitable. Incredibly profitable. But it takes some hefty stuff, right? Not only is it $720,000 a month to run, but you need oats and corn and sugar, or one of these. So it's these two plus either one of these plus these. You absolutely want to do raisins because you get a 20% buff. So you can make it, right? You can make it with these two, one of these, and one of these. right? But you want all of the things. And this is why I made my honey, so I can build up honey. But now we need raisins. And I'm a little concerned right now that our silage is not fast. I need to turn off the digestate process because that is costing us money. That we can just let the digestate build up because it's running out of material and then it's crafting one, and it's running out and it's crafting one, and we're getting charged money for that. So turning that off, if it's sitting there and it's like yes no yes no yes no yes no, if it's sitting like that, you want to disable it until you get like a decent buffer and then enable it after the fact.
Think that warrants a tweak to the code?
No, that's intended behavior. Managing that. Yeah. I want to take a quick peek at a price here. Let's see. Yeah, the other really profitable thing we can make is TMR, or total mixed ration. But which is also a sink for stone. We need a soybean crop. So after we harvest the oats, I'll probably plant soybeans, because then we can make TMR, which is a huge amount. But yeah, if we look at that craft, so the farm supply factory, I set it up so you can make like all the things, but you need to, supply all the ingredients. So you can make mineral feed with either lime or stones. You don't actually have to buy it. But yeah, mineral feed with either lime or stones, but you need soybeans in addition. I just chose soybeans for reasons. And then you feed it grass, and then you can make hay, right? Or you can directly feed it hay. If you want to do some tedding, you can do hay directly and then feed the hay in. But then the TMR, you can make it with just like the hay. You can make it with just that. But if you also supply silage, you get 100% bonus, and you can supply straw and you get 100% bonus, and then the mineral feed, right, gives you another 100%. So, like, this is one of the reasons why I've been holding off doing straw, because, yeah, once we get straw, we can really start adding up and getting that TMR, because, yeah, it multiplies pretty fast. But again, if we look at the silage, if we run the numbers on this, right, the silage, 4,000 silage gives us 100%, which is another 4,000 TMR. So essentially 4,000 silage gives you 4,000 TMR. And then if we look at the prices here, TMR is $139 per 1,000 liters. So that is 4,000. Let's just do the math, because this is what we do. Times 4 is $556 for that silage to be used as TMR. Now, if we look at the recipe to turn silage into methane, that 4,000 silage is an off number. 4,000 would be 2 crafts of this. That would be 3,000, and then a fourth would be another 2/3. So 2 2/3 crafts of this. So that is 2.2 times 1.1, which is 2.42. If I remember my math sheets. If you multiply something by 11, you just add up the two numbers and put it in the middle. So 2.2 times 1.1 is 2.42 times 1. Or 2.42. Or 24. Is it? No. 2.42. Yeah. So that's like 2.4 thousand liters of methane. If we look at the methane price, I think it's going to be worth more. Right now it's $872, so we're talking on $1,600 compared to $556 in methane. So while there is monetary incentive to go the methane, the TMR is actually food for the cows when you get to that. And the cows are the second only way to get milk. We need to deliver some more diesel to the iron mine. Look at that. Iron ore is rocking and rolling. Glorious. Didn't we pull another wagon of metal out of that thing? Did we sell that already? No. We might have. I remember us selling something. We might have sold the metal. Because I thought for sure we pulled a second metal. Maybe not. That might be this metal here. What is this? Prefab wall. Let's sell the prefab. 10 million liters of prefab wall will gain us $2.5 million. That should cover our expenses, maybe. That might cover our expenses. Might. All right, these trees are officially. I thought we would keep them, but no. They're in the way. I think Coffee said there's one log on the ground out there that would have been in the trailer. Yeah, $2.5 million for that lovely amount of prefab. Well, that was at least 2 months worth of production. So it's not all profit. The prefab wall is $852,000, so that's $1.6 million to make $2.5 million. Essentially the point of the rebalance. Like I wanted you to have to make those decisions, like what to make, what not to make, what makes money, what doesn't, and then have the margin of profit narrower than in the vanilla game. That armoire still isn't done. I need to disable paper because it's sputtering, and that's $600,000. It's not worth keeping that on if you're not going to make any money from it. So, yeah, turn that off. Prefab wall can be off for now. Longboards and planks. Yeah, armoires. It's a good one to have on. It's a decent amount of money. And it probably will be our profit next week. Because this is going to be some serious money. Oh yeah, I need to do diesel.
All right, I'm back. I was noticing the we're not producing iron ore at the moment, or is that?
I'm
that looks like-
dropping off the diesel at the very moment. So
Yup, I see that now.
yeah. Literally been relying on wood chips for our diesel. Pretty much exclusively.
Looks like we got a good amount in the
Yeah.
sawmill again.
I mean it's a way to turn wood chips into a little bit more money than just to sell them outright. And I could sell the diesel if we look at the diesel prices. Here. Oh, I wish I could search this list. There it is. So diesel is actually not bad. Like $2,000 per 1,000 liters. So this truck full of diesel, this is 500,000 liters. This truck full of diesel is literally half of what this value is in millions, right? So 1,000 liters is $2,000. 500,000 liters would be $1 million. If you follow that math. But 500,000 liters of diesel is a pretty amazing amount of production in here. Like it takes, let's see, 1 million liters of wood chips would be 300,000 liters of diesel. So it takes it'd be about 1.5 million liters of wood chips to make a truckload of diesel, which is $1 million. And then 1 million liters of wood chips is it's $7,000. Like you get much more money converting them into diesel, but it takes time and effort to deliver the wood chips and keep this running. Because I made this not have a big, like it doesn't have a 10 million liter tank, kind of what my standard is, because I wanted certain things to be a little bit more like you need to be on top of it. You need to be like, you need to check it all the time, otherwise it'll just sit idle. And especially check it before you go to sleep. Top it off if you can before you go to bed, and then that way it's good to go when you're ready to go. Okay, so armoire just about done. Just about at 10 million liters. By the time I fill up the wagon, I bet you it would be good to go. $9.3 million liters in, so we need 700,000 left. That's quite a bit, actually. 700,000. Can you imagine, like, what kind of factory you would need to make that much, like, armoire, which is basically just like a wardrobe? Especially the Narnia-enabled wardrobes. Those are special. That'd be funny to add that fill type. A Narnia-enabled wardrobe. Make one a month and make it worth like $10 million. Make the production like cost like $5 million. Like you better. Yeah, the fact that we haven't delivered any silage over here worries me. There is this silage. There is another way of making silage. It doesn't give you the digestate that this does. Right? So we're on this one here. And I could make like this one using chaff. And the chaff version is nice because if you plant corn and you're like, you know what, I don't need actual corn, I need chaff, you get 7 times the yield in chaff that you would have in corn, right? 7 times. But you have to harvest it 1 month early. So the growth stage was 6 out of 6. And then it actually tells you forage down in the corner. It says forage. And that gives you a 7x increase in the yield. And I can tell you, with the yield settings that I have on this map, a 7x yield on this field of chaff would get us so much chaff that we would need to plop like 4 extra of those factories down just to process it in a reasonable amount of time. It would be an obscene amount of material. So what I usually do is I usually plant the corn like this on a big field and then do 1 lap around the field, just 1 lap around doing the chaff, and then let the rest of it sit for the next month and then get the corn out of it, because the corn is useful for like cereal, but the chaff you can get out of that, you get 7x that. Like one lap around this field, right? This is a big field. 1 lap around with chaff. Now keep in mind the headers are going to be like 25 meters wide, so it's not a small amount. It's actually not 25, it's 18 meters wide. No, it's 25 meters. It's the forage thing that we used on the grass. Yeah, you're going to get, I would estimate, just 1 border around this field in chaff would be 2 or 3 million liters, give or take, around this thing. And then you can just convert that eventually into methane and sell it, but we're getting into spring here, so methane is going to be less and less of a big money maker for us. We got to be careful. But yeah, I need to remove these stumps. I wonder where that log was that Coffee was mentioning. I go out here, see how good he did over here. Ooh, there's another tree we want to cut down.
You're probably ahead of me, but I'm out here looking for that log too.
I don't know how far he got.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Oh, here it is.
Oh, wow. Yep. And this is a beast. It's a big Bertha. Well, I'm glad I didn't void it, because it's about 1 million and 1.2 million liters of wood right there. To run back home with this, because I'm Superman, and this is how Superman would go logging. Whee! I mean, it's only a 40-ton piece of wood I'm running about Mach 5 on. Let's see if I was right. Oh, no, it's the bottom. It's the bottom. It's going to be 700,000 liters? 800,000. Oh, I was close. I was close without going over. All right, now I can probably remove logs. And that... For some reason, the little itty bitty like slivers, when you cut a log, sometimes a little wedge gets cut off. I don't know what controls that, but that counts as a log, believe it or not. Does not count as a stump, and so it's in the map as a log.
Ready for a subject change?
Sure.
Um,
What you got?
so Foundry, I don't know if you've been keeping up to date on the like updates coming out for that one.
I mean, I
Interesting.
not consistently, but I do. I mean, I do look at them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next update coming out next week sounds like a winner.
What's that one got in it?
Data cables, which I don't know. I doubt you care much about that one. But the second item, mod support.
Oh, there we go. Now we're talking my language.
Yeah.
That's excellent. I wonder to what extent. I think it's a Unity game, so it's all. I mean, it's technically already moddable. Having it officially supported is definitely a good thing.
That hopefully means that they've straightened out the API in the background. Hopefully.
Well, yeah. Usually when they tack it on late in the process, it's not an API. It's just like, hey, we have a couple hooks that we added to the code that you can plug into. But I mean, it's good. I think it's good that they're embracing modding, because that game has a lot of modding potential. And there's certainly some recipes in it that could use tweaking. Especially some of the late game stuff they just added is like, brutally hard.
Just seems like it's complexity for the sake of complexity.
Not necessarily complexity, but expensive and slow, right? So like some of the late game stuff, you need a lot of, and you can't really make a lot of without massive smelting operations, and you can't do smelting. Like, it's like they redid the mining aspect of it, but they didn't rebalance the consumption side with the new mining logic. So like, before, you would build to the middle game and you would go down, and you'd find a layer of material that you would mine, and the drill would literally, it's just an infinite layer at a certain depth. That is gone. That is long gone. That's not a part of the game anymore. And so to mine those, like, a lot, there are big deposits that you mine, and you can mine them by default or with the usual mode for a while, but then they deplete, but they don't disappear. You have to put like a fracking rig over the top of it and feed it fracking fluid, and then you get extra ore out of it. Then it's like an infinite ore deposit. I don't know what the production level, like if the production level caps out, but what I saw Nihlaus cover it, and the balance to me did not look fun. The early game looks fun. The early game is always fun in those kinds of games. Your research, that they really redid the research part of things. But the early game progression is actually pretty good. The late game stuff, it just looks, it's like they added it and didn't really rebalance the whole game with the new feature. They're like, ooh, this is pretty, this is sparkly, let's put this in, without really understanding how that affects the big picture. But it's a good game overall. I would still recommend people trying it.
Another one that I'm not sure how useful it is because I haven't played the late game, but or recently. Um, liquid transport ships rather than having bajillion long pipes.
Yeah, the transport ship logistics they added. So it doesn't surprise me they added fluid ones because that was a glaring, like, that was one that was obviously needed.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of that game devolves into, again, like late game, like what do we do all this for? And then you start making the robots, and you start selling the robots, and then that's the end. That's the end of the game. You can like supply and repair the space station that's supposedly damaged, but that also leads to nothing. So I think maybe they're planning more story stuff to actually make it make sense, or not. It doesn't have to make sense, but I don't like games that try to do the middle ground. Like, they try to make it make sense and then they kind of forget about it. Right? It's kind of like Factorio. Look at Factorio, right? You start a game in Factorio, you literally crash land on a planet. Right? They have the whole animation and stuff going. And then you build up and you get into you start launching stuff into space, and then you just stay on the planet. And then the expansion pack comes out, literally like allowing you to go to other planets and like farm the new planet. And you like, if you crash landed on this planet, shouldn't there be some effort to communicate with whomever you were associated with before you crash landed? Like, it seems like you need to get back up into space, get progress going on getting back to your loved ones or whatever. Like, it's funny, there's like a half a story with Factorio, and I'm fine with it. Factorio is a phenomenal game. It's one of my like top 3 games. And it's just like
they really half-assed the story.
Yeah, they kind of tacked it on the end there, right near the end of the production. They had all these like plans, and they realized it was just too much. But like Foundry, there's actually a story. There's actually stuff that you're, goals in mind, and they kind of fizzles off in the end. When you accomplish everything, there's kind of nothing, no end to it.
Well, hopefully, I think it's still in early access, so hopefully
Yeah.
there's something coming. Or they just scrap the whole idea completely.
Yeah. Part of me hopes also, like, another game that just kind of fizzles out at the end is Dyson Sphere. Dyson Sphere program is like, it has all of this great momentum towards like automation, interplanetary logistics, creating Dyson spheres, but there's literally no reason to create a Dyson sphere other than to like research stuff. And then once all of that is researched, then there's really no reason to do a Dyson sphere unless you want more research. Like, they added these infinite researches, again, just like Factorio, but there's no like, are we building these Dyson spheres for a reason? It seems like there should be a reason. You're doing it for like the megasphere or whatever it was called in the game. And I'm just like, but how do we get the power of the Dyson sphere to center brain or whatever it was called? Like,
yeah,
all the power is in the system. You can't beam the power out of the system. It's all in the system. So what do we do with all, like, some of the, like, I saw one guy made a giant Dyson sphere. It was a full terawatt of power. And it was like, he had factories on every planet all being powered by the Dyson sphere, and he still wasn't tapping into all that power. So
yeah,
there's gotta be a use for it. I'm hoping they develop it, but
I mean, it could be as simple as just having like the center brain, like you said. I think it's slightly there's a slightly different name, but it's something close to that. But yeah, not necessarily even have it be physically in the game, but have like some conduit to it or something, like a warp or a warp gate or a space stargate kind of thing, where
Or-
you send what is it, the antimatter and photons or whatever.
I mean, I would be even happy with like a special accumulator, right? Like a giant battery that I have to
Yeah.
pump full of like 100 gigawatts and then ship that away or something, right? Like
No, it has to be 1.21.
it had you 1.21 gigawatts, yeah. But yeah, is I don't play games usually for the story. Let me just clarify.
Yeah.
I don't these kinds of games I don't play for the story. Obviously, it's open-ended, like non-linear. Sometimes they tell a story, sometimes they just are fun. But at least if you're developing a game, pick one and then specialize in that and do it the best possible way. Like just really focus on it of making it good.
Pick a lane, people.
Yeah, like
Factorio, I can kind of understand. The scope of the game just got out of their grasp, and by the time they got back to trying to make a story, they realized that no one cared.
yeah. Yeah, everybody loved the game the way it was anyway. Nobody needed a story to make it good. It was like, oh, people already love this game. A story
Fair,
would.
I was actually a little disappointed that they didn't have a campaign, but
Well, there are
It's not-
scenarios
it's not-
that you can play.
yeah, there's scenarios, but there was a campaign system. I think the campaign might still be there, but
Yeah, they
just
did
didn't.
they did quite a bit of work on it near the end of the like the main production.
Yeah.
A little extra metal out here. And we're going to sell the rest, recoup some of that money. Not going to be much, but it's going to be a bit. Lai says, move your mic closer, Oz.
Oh, I'd be too loud for Buggy if I.
I hear you fine. I don't know why.
Yep.
I guess I would have to look. I would have to watch the stream.
Oh yeah,
Um,
everybody else on your streams is intensely quiet.
Really?
Yeah.
I might have to rebalance. Yeah, I hear everybody fine, and I'm literally. This is the same audio that I'm sending. Like, it's weird that. Like, mine would be super quiet, I guess.
Yeah, the problem is you only have two volume controls. You have your microphone volume and then your computer volume. Problem
Yep.
is if you were to turn your computer volume up, then all of the game sounds would overwhelm the stream. We wouldn't even be able to hear you,
Yeah.
which means then you'd have to turn down the volume of your game, and then you couldn't hear it. I'm gonna message in on the stream to explain that, just in case he couldn't hear me. Not all of it.
Yeah, I had no idea everybody was so quiet. I thought everybody could hear exactly what I was hearing.
Oh, I know it's come up before. That's why I haven't been bugging you about it, is because we have talked about it in the past.
Right,
But
but it's
maybe
it's not often enough or universal enough. You know, if an odd person once in a while comes in and be like, "Oh, your mic is low," most streamers kind of pass that off of, "Well, turn your volume up then." Because
Yeah.
what I could do is turn me way down, because right now my desktop audio is maxed out. My microphone audio is maxed out. Like I can't increase the volume of the computer to OBS. It's maxed out. The volume knob is all the way to the max. So I don't know how you would increase the volume of an individual. Other than going into Discord, and increasing the volume on there. But as much as I fiddle with that volume knob, every time I do that, somebody joins and their microphone does this, and then suddenly they're 10 times louder. And it's like, what the hell did you just do to your microphone, right? You just did something with your microphone, and now you're 10 times louder. It's like, when I stream, I try having my microphone in exactly the same place every time to try to keep my audio normalized. But a person, who's streaming with me, either Os or Vejas, they might be sitting back with their microphone sitting up here trying to talk. And it's like, we can't hear you. Put the microphone in front of you. And so if they join and they're talking and they have a headset mic, and they just don't pay attention to that, I readjust my audio thinking, oh, their mic is really quiet today. And then boom, they'll put their mic down and blast my eardrum because it's like, oh, now I'm going to be super loud. So I can't control why is this no capacity for metal? I understand, game. Why are you still there? No spare capacity for metal. Really?
Yeah. Do you want me to move the ones in this area away a little bit?
Oh, is that what this is doing?
I assume so.
It should... it should go away after a while, but it doesn't.
The message actually did go away for a second.
Oh my god, I'm moving too fast. I hate trying to move pallets when I'm moving so fast.
Yeah. Yeah,
Let-
it was on your screen too. I was watching the stream. It
it
disappeared.
did
for a second.
disappear.
So yeah, maybe if we start fresh and just put 1 or 2 pallets in there.
There it disappeared. But it'll reappear if you try to put it back. It shouldn't. It shouldn't just sit there on. It should just slowly. I don't know. Weird.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's back.
Try. It should disappear after a few seconds here.
Well, it has to drain out. There's 5,000 liters of metal in there, so it has to drain out, and the thing is full. So it's. Yeah, that's weird that wouldn't go away. All right, this is just about full. I should have about 350,000 liters available.
I'm gonna try and listen on the stream to see how loud your game volume is.
I keep it kind of quiet.
And of course an ad comes up right there.
Good. Watch it, goddammit. I'm so used. So my dad has YouTube Premium, and when you have a YouTube Premium, you can have 5 different emails, 5 different accounts on YouTube Premium. So he added me as a YouTube Premium. And so I've been, for the last couple years, I have YouTube Premium. And, I understand the pain of ads. Don't get me wrong. I understand. But I've gotten so used to YouTube now without ads. It is, as far as all of the streaming services, depending on what you watch, the width and breadth of content on YouTube is unprecedented. So, if you find yourself watching a lot of YouTube, I don't think there's a better deal in terms of streaming and in terms of saving inconvenience than YouTube Premium. I think it is, of all of the streaming, ad-free, right? So my Hulu, I have Hulu. Ad-free on Hulu is $18 a month. And then you have if you have ad-free Hulu, ad-free Netflix, ad-free HBO Max, if you start adding up those values, if you look at YouTube Premium, I think it's I forgot what it is now. I think it went up in price here recently, but it's maybe $18 an hour or $18 an hour, $18 a month. By a wide margin, it's the better deal, right? Because I watch a lot of YouTube videos. It's my like primary, like when I'm sitting down eating dinner, I'll just turn on something and watch it. Like getting ads, like avoiding ads in those situations it's so nice. But yeah, I can't recommend YouTube Premium enough. Okay, this has 15? Is that right? Yeah, 15. There it is. Yeah, you get a little less because there's some weird rounding errors that happen in the script. All right, I think we have.
Which is weird.
I think we have 2 full things of armoire now that we can sell. We might end up having to do that.
On the subject of the audio, so I now that the ad is gone and I had a chance, it looks like you probably could up the game audio some without blasting people's eardrums. And I know there's a way in OBS to increase the gain. I'll talk about
OBS?
that
No.
if you're interested.
I've got desktop audio maxed. I have no idea how you individually set volumes for like individual games or apps. Like I don't know how to do that.
If your desktop audio is maxed out, you can actually push it further.
Oh.
I can talk about that. Yeah. I think it's relatively new because I don't remember having that option before. But we'll remind me when we're offline, and I'll walk you through it.
All right. This is an empty one. There's the other armoire. So if we, I think the oats. Nope, the oats still.
I don't remember if you talked about this in the past, but the like wood chips in the carpenter, is the output and the input shared? I mean, is
Yeah.
it essentially the same?
It's the same tank, yeah.
volume? Okay.
Yep. What is it actually producing?
Which makes sense.
Oh, it's producing armoire. That's fine. use up what we have. I have this forklift over here. I want to keep this because the what I do with my, it's kind of interesting. I started doing it with my greenhouses because every month I don't just haul away all the stuff every month for the greenhouses. I want to have a trailer that's got quite a bit in it. So what I do is I have 3 greenhouses in a row, one on each side, so it's 6 greenhouses. Then I park a trailer on the bottom one that's open, and then the all 3 are this, or all 6 are the same type, right? And then I use the forklift when the month goes by to push the pallets down into the catchment area of the trailer, and the trailer automatically hoovers them up, right? And it's like I just push the material into the trailer, and then 2 or 3 months go by and I've got 5-6 million liters, maybe 4 or 5 million liters in a trailer, and then I pull the trailer out and unload it into like a, it's the grapes, then it's the raisin. But, yeah, and that's what this row here is going to be for. This row here is going to be all greenhouses, which is going to massively increase the weight of the production on the map. But we might be able to fast forward one more month. I kind of want to get out of winter and get the hell away from the snow. Let's check productions here really quick. See what we have, what we can move around. We can move some more.
I just took a peek and there's
What?
a few things. Wood chips could be hauled. Iron could be hauled. Iron and stone, but not.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. You've got wood chips over here. All I need to do is just unload them.
Yeah. Those there are. Yeah. Yeah, ooh, yeah, we ran low on diesel. I mean, 137,000 liters is nothing to sneeze at, but the fact that it can hold 1 million, that tells you, like, we're low on diesel. Yeah, let's see here. Then we should just YOLO it, just sleep through the night, and just hope to God that, just make sure there's no trucks running like this one here.
You got a bunch of stuff that you could sell if needed.
Yeah, we've got 2 full trailers of armoire, which, I mean, that alone would be 6-7 million. So yeah, I think, why not? Why not get the hell out of winter? Although March is still winter. March and April are actually still winter here. You can expect snow in any of those months.
May, it's not unheard of.
Yeah, oh, look at that. Yeah, 3.8 million in production costs.
Ouch. But we're in the black. That's odd.
Yeah, the fact that we still have a little bit of money, very helpful. Very, very helpful. That we're not completely bankrupt. Okay, so this silage, oh, this actually did not drain out completely out of grass. Okay, and then iron ore is probably used up. Oh, it actually didn't use up all of it. Metal is almost full again, so we'll be able to empty that and sell the metal. Metal is a pretty stable price. I made it low, but I made it like extremely stable. Don't worry about the jumping around here. This will go away as we progress. These will all reset, and it'll be basically the same across the board. Same with paper. Let's see. Methane price dropped. Remember, this was over $800 before because it had great demand, and that means you get a premium for it. So now the great demand, it said the sell everything is great demand. How do I figure out what the great demand is? Is there a way? Is there a way to do that? Interesting. We could actually lease. I forgot we could actually lease land.
Oh yeah.
That's that'd be a lot of money. So where? See filter. Fruits? No. Feed ingredients? Products? Animal? Where would it might not even exist.
Are you not going to worry about stocking the master carpenter?
What's it out of?
Planks and longboards more, but planks is running a little low. It's at about 16%.
Longboards is almost completely out.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we would need to go cut down some trees because we don't have any more longboards made.
Yeah.
So I might just turn off. Well, our water will turn itself off once it runs out, but might as well just turn that off. Oh, we're so close to the filling up another wagon. Okay. How are we doing on diesel?
I just added the rest of the wood chips in. Should I go grab more wood chips from the...
Yeah, from the master carpenter's got them. Or let's look at the... Yeah, the sawmill's got a bunch of them too. So yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if worse comes to worse, we can just sell the diesel that we get out of them and make some money. But
Yeah. Which would take priority for grabbing wood chips?
would be the sawmill. Empty that first, because the wood chips are actually useful in the carpenter. They make the carton rolls that are used in all the production. So having that have wood chips in it is a good thing. We don't want to empty that out. Yeah, it says great demand. Where, pray tell, is the great demand? And what is the great demand? Do I have to go through every single one of these to find the blue?
Oof.
Like, wouldn't it make sense to tell me what product? Ooh, diesel.
An intuitive AI? What are you, crazy? Or UI, not AI.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy talk, but it would be nice. Nothing. I didn't see a single thing in here that actually showed great demand. Because when I saw it last time with this thing had great demand, and the methane had, it wasn't a red or a green, it was blue, and the price was increased. So, like, I don't know what the great demand is, but sure would be nice to get that information somehow.
Yeah.
And there we go.
Alright.
Give us diesel. So now the big one is the greenhouses, and I highly recommend grabbing a truck. This is like the best practices for this, right? So grab a truck. That way you get the width like right spot on, because if you're going to use the if you're going to use the forklift method that I've mentioned before, you're going to want a truck. Now, we're going to use this strip of land here. I don't think these are individually very expensive. Construction, production, greenhouses. So I've got two different ones, right? Hydroponics greenhouse and the same one, only mirrored. Right? So there's a difference. And it's trivial, but it's a difference. I would like the rotation to be 90 degrees. Okay. So you want, I believe, the blue thing on the top, because, well, either way, you just gotta adjust based on that. But like, place down the first one. So this one is the mirrored version on this side. Place that down. Paint some stuff so you can actually see the ground. Because the pallets are gonna appear on that. Right? So then what you want to do is you want to get this truck. And you want to get this, you don't park it inside of there, because there'll be collisions that you want to avoid. But you want to get it till you actually can eyeball the space. And getting this right, like for the first one, is just recommended. Every other one after that is just kind of
Make sure it's in line with the
right. You just build them all in a line, and it's beautiful. Okay, so this production greenhouses. So we want to do the mirrored one, right? So obviously this'll, you could, I mean, should I? I can just turn on what is it called? Free mode, right? You can just turn on free mode and just go crazy with it. But I'm not going to do that. I want to keep these. So there's a minimum space that you have to have between them, but you want to make sure it's in line. And then grab the other side. And then you can get your width from the truck, right? Because this side is lined up with that side, right? And then this side we can line up with this. and give yourself maybe 1 square breathing room for the yeah, 1 square breathing room is probably the best way. So that one. Okay. And you don't want to do too many at once because this menu radically changes. Right? And so go and grab, there's a Unimog somewhere. Don't do the diesel one. There's a blue Unimog somewhere. One of those little trucks. There's a blue one. It probably has the red tank on it. You're going to want the blue tank. And then fill up via the lake. I mean, I say lake. This is, I don't know, pond. Don't use the blue things. Use the lake because it's completely free water. It's just infinite free water. And then use the Unimog, and there's on the east side of the things, there's a little indicator for dumping water, and we can go through and fill all of the greenhouses with water, and then we want to do the same thing with liquid fertilizer. And if I go into one of these,
I assume the liquid fertilizer would be the brown tank?
the liquid fertilizer should be the red tank.
Oh, okay.
And don't put very much in it. Don't fill the tank up with 10 million liquid fertilizer. That would be bad. Fill it up with like, because each of these only uses like 10,000. But it's going to help. And then we're going to want to do the same with pallets. So water, a lot of water. I should have dropped that back down. Yeah, you're going to have to do a lot of runs with that water tank. Liquid fertilizer, empty pallets, and then electric charge. And then all of those get, it's just going to be super buffed. But let's paint this area first so he can see the ground and knows what he's doing. Well, at least, okay, he might not know what he's doing, but we're going to help him.
Here it is.
We're going to have quite a few greenhouses. And I'll make them pretty later. All right. So we need to focus on grapes first. I don't want to enable them. I want them all to be synced up, so I want to enable all of them all at once. I wonder if I can rename. Can I rename these? Can I rename them in here? Rename, I can. Let's do grape 1. Now, how should I... What would be the way to do this? Grape 1. Oh my god. Okay, get rid of that. The wire is in my way. Grape 2. grape 3, grape 4, grape 5, grape 6. Okay. Um, well, that's one way to fill up the tank.
It does not slow down quickly.
Yeah. Why do I hear sound effects? Sell FG greenhouse. FG greenhouse. I just named these. Oh, I guess the name isn't showing in here. That's fine. There it is on the bottom of the screen, not on the top. Okay, grape 1, grape 2. So I plan on having another set of these on the north side. So not north, on another set of these over here. Because we need a lot of grapes. A lot of grapes. I radically changed the raisin recipe because I realized, like, loading in. So I had the recipe was 3,000 grapes gave you like 4,000 raisins. And in previous, like the previous games I had, it was just like, it just didn't make sense. So I sat down and thought about it. I was like, I realized you're literally dehydrating the grape. You're sucking the moisture out of it. It is smaller. A raisin is way smaller than a grape. So you should lose that volume because all of the measurements are based on volume in the game. And so I realized, like, oh yeah, if we're dealing with volume, it's definitely low. So it's like now, like 3,000 grapes is like 1,100 raisins. Like you lose like 2/3 of the mass. So it's a little bit, it's a little bit, makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, I think we're gonna immediately start off, because cereal, we're so far away from doing cake. Like we're still quite a ways from being able to do cake. So yeah, I think we're gonna do 6 more. Long stream. Well, I always do. Saturdays are always pretty long. I mean, last week's was 10 hours.
What's the record? Like 14 hours or something like that?
Yeah. I mean, there was one stream that we had to restart. I basically had to end the stream and then start another one a few minutes later because there's a limit on the VOD for YouTube to. There's a limit of like 11 hours, 59 minutes, 38 seconds or something like that. If your stream hits that, the VOD, it doesn't record it. And so if you want to keep it, you have to stop and then start and then you get the VOD back. But yeah, kind of crazy. Okay, production greenhouses mirrored. Here we go again. I'll leave a little bit of space this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 1. Yeah, as soon as I'm done with this, I'll help you. And then do this one.
Sounds like there's a lot of different things to deliver.
Okay. Now, this is 5, this is 6. This is going to be grape 7. And you know it. Grape 8. Grape 9. 9. Now I'm hoping...
Grape 8 sounds... Go ahead.
I'm hoping that grape 10 comes after grape 9. And not after grape 1. But knowing this game, probably after grape 1.
Yup, probably. Grape 8 sounds like great 8.
Does. Okay.
The letters are different, but I think the syllables are the same, just scrambled.
Yeah, look at that. Grape 10, grape 11, grape 12, grape 1. Jesus Christ. We can't... Really? Whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm just not going to worry. I'm not going to worry. I swear. I'm not going to worry. Okay, let me go grab...
It totally won't eat away at his soul.
Oh my god. So stupid. Remember when Windows did that? Like...
Oh, God.
You'd name directories and it would be like... Number 11, number 12, number 1, number... It's like, come on. This is like the most basic shit. And you can't, like, what? This is so stupid. Alright, I know
I mean,
there's...
to be fair, it's not really an exclusive Windows problem. It's a logistics problem. Or counting a number as a string problem. Whoa.
Oh, I wish I knew how to do the engine and gear ratios and transmission and stuff, because the Unimog is the one, like, really annoying vehicle that I would love to make it just really buttery smooth to drive.
Yeah. I mean, do you really need 3 million gears in a vehicle?
Yeah.
It's not trying to approach the speed of light, so...
Yeah, having 8 forward gears in this thing is just like, that's overkill. I'm sorry, but this little tiny vehicle that's 200 horsepower, you don't need 8 gears. What the hell are people doing with this thing that you need 8 gears? It doesn't make any sense. Alright, so this is liquid fertilizer. This should be really fast.
I mean, maybe they're trying to make it true to life. Maybe the Unimog, like, real-life equivalent has that many gears.
Yeah, I'm sure it's modeled exactly after the real life one. I even had somebody on the stream once tell me what the name actually stood for.
Yeah.
Like Unimog, like Mog in whatever, like German or whatever it was, stood for like modifiable, like, or like a basically like a platform that you could basically do anything with.
But yeah, you probably, I mean, shifting down gives you more horsepower, just has a lower speed. But obviously, you spend a lot more fuel to...
Shifting down gives you more torque, not more horsepower. Horsepower is set and does not change. It's the torque, it's the gear ratio.
Torque.
Having driven manual transmissions pretty much my whole life. But, you know, I've driven almost every car I've ever owned was a manual transmission. So I have a lot of experience driving manual transmissions, and I have never had a really annoying process that this has. Like, you just, like, it's just like, no. There's a way to do it that you don't do that.
Should I top the water off in this?
It should. No, you don't have to. No, water. You can basically empty the water out of it if you have any left over in the tank. Because we need it for honey. And now I've got a bunch of liquid fertilizer that. Yeah, there's not a lot of liquid. I only put like 300,000 in here. Didn't use nearly that much. So let's see if I can sell it.
How do you unload it?
Try to sell it. Just drive over the grate, see if you can sell it. It shouldn't sell for actually any money. It's just, but it should allow you to. Oh, Jesus. Tree was in the way. Oh, that thing. Oops.
I'm just gonna leave the water tank attached, but park the Unimog with it.
Yeah, that's fine.
If I can get my directions correct.
It's a blue Unimog, so it goes with a blue tank. Usually by the mid game, I have a Unimog for every color of tank, just because it's so much more convenient, and they're not that expensive. I mean, they're like 40 grand, which right now personally I could not actually afford to buy one, but in the grand scheme of things, they're pretty cheap when it comes to like this farm. So yeah, that's why I started color coding.
In real life, each of those would be an asset in your books, and
Right, it would increase the value of your business. Like, you could depreciate it over time and use it as a tax write-off. Like, it'd be great.
well, actually, I was thinking more. It's like insurance costs and stuff like that. It's not something you probably want to do unless they're constantly used or used often.
We need to do pallets next. And then electric. Yeah, grab the yellow truck with the power thing on it, and hopefully you'll be able to just drive by and it'll unload automatically in the same trigger. Hopefully, if I did it all right, which it's not guaranteed. And the only reason I'm loading these up manually first, because it is really goddamn expensive to deliver 3 million water per greenhouse, like, at once, and then all the other stuff as well. Like, it's not cheap. There's a cost to it. So, nope, that's the wrong type.
The game would stop hitching on me here. Okay, do I need to...
It didn't automatically discharge anything?
No.
Yeah, it did.
Did it? Okay.
Yeah. It only stores 15,000, so it's not gonna drain it out. It's just gonna take a little bit off the top.
I wasn't...
There it is. There's another 15,000. Yeah, so it is automatically draining. It's just not a lot, so.
I was expecting, either it to drain slowly. I was looking at where I was going, not at the numbers at the bottom.
Why is this not triggering?
Wow.
Do I not do pallets? I know I do pallets in these. Yeah, empty pallets. Why? Why you forsake me, pallets?
Do you have to have the back open?
No, that's only for loading.
Jeez.
Let's see if it's the trigger. Or the truck. Interesting. I've never had this problem. It's always loaded these just fine. I might have to just distribute them. For now, anyway. It's weird. I could have sworn this worked before. But you definitely want to supply them because it's a 25% boost. So don't not supply them. Oh wow, the electricity boost really multiplies that value. Holy cow. Gonna be a lot of grapes. May not. Well, the point of having so many is some of these are going to be strawberries eventually. We're gonna build up a lot of grapes and then have strawberries because cake needs strawberries. So, but this is weird that this doesn't trigger.
Okay, so electricity is delivered. You're working on the pallets. What else we got?
Well, that's it for those. But we want to get the pallets in there before we enable the craft because we don't want to.
Right.
We don't want it running until we have it. But I could have sworn I had the pallets working. But I might just be that crazy and pallets didn't work and I just had it delivered via the carpet just automatically delivered. Interesting. My guess is that trigger node on that spot, right? The little node on that.
It delivered to this one.
What now?
I grabbed a pallet and I dropped it off here. The door is closed on this one. Does that matter?
Well, the door is closed on this one.
Oh, it is. I thought it was open. I could have swore it was open just a second ago.
Maybe if I open it?
Is this one possibly too close to the other one?
No, they're all no, I don't. Well, how far away was the pallet?
I brought it right to the center mark. It started disappearing before it actually got there. Okay, so 2 of those pieces of pallet. Oh, yeah, you've got it right where it needs to be. Let me try. Huh. Aha!
What?
It was at an angle. There.
What? What are you talking about?
Yep. Let's see if I can duplicate it here. So if I hold it at this angle, and I get close.
What in God's... What? Oh, I bet you it's above the ground. The trigger is above the ground or something? No. Yeah, it's like... No, if that's the... What? That makes no sense. Down here, it doesn't do anything. And I'm going to back away. And I'm going to raise it up. And I'm going to... I bet you anything, in the i3D file, the trigger, the box, right? Because it's just a trigger volume. The box, I bet you, is elevated above the ground. Is that the same in the non-mirrored version?
I don't think so, because I was looking at that one, and I had one right at the ground, and it was giving me that message, no more room. Spy said it seems to be the height of the truck. Okay, it's not accepting them now. Let me try lifting it up some. No, it's not when it lifts. It's the angle that it goes at. If that makes sense.
What in the hell?
See, I noticed when purchasing under construction, there's an option for, yeah, adjust rotation angle. Is that
No, it's like, based on the way that the building is placed. Like the i3D is anchored to the building. So, yeah, if the building was upside down and backwards, then I would be like, oh yeah, that's obvious. But the building is nice and square and flat. This should not have a weird angled trigger marker. If I look at, again, let's go to debug on, and wow, where is the debug? Test areas on. So you can see the areas, right, of the thing itself. Test area. So this is like when you see the trigger, like when you walk into the area, you can see the UI on the screen. That's what's causing that. So it doesn't appear here, but it does appear here. So what's interesting is haha. So this is an interesting when I mirrored this, I didn't think to move these trigger zones. So that's probably a trivial reason. But we should see show placement collisions. No. Production points debug. Ooh, look at all that data in there. Let's see it. That's just like the recipes. Okay. That doesn't give me any. What actually gives the triggers for the pallets? Let me unload a few more in here. Is this one? This one has no pallet. Where's the trigger for that? How do I enable?
Not showing you the debug?
I mean, it is, but it's not showing me what I need to see.
Yeah. was
Still not. Why isn't it showing me? That should be showing the test areas. Why is it not showing me that? That is annoying. The fact that, like, what? That really bothers me. Obviously, the i3D, I could switch that around. That's the test area, right? Start needs to be pushed in a little bit on either side to be truly mirrored, because it needs to hang out on this side. Because when it flattens the ground, you can see that's kind of the area that it flattens. But let me turn off the
must be good. Oops. Is there any of these that I shouldn't fill at the moment so you can debug it?
I've pretty much seen everything I think this menu can show me. For some reason it's not showing me all of the things. Maybe there's a debug menu that does. Let me see. Debug status, find debug field stones. This is all field-based stuff, so that's not it. Environment mask. I doubt that would. I still have an error for empty. Why do I have another? So that's not it. I don't honestly know.
Okay, I think I need a few more pallets.
Just hop in the truck and hit I. It'll dump out another row. Honestly, like, this is a weird bug. Vehicle debug state. Keep hitting escape thinking it's this man. Yeah. I guess, unless somebody has a suggestion, why that trigger would be way up in the air like. Oh, here's one without water. You missed one.
What?
Grape,
How did I miss one?
Grape 9 has no water. Grape 10 does, but Grape 9 doesn't. Poor Grape 9. What did it ever do? Poor Grape. Yeah, that is
This is
very, very strange.
if there's any others that I missed. Oh, 10 needs more pallets.
Really? Yeah, one more pallet for 10. Okay. So why don't I'll do this, close the back.
Oh, 4 needs more pallets as well.
I'll spawn some more, because I'd pulled them into the truck. So 4 needs them?
Ah. Yep.
It's over here.
So we should just need the 2 more.
You said 6?
I think it was 12. No. Wait. No.
10.
10. Okay.
All right. And then 9 needs more water.
Yep. I'll do that. Just kind of going down the line just to double check. Just in case the menu is lying to me.
All right. So to keep those steady in the pallets, probably going to need to just set them to deliver. So I'm going to sell these, free up the... I just realized something. Shh.
Uh-oh. That tone is not good.
I didn't have the goddamn trailer selected in the truck.
Oh!
And you have to have the trailer selected to hit I to unload it. Otherwise it doesn't give you that menu option.
Yep.
Which
one's 9?
So I just want to load up. I just want to see. Let me unload. Like, literally just meaningless amount. If this was the error, God, I would kick myself. Because the Unimog's unloaded, right? The water unloaded, the trigger, I knew the trigger worked because all the other trucks worked. So that's why it was surprising when that didn't work. So what I want to do is actually go in here, it saves the game, because of course it does. And then come in here and then enable grapes on all of these. So they're all in sync. Okay. So, as you can see, I also customized, because the grapes and the olives didn't have a custom plant, I just took the tomato plant, right, and recolored the texture that is basically the harvestable one. I don't know what controls that texture or what the timing is of it, but I just retextured the red tomatoes. So the grapes are like a brightish blue, right? They're stand out, and then the olives like are a really dark purple. The olive color, and I just put it in Photoshop, and I just just simple recoloring. But it's, at least it's not blank. There's not a nothing there. There's actually something. Yeah, again, I don't know what the timing is. One of the other cool things about the new version of the game that I'm looking forward to is it's a subtle change, but they made a change to the rendering of like crop textures. So like right now the crops, right? So they're like little billboards that are, crisscrossing each other, and it doesn't look very thick, right? You can come in here and you can like see things, like you can see the ground. So it doesn't really look that thick. And the new version, like they really made it dense. Like the foliage is really dense. Okay. So now that we've had a few pallets used out of here, we're going to come in here, and I'm just going to kick myself if this was the case. So I've got the trailer loaded now. Oh, no. That wasn't it. That was not it. That didn't make any difference. Okay, well, at least I'm not crazy. Well, not really.
Two things can be true at once.
That's true. That is true. Whole $160 for 10,000 liters of pallets. Yeah, I think the base value of pallets from the carpenter, the guy who did it, was like 2,200 per 1,000 liters. It's just like, oh my god! Like that little 10,000 liters that I just sold would have been like $20,000. Which is kind of obscene in the grand scheme of things. But what we're gonna do is go in here now that we have all the grapes selected and they're rolling just fine. We are going to go in here and say we're going to set these to spawning. There we go. And time will tell if I'm actually good with that. It takes some time for it to actually do the thing. But so what we're gonna do, I think I already have fertilizer doing automatic distribution. But I'm gonna come in here to this and set empty pallets. Nope. Set empty pallets to distributing. Come on, distributing. Carton rolls I'll keep for now. Not doing that because I don't want to get too crazy with it. So hopefully the pallets will automatically deliver to all the greenhouse.
I'm gonna go AFK for a few minutes here. You want me to stay in the game or should I log out?
Go ahead and log out. We're almost done here. So
Okay.
now that we've got the grapes. So we are gonna. How much money do we have? Ooh, man. Do we have enough money? I don't think we have enough money. Might have to.
Right, back.
Well, that wasn't
Back
very
relatively
long.
soon.
Oh, you haven't gone yet. I thought you were back already.
Fine.
Hey, there's the blue. There's the blue of the grapes. Very, very big grapes. Those are very big grapes. Very, very, very big grapes. But at least it's a different texture. And you can see at a glance that it's like being ripened. So what I usually do is I put they spawn from this side down, or if you place them the other way, you just got to pay attention to which is the first pallet, because then you want the other side to be the truck, and then you just push the pallets into the back of the truck, and they just get absorbed into the truck. I trust me when I say that I've done this both ways, and you do not want to push the pallets. Let's say they spawn starting here and go down. You do not want to push the pallets starting here this direction, because then they start spawning over here, and they're just like, they spawn in weird places, and it just gets really messy. If you place them, or if you move them from this way over, by the time you get clear, the pallets can start spawning in behind you, and it's nice and neat little rows, and it's very, very tidy and very orderly. Highly recommend you do it that way. But yeah, when I sleep, there's going to be a lot of these generated. So what I want to do really quick is, what can I sell something? Can I sell anything? Maybe some diesel? Let's sell some diesel and recoup some of our money that we've spent all this time. It'll be about $1 million. Should be plenty. Well, hopefully will be plenty. I need 2 trailers and 2 trucks. As I leave the trucks attached because it's just wise to do it that way. Exactly, well, nearly exactly $1 million. Glorious. Okay, so let's go purchase. We're going to do trailers. We're going to do 2 special trailers. This, wide tires, logistics. I wish I could really ramp this up and have like a bunch of textures. That would be awesome. But I just don't think people care. I just don't think they care. But I would literally like have one for like every product if I really wanted to. Literally just editing textures. So the design, what I'm going to do, grapes are going to be like a bright blue, but I already have kind of a bright blue for the barrels, but I guess trying to match the color of the grapes themselves. How about that one? Like, it's unholy and ungodly, but it's good enough. And what color is that? Azul. Wasn't that a character in Ghostbusters? No, I'm kidding. Here. I like the small stuff like that. Yeah, I do too. It just takes so much time. That. We don't need super like beefy engines here. And these are not cheap. I usually cut out the top, but I leave that one. Give me a couple front mountings for extra lights just in case. And then main color, if we can get close to that unholy color, that would be good. Grill. So grapes are able to be moved with the regular truck or the regular trailer. Strawberries, however, for whatever reason, need to be moved with the reefer version of the vehicle. So you can keep them separate. All right, so just pull in between. You can see they're all hopefully all synced up, but we're gonna pull this all the way forward. And then open it up.
Okay, now I'm back.
And then this should load in. And then this one should load in. We're going to grab the other truck. Okay. So you can see that first, where the pallet first spawns in. That's kind of an important thing, and you want to pull ahead. Three is going to be your limit, unless you have like a super modded forklift that can literally like move mountains. This is kind of the setup, and this is kind of why I left more space in between these two sets, in case you want to pull the truck out from in between. But to give you an example, so when these all load in, right, when we sleep, this will be full of pallets. And in my particular ones, it's not just one pallet, it's a stack of 3 tall, right? So literally, I think I did a calculation, it's like 120,000 liters is in front of the greenhouse. The forklift, as you will see, is used to sort of just push all of those into the back of the truck. So I'm going to cross my fingers and sleep through the night. Just kind of sleep the day away. Just want to make sure these don't run out of things. So let's double check the I would love to take the silage and make methane with it. I think we might have to do that. Although we're getting into a point where methane is not going to be very valuable. Summertime is not the best time for methane. Metal we'll be able to grab. Yeah, let's grab whatever iron we can get. That way we have a full 10 million liters ready to go. Oh, wow, there's a lot of iron in here. Holy shit. So when I sleep, those greenhouses are going to just continue churning away. That reminds me, let's check the this is distributing, this is distributing, this is distributing. Good. We need to fill this up with a few more. Although 15 million is more than plenty to tide us over. We need to distribute pallets from there. And then electric charge is distributing, which is good. These are all spawning. I think, yeah, I checked all those. Those are good. Or more we can sell. This is set to distributing. Good. I think we're covered in terms of productions. Now I think I should move all that silage. Because remember, we're going to get another 7 million liters of grass off of that thing. And I mean, if we really wanted to, I could mow that other plot that's next to it again. Do we have any? Ooh. Stone. We do. Excellent. Yeah, I think we gotta just pull the trigger on this silage, because the methane is... Ooh, there's even stones in here. Oh, I think I put those in there. There it is. Yeah, 9 million silage? Yes, please. This will make a healthy amount of methane. Like 9 million something, so it'll make like maybe 8.2 million methane, and which is, that would be even cheaper summertime prices. That would be pretty decent amount of money. Yeah, that almost topped that thing up. That's glorious. Okay. And as soon as we get cows, we'll be able to also put manure and slurry in there. Okay. Bees. Okay. Oh, it's sleepy time. Oh, man. 1.5 million in the hole. But we come out here. The truck automatically loads them, right? So the ones that are spawning via the truck, just roughly 300,000. Ooh, look at that. Boy, that electric power made a huge difference in how fast this generated. Wow. Wow, that is a lot of grapes. That's a lot of grapes. But the whole forklift thing I was talking about, I hope Oz is paying attention to this, because this will be his job. So we got the forklift. We can line up the tines, so you can like right click and scroll to sort of spread the tines, but kind of set them here, and then left click and up and down raises that up. So you want that all the way down, and good to go there. You just get the forks in and you raise it up a little bit, and then you brute force your ass right through it all, and you just hope for the best. And as it gets close to that truck, it just absorbs it, just like just glorious. And then I don't know what happened there. That's a weird amount of error. I don't know what happened, and I have no way out, because I did not anticipate that happening. I don't know why that happened. Never had that happen. Like it's like it was spawning in. Like here's it again. Like it's spawning in so fast that it shouldn't be doing that. It should be nice and orderly. Because this is on stream. It's not going to cooperate. But the reason why you lift it up a little bit when you get it hooked under, so you get them hooked under, and you lift it up a little bit, because sometimes, because of how it's a physics thing. Sometimes the physics of the fork, like, get caught on an invisible gopher or something in the terrain, and it's just like it causes your whole vehicle to like hitch, and it just dominoes all of the all of the things. And so yeah, you lift it up a little bit to prevent that. But yeah, you should be able to just kind of power your way through. And this is why you do it in the direction that you do it, because then as the things respawn, you can see them spawning in there, nice and neat. And you have to do this. Well, now you're gonna have to do it several times. But yeah. Or alternatively, you can just drive the trucks through and kind of activate all the things on one side, and it'll just load them all on one side. But no, it doesn't feel as good as taking this forklift and just like brute forcing your way through a couple tons of grapes. And there is a bigger this forklift I got off the mod hub. There is a bigger version of like a beefy forklift, but it's got really wide. That's like wide, which would not work in this situation. So I don't know whether I should like mod this forklift or just go with it. But yeah, this usually works okay. Usually you can power through. Any more than these doing two at a time would probably not work. Probably. Like I said, it's about 120,000 liters. It's 7. No, is that 8? 6, 7, 8 times 3. 24 times 5,000. Well, times 5. 24 times 5,000. Oh. Well, how much is left? Oh, wow. Okay. 450,000 left? Well, then there's, yeah. So, 24 times 5. 120? I was right. 120,000. Exactly. So, yeah, 330,000. Wow. Yeah, that electricity boost, that doubles the amount of grapes made in a day. You know, what'd be fun is to get like a giant freaking bulldozer that's just as wide as the opening in this, and just push the whole enchilada with one bulldozer into the back of that truck. It'd be hard to maneuver it for the other set, but that would be kind of fun. Maybe I should add one of the bulldozers. I got 2 different bulldozers I downloaded off a mod place. Not the mod hub, but a separate website. I should try that. Seeing if there's a blade wide enough to do that. Oh, I just bounced off of an invisible thing. But as far as like just relaxing and chill sort of things, like this is really easy to do. It doesn't require really much thought at all. And it's very satisfying watching the material disappear into that truck. I don't know why. You know, it's like this giant vacuum cleaner that's absorbing all of that stuff, but it's very, very
Oh,
satisfying.
it's kind of it's kind of neat, yeah.
And this is why I made grapes so damn cheap to sell. Because we can make a lot of them really, really fast. Yeah, usually I don't really sleep. The fact that I slept from like 9 a.m. all the way, like I slept almost an entire 24 hours, usually you don't do that. When we get a lot of fields and stuff, it'll take us most of a day basically to sort of get everything cycled through and get it replanted and harvested and all that kind of stuff. So you don't usually sleep this long. You won't have as nearly as many sitting inside of here. Oh, I just, again, bounced off of an invisible. So funny. And then olives, you can do the same thing. Again, strawberries, olives, that kind of stuff. Olives are good because you can get olive oil, and olive oil is a really good thing. It's worth quite a bit. Of course, you got to pay to make it into olive oil, but it's worth quite a bit itself. And then it's very good for like other things like butter. You can use it to make butter, and it's a pretty good one to use there. Well, I thought I was going to be done, but I want to get this finished. One of these days there's going to be, I'm going to make progress on this. It'd be funny if these were so fast that it would just you'd clear the line, and by the time you got up and around it would be full again. Like, no, too many grapes. I'm actually surprised that they didn't add like a wine, making wine, like a distillery. I'm sure they wanted to keep their like G rating or whatever this is, so you can't have like alcohol. You can make grape juice, but not wine. Oh, there we go. That sign is... It's not completely full, which tells me it's just about where it's I've caught up to it, right? So all the columns aren't full, which is good. Now I can do this side. I must make some funny faces while I'm doing this because I'm really concentrating. This is not something you can do willy-nilly. It takes some thought to get the forks and stuff down. Let's see how close they're doing another one. Pretty close. All right, so I'll wait till they do that next one. Ooh, look at that. 6.8 million methane. I was way off on my estimation. Fortunately, I don't have the money for another Unimog right now. Otherwise, I'd buy a red one for the red tank.
I'm gonna AFK again. How long do you think you'll be on this?
Let me get into profit, and then I'll probably like
Okay.
Get into profit. Sort out the last of the grapes, and then yeah, that'll be it. That way, I don't have a giant to-do list to take care of next time I load the game. Because I do play this map like in between episodes when we're not streaming, but we got a harvest coming up. It's actually ready to harvest now, so we don't have any actually way of harvesting that right now. So, oh my god, I didn't get enough methane. I gotta go get some more. Damn it. I was hopeful. Need enough for a Colossus harvester and a header. There we go. We're into profit again. Yay. Usually I have a truck or a trailer parked right here that can like just auto load these as they spawn, but I don't really. We will eventually. Alright, let me do. Yes, I think these. Yep.
One last push.
Alright, I'm back again.
That should be extremely close to 10 million liters. Look at this one. It is 4.17. This should be this one as well. Yep. So 8.3 million liters in a single month. Not bad. That's a lot of grapes. A lot of grapes. But we have an oat harvest to do, and holy cow. Where is my... There it is. The FG Crazy version. Yeah, the FG Crazy version, 10 million liters. We don't want the race edition. That's bad. Trust me, it's too much. It's too powerful. It's too crazy. Go down one to the flat map edition if you're on this map. I assure you, it's just fine. And then I do that. Agramax V Flecto. I don't know. Whatever. Let's see. How do I want to do this? I want to do frame as black. I want. I think that's fine. But this, I want to switch these. So the design color, I want to be navy, and then the main color, I want to be white. Swap that around. And then the rim color we set to white. Looks good. It's only 556,000. I mean, and the headers, I do not the Titan Draper. Even though it's good, I don't like it because it doesn't have a built-in header wagon or a header trailer. I like the Titan Draper here with the built-in header. 13.7, 13.8, yeah. You don't really lose anything, but there's also these two here. This is a custom mod. The articulated version also doesn't have it. I wish this one had the built-in header because this one is crazy, 15 meters wide. It would be crazy. But the Titan Draper Unreal, the working speed, I actually lower the working speed. 48 is
you don't want to go any faster than that. Working width, I keep it as the standard. I keep it as the width of the thing. Yeah. Other things I go crazy with the widths, but when it comes to harvesting, if you harvest too wide a swath, it just fills up so fast that you can't unload it fast enough. So yeah, even at 10 million liters, it's gonna fill up fast. So I just wanted to get on camera the beauty and the glory that is the Colossus, and this thing is pretty crazy. The race edition it's too much. It's amazing. I actually hit my limit. Like I tried using it and it's so touchy. Like it's so touchy that there's no like middle speed. It's either not moving or trying to go light speed. Like it's just there's no middle ground. It's got a 3,000 horsepower engine, sort of like that forage wagon. Like it's just crazy. But yeah, harvesting this, I usually have at least 2 harvesters on this, but we can't afford that. Believe it or not, well, maybe I could afford it if I sold some more. But yeah, I'm not sure what to show on camera and what not to. I might just have to restart this map for a private game so I have something to play, because I play this in my spare time. So believe it or not, after the stream today, after I eat dinner, I'll probably sit down and play some more. There's some more grass to mow at least. You can do that. This grass isn't ready yet. I mean, it is, but it isn't. All right. Well, that is going to do it for the stream, everybody. We are at just a little over 11 hours. I think that's a pretty decent amount of time. I want to thank you all for coming by and joining me today, and anybody and everybody who participated in chat or subscribed to the channel. Thank you very much. And yeah, I hope to see everybody next week. And on Wednesday, look for another Vintage Engineering dev stream coinciding with a new public release of 0.2, which includes all the pipe systems. So I'm going to be doing some testing, some further testing and tweaking of that system over the next couple days. And on Wednesday, I'm going to be putting out a new version of that mod for everybody to have fun with. So right now it's in supporters' hands, and they get early access to it, and then everybody gets it next week. So anyway, I want to thank you all for coming by. Thanks to Os for putting up with me and joining me on these lovely Farm Sim streams. And to everybody out there, have a great rest of the weekend.